1, 2, 3. Hey, Mr. Lee, how are you?
Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
Doing okay, thanks. Sounds like everything's working.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. I'll turn my video off and see you in a bit.
All right.
Mr. Bruna, do you have a separate connection for audio? Is that why you're up twice?
It's now there's an echo. Sorry, I'll turn that off. But yeah, it's so that I can be in two different rooms. One of them doesn't have a camera, so I just listen from there.
I understand. That's fine.
Thank you.
Good morning, David. It's Mr. Albright, just checking in.
Yes, sir. You sound good.
A little better. Okay, I reconfigured some stuff here at the computer, so hopefully that we won't have the problem we had yesterday.
How you been?
Been doing okay. Been doing all right. How about you?
Good. Family's doing well. My daughter's going to graduate from law school here next month.
Oh, terrific. Where'd she go to school?
ASU.
Good school.
I agree. I went there when it was still on the main campus in Tempe.
My father-in-law got his PhD in mathematics from there while he was in the Navy, and then went to UNM Law School afterward. He and my mother-in-law were the first husband and wife to go through the same class together at law school, at UNM.
Must have been some interesting debates at the dinner table.
I guess, I don't know. I wasn't there for them, but
Got one more minute. We'll see if folks arrive. I realized that the commissioners won't be joining us, but I believe they both are going to be in a deliberative process session this morning. So I don't think we'll see them till after that's concluded. Okay, since we're on a tight schedule, it's 9 a.m. and we have Mr. Baker where we left off, and then Mr. Warner. We'll get going here. I'll keep my eye on the waiting room to let people in. I don't see Ms. Beatles yet. A few folks might come in as we're going, but we'll get started anyway. So Mr. Lee, can we go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
Terrific. Mr. Warner, you recall, sir, that you were placed under oath yesterday and that you are still under oath in the continuation of this proceeding?
Understand.
Terrific. Okay, we stopped yesterday. Is there anything before I get into that? Any matters to address? Mr. Welliger?
Yes, thank you, hearing examiner. We have bench request 2, which is the rate case dollars for the distribution related projects ready to go. I think Mr. Buffington was going to try to upload that to the Dropbox. It'll be PNM Exhibit 41, unless you would rather us email it around to the service list.
Let's email it around if that's okay. The Dropbox is very useful when you have lots and lots of documents, but as we go, I mean, that was your point, is when you go in, Dropbox doesn't, there is a way I can go in and download specific documents, but otherwise it forces you as a recipient to take everything, and that can be a real pain for people.
Okay, we will email that around, and I will keep it as brief as possible. I will have Mr. Warner walk through that during redirect.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Mr. Gedko, yes.
We still owe what would be understood to be evidently a more up-to-date GridWorks report.
Yeah.
I've had some assistance in trying to locate that this morning, and we recently just, Mr. Welliger perhaps hasn't seen it because she is on the Zoom, but we just emailed because we had taken the most current one from the GridWorks website. And anyways, we're still working on that minorly. And I know Mr. Warner is going to finish, and I don't know if we will have that by the time that he finishes this.
Mr. Gedko, I'm getting ready to email that to you right now.
Thank you very much. Right, that resolves that. Thank you.
And then Mr. Gedko, if it's your intention to move that into evidence, it has not yet been moved in. So please do remember to do that.
And yeah, when would you like me to do that?
After you've received the document, I suppose that, we probably want to have it before you, we can just do that before we conclude with Mr. Warner. Sounds like you and Mr. Welliger are doing stuff in the background. Just chime in at some point and remind me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anything further? Okay, Mr. Baker, you have 15 minutes with Mr. Warner. I'll get the clock up. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, hearing examiner Ryan. Most of my questions will begin by referencing my first set of discovery. So I'd like to introduce that into evidence as Baker Exhibit 1, if that's appropriate at this time.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to the Dropbox. Yeah, so I have to walk. Well, let's see here. What do we have? I'm seeing Bruno. Oh, yours is the separate file. That's right. I got to click in there. Baker Exhibit 1. P&M response to first set of discovery requests.
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Baker is moving to admit this into evidence. P&M, any objections?
Yeah, I want to see how Mr. Baker uses this before we move for admission.
Sure.
Obviously, not all these responses were propounded by Mr. Warner, and so we need to see what he uses and which ones he uses.
Okay, Mr. Baker, what do you think about that?
My plan is to use the interrogatories to which Mr. Warner responded in this particular set of questions.
Ask your questions, and then we can deal with it, the foundation stuff that Mr. Welger's talking about as you go.
Okay, sounds good. So, Mr. Warner, according to your response to Baker's interrogatory 1-01, am I correct in understanding that the Automated Distribution Management System, which we are all calling ADMS, and the Distributed Energy Resource Management System, DERMS, projects require a functional neighborhood area or neighborhood access network, which we're calling NAN, N-A-N, to obtain and communicate the information needed to enhance the distribution and grid reliability, resilience, and enable additional interconnection of distributed energy resources?
That was a pretty compound question, Your Honor, but if Mr. Warner feels like he can keep track of that, I'll let him. There was a couple subparts there. I'll let him.
Yeah, I agree. It's a challenging question, but if Mr. Warner understood it, Mr. Warner, did you understand the question?
There's a lot there. I can read back our response that we provided directly to his discovery question.
Mr. Baker, how about you ask a more specific directed question? You don't need to have the witness read what is already submitted here.
Okay, I can clarify the question. Mr. Warner, would you agree that a functional NAN is required to as a foundational step for a functional ADMS and DERMS projects?
We need a communication network in order to deploy the AMI and the distribution automation projects.
Okay, thank you. Am I also correct in understanding that in referencing a portion of the plan that goes into more detail, to which you referred me to in your response, the elements required for a functional NAN is either or both AMI meters or the presence of repeaters used to pass the data along to the nearest access point?
I'm actually, so I did not sponsor the communication network. That's actually sponsored by Mr. Hawkins. And so I'm going to defer any questions that you have specific about the design of the network to Mr. Hawkins.
Okay, but functionally, the ADMS and DERMS require a functional NAN network, however it is designed or implemented.
Correct.
Thank you. So the place I found this was contained in Baker Exhibit 5 and the testimony on page 6 of 18 of LES. And so I wasn't sure whether or not I needed to request to move LES into evidence myself, or if, since it's already been introduced, then we can just go from there?
Yes, the latter.
Okay, so in the LES testimony, it's my understanding that either the AMI meters or repeaters may be used to create a mesh network. Do you agree with that?
Again, I'm going to default that question to Mr. Hawkins. He's the one that's responsible for the AMI and the communication network.
Okay. So if my next question really had to do with how gaps in the mesh are addressed by repeaters, would that also be Mr. Hawkins?
It would.
Okay, so Mr. Hearing Examiner, if we run, if I have extra time at the end of Mr. Warner's questions, can I use this time with Mr. Hawkins?
I don't see any difficulty with that as he's deferring your questions, and it's understandable that perhaps it's not entirely clear who exactly we should answer them to, so that's fair.
Yeah, because in the response, there was both names, so I thought they were, yeah, okay, great. So the questions I had planned along that line of questioning mostly are going to be moved to Mr. Hawkins. And so what I'd like to move on to is a couple of questions having to do with full feeder areas. So Mr. Warner, I'm sure you're well aware that there are several areas within the service area, your P&M service area, that are currently designated at PV capacity. We talked about the full feeders yesterday, and those feeders being full, P&M now disallows new customer cogen facilities to be interconnected, correct?
Sorry, sir, new customer.
New customer cogen facilities, or you're calling them distributed energy resources.
Okay, so your question, to be clear, can you repeat the last part of your question again?
Okay, so let's break it into a smaller piece. So you're well aware that there are full feeders designated, and they are currently disallowing additional new customer cogen or distributed generation of PV to be interconnected at this time.
We have distribution feeders that are at solar saturation, that when we receive applications on those feeders, those applications are placed on hold until improvements can be made.
Okay, so and they are depicted on the PNM website in a public area, which I will refer to as red zones, basically to inform both customers and solar installers that they will not be allowed to interconnect until the feeder capacity is increased in some way.
Correct.
Thank you. And you may recall from my interrogatory 1-08 that I asked you for the number of customers in the red zones so that I could better understand the potential amount of distributed PV that could be installed once the ADMS and DERMS projects are implemented, correct?
You're on interrogatory question 1-8.
Correct.
And that is correct. We did provide a response with a number.
Right. And your response gave me the number of interconnection project requests that have been made and put on hold, but not the total number of customers in the area as I requested. Is that correct?
I don't know if I understand your question. Can you please repeat that again?
So I had asked for the total number of customers in the red zone areas, which is the number of services in those geographic areas, which you could get by meter numbers in that geographic area, correct?
So your question is how many customers live within the area?
how many services are within the area? That was my interrogatory. Is how many customers are in the red zones?
Okay. We did not provide the number of customers. So if that's the case, then we misunderstood your question.
Correct. And so my next questions are trying to get to that number, although I realize you won't have an exact number for me. I would like to introduce Baker Exhibit 2 into evidence for visual reference of the areas in question. Mr. Hearing Examiner, can we
Yeah,
do that?
Yeah, I see
now?
that. And what am I looking at here, Mr. Baker?
That is visual reference of the red zones designated by PNM on their website as to areas that have full feeders.
Okay.
And-
PNM? Mr.
Just-
Welliger?
Yeah, I'm looking, sorry.
Where did this information come from, Mr. Baker?
That is on their website, and you'll notice in my interrogatory, I gave a link to the source of
Okay.
that information.
Uh, No objection. No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. So omit exhibit Baker number 2.
Thank you. So I understand that you're not able to obtain an exact number of customers in the red zones at this moment without reviewing customer records. But would you be fair to say that given the significant geographic area, it would likely be thousands of PNM customers that live in this geographic area?
I'm not one to give assumptions, so I would have to actually go pull the data to give you specific numbers if that's what you're looking for.
Okay. I'm not looking for specific numbers. I'm looking for an estimate and whether or not you would agree it could well be thousands of customers.
I don't want to quantify a number because I don't have a number in front of me, so I'm not going to speculate on a number.
Very well. So I would like to introduce an article published in Albuquerque Journal on April 16th of 2022 into evidence as Baker Exhibit 3 to support some estimate of the number of customers that live in this area, which would answer my original interrogatory. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. What do you say, PNM?
He needs to introduce this with Mr. Warner, see if Mr. Warner knows this can review this article and provide testimony on it. Lay a foundation. That's what.
Okay.
Well, wait. Okay. So the foundation for the admissibility of a document that is a newspaper article. Why? Okay. I'm not sure I agree, Mr. Welliger. He can say that here's an article from the Albuquerque Journal, and it appears to say PNM grid congestion locks thousands of New Mexico solar residents out of solar. It bears on his question as to how many residents exist in these areas where there's full feeders. Unless you have some objection to the introduction of evidence from the Albuquerque Journal on I don't know what, I'm not sure that I agree that he needs to lay the kind of foundation you're envisioning.
Well, he hasn't asked the questions you asked yet, hearing examiner. I agree with you that I will not have an objection if he asks those questions that you asked, but that hasn't happened yet.
Mr. Baker, that's your intention, correct?
Correct. And in particular, to go to the admissibility of the article, Mr. Warner was actually quoted and interviewed in the article.
Okay, this document's admitted. Ask your questions, Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
And what do we call this? This is Baker Exhibit 3, correct?
Correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker. And you have remember you're on a clock, sir.
Yes, sir. And so moving on to responses in my interrogatory 1-8, section 2.
Wait, Mr. Baker, you never asked any questions about the Albuquerque Journal article. If you have any question to ask, you have to ask them. I'm not going to give you evidence for you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Warner, would you agree that it is a fair assessment that potentially thousands of customers live in the areas designated as red zones at this time?
And why do you think that's a fair thing to say? Stop, Mr. Baker, you have to point in the article where it shows this information, then direct that to the witness.
As titled in the article and given the geographic area and number of customers outlined within the article.
Where in the article, Mr. Baker? I've not read this article. You're introducing it for the first time at this hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. About halfway down in the article, there's an interview of several new subdivisions that were built containing hundreds of new homes. And from there, I can extrapolate the number of customers served in the large geographic areas, such as La Cienega and
Why don't you point us to some text in the article, sir?
Very well. Let me scroll down and read as fast as I can.
You don't need to read. I have it up on my computer, but this article is 9 pages long. You just need to show me where in the article the information you're saying exists.
Right. Well, I guess first of all, it's the headline when they say thousands, but
okay. So that's the source of the information you're going. It's simply in the headline. Then that's all that I will credit it for. But I mean, if there more content.
Yes, and in page 3 of 17, they deal with estimating the number in percentages at roughly 22,000 people. Where did that number go? It's about 2/3 of the way down. And so basically the reporter in the article was also trying to estimate the number. And so the 22,000 stuck out to me as an attempt for them to come up with a total number of customers represented in the areas.
Right. So, Mr. Baker, you've used all your time. So what I would suggest, Mr. Baker, for the next questions with the other witnesses, it's a tricky business, all of this. P&M's entitled to object to these documents. In terms of Mr. Welliger's comments about laying foundation, there is an obligation on behalf of the proponent of evidence to establish the admissibility of the document. This is a commission proceeding, not a district court proceeding. The rules of evidence are relaxed. But recall, I have not seen any of this material. The discovery that gets shared between the parties is not shared with the commissioners or the hearing examiner. So when you come to the proceeding, you have to be ready to kind of establish, the relevance of the evidence, what purpose it serves, how you intend to use it, and that all needs to be done within a very short time frame. So I think you can appreciate the challenge that everybody labors under here.
Yes, especially when you have 15 minutes to do it.
Yeah, I understand. So, all right, thank you. And you didn't reserve any time for Mr. Hawkins, sir. So it'll just be the 10 minutes because you used all the time for Mr. Warner.
Very well.
Mr. Bruno, you have 18 minutes with Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you, Mr. Warner. I learned a lot yesterday from your testimony. I want to start with some of my second interrogatory. So that's Bruno Exhibit. I think that's the one I didn't write down. I think it's 33. No, it's 13. Sorry. Let me pull up Bruno 13. And that would be interrogatory 2-06 Part B.
We're grabbing the book right now. Awesome. So, Bruno, and you said it was the second?
Well, that document only has the second interrogatory as question 6.
Okay. And you said question 6?
Yes.
2-06.
Just to make sure I'm on the right place, this is interrogatory Bruno 2-06 at page 10 of 17 of Bruno Exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, part B of that, I asked, please name the licensed New Mexico professional engineer in responsible charge of PNM's engineering analysis of PNM's application and testimonies in the instant case. Do you have an answer to that question?
I believe we provided an answer. So the answer is we have not performed any design that's required for any professional engineering. So what we've provided is a plan. That's our application, a plan with budgets.
There was no engineering involved in selecting the meter?
I wasn't involved directly with selection of the meter, but the meter selection goes through what's called a request for proposal process, where you actually go out and you solicit from industry vendors meters that they can provide. And Mr. Hawkins can speak to the details of that RFP process.
So you're putting forward a $300 million project and you don't have an engineer in charge? A professional engineer?
I said that there's no official designs at this point in time that are under an engineering design. We're assembling a plan.
Are you a professional engineer?
I am.
All right, I'm going to move on to another question. So on that same document, so now question 7, part A. I asked, is the PNM engineer in responsible charge? Well, you don't claim that you have one, but you answered yes to this question. So I'm asking about whether you're relying on the ANSI C12.10 standard to ensure that the meters will be safe when they're in the customer's sockets, which are supposed to be ANSI C12.7 compliant.
All right, I'm going to object to this. If Mr. Bruno is referring to the response to 2-7, Mr. Hawkins was the sponsor of that, and that response.
Mr. Bruno,
Yeah.
you can ask this question to Mr. Hawkins, I presume, correct?
I could ask it to him, yes.
Is there a reason why you think it's necessary to ask Mr. Warner?
Well, he's the only professional engineer. I don't believe Mr. Hawkins is a professional engineer, so I don't think he can take responsibility for the safety of this project.
Mr. Warner, do you know if Mr. Hawkins is a professional engineer?
I don't believe that Mr. Hawkins is a licensed professional engineer.
Okay, so then I will permit Mr. Bruno to ask Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Warner this question, which Mr. Hawkins answered. So ask your question again, Mr. Bruno.
So is PNM relying on the ANSI C12 standard to ensure that the meters selected will be safe as a unit when installed in the customer socket?
I did not specifically review the proposals in the AMI, so I can't speak specific to those.
So at the end of this project, are you going to stamp the, are you going to be the professional engineer who approves this project?
You kind of asked two different questions. I want to be clear on what the question is that you actually asked.
I agree, Mr. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bruno. There was a question about a stamp and there was a question about the project. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Warner?
Correct.
So why don't you ask them in order, Mr. Bruno?
As a professional engineer, are you the one who's accountable for the safety of this project?
As a project as a whole, there's not one person accountable. No, I will not be the single person accountable.
But it has to be a professional engineer who's accountable for the safety of a project, right?
No, I don't believe so. So PNM does not currently stamp any of our designs and our standards. We don't stamp those. Utilities are currently exempt from that.
How do you know that utilities are exempt from that?
Objection. If Mr. Bruno is calling for a legal conclusion, I'm going to object.
Noted, but Mr. Warner did say that he had an understanding of the exemption. So to the extent to which he's just offering his understanding of the operating conditions, that's permissible. Mr. Warner, you can answer the question.
So utilities, by past practice, have been exempt from actually stamping, certifying designs on the utility system.
So you don't stamp anything that you do?
I do not.
So P&M, in your opinion, doesn't even need to have a professional engineer. Is that your opinion?
I didn't say that. We have professional engineers within our staff.
But is that required?
It's not a requirement by the law.
Because you're a utility. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Yeah, he answered first.
Okay. So you're a utility, so you're exempt from that kind of responsibility. So are you saying that, so who ultimately, so, all right, I want to try to introduce a newspaper article. That would be, I forget, I have a lot of exhibits, so I have to try to remember which one it is. Here we go. Oh yeah, so look at Bruno Exhibit 20.
Okay.
This is an article from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. SaskPower CEO Robert Watson resigns over smart meter controversy.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you read that slower?
SaskPower, SASK Power CEO Robert Watson resigns over smart meter controversy. So in this case, I suppose it was the CEO who was responsible ultimately. So who would be ultimately responsible at P&M if, oh, and by the way, the subtitle of the article is Review Said Crown Utility Didn't Adequately Look After Safety Concerns. So who's responsible at P&M for the safety concerns of this project?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Agreed. Sustained.
So you're saying I already asked that?
You did ask that question. I remember the answer.
Okay. And the answer was that different people might be responsible for different parts. Is that my understanding of the answer, Mr. Warner?
I made an objection. The hearing exam. Well, I'll let the hearing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's now asking Mr. Warner, did I understand the answer correctly? That's a different question. So, Mr. Warner, you can answer Mr. Bruno's question.
That is correct.
So in your role in the company, does this article give you concern about the safety of the overall project?
I have not read this article in detail, and I don't know the specifics about their situation, so I can't speak to the validity of it.
Is there somebody at P&M who would feel like if they found out that there was a really bad outcome of a smart meter installation, that it would be their responsibility to look into what went wrong?
So the AMI sponsor for this application is under Mr. Hawkins.
Fair enough. I'm curious, on the organization chart, does Mr. Hawkins report to you?
No, he does not.
Do you report to him?
No, I do not.
Is there a safety officer at PNM?
We don't have a safety officer.
If you had a safety concern, who would you report it to?
That's a really broad question. So we have chain of command that if you have a safety concern, you go directly to your supervisor. And then there's processes to follow from there.
So who's your supervisor?
My supervisor is the Vice President of Operations, Mr. Todd Fridley.
I think I'm going to stop here if I can reserve this time for Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah, no, I'm listening. I'm just thinking. So that's fine. I'll extend you the 5 minutes to go to Mr. Hawkins. That's not a problem. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, technically. Okay, so we'll stop there. Mr. Bruno, I'm gonna put you on the task of reminding me when we get to Mr. Hawkins that you did, in fact, reserve 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay?
Fair enough.
Mr. Herman.
Good morning, Mr. Examiner. I have a few questions.
Go
I
ahead.
don't think I'll use my whole 20 minutes, but shall I begin?
Yes, please.
I see the clock is running. Good morning, Mr. Warner.
Good morning.
My name is Keith Herman. I am counsel for the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. How are you today?
Good. Yourself?
Doing well, thank you. I wanted to direct you to your supplemental testimony, specifically the questions starting on page 1 through the top of page 4.
And you're on page?
Specifically page 3, lines 10 through page 4, line 2.
Okay.
So there you're discussing the need for flexibility and the possibility that costs may change over the 6-year program, and that there could be unanticipated issues, correct?
That is correct.
And that is why PNM wants some flexibility, starting at page 4, line 1.
Correct.
So are you aware of any other projects PNM has where they've experienced supply chain issues and need to renegotiate contract terms?
You're causing me to look back through my mind on a long history.
Well, I think specifically related to COVID, and I believe some of the San Juan replacement capacity resources had to be renegotiated. You recall that?
I wasn't directly involved with that case, so I can't really speak to that one. Okay. What I can tell you is that COVID has caused some disruptions in supply chain. I think that's recognized by many people.
So we can just state that you're generally aware of some supply chain issues, and that was what you based your testimony on?
Correct.
So as PNM plans for this project, what is their plan if there are cost overruns?
Good question. So we outlined this very clearly, I believe, in Mr. Sanders' supplemental. I think he went through how we would actually come back each annual year. And our intent is we will go through an RFP process. We'll assemble real costs that we've solicited from vendors. We will come back on an annual basis and provide complete transparency of our costs for the projected year. And so if there are any costs overrun, it's incumbent upon us to justify the cost overrun. there may be scenarios where there's actually cost savings, and we would be very transparent and share that as well.
And when you refer to the programs, are we talking specifically the AMI program proposed here, or all the other programs proposed here, or other future proposed programs? I'm sorry for the compound question. I can break that up if you'd like.
That intent is on our grid mod application. And so if you go back to the chevron that we've referenced many times yesterday, each one of those technologies, each one of the investments that we are sponsoring through our program, we would bring those details for each one of those investments.
Okay. So you stated that you would want to be transparent and you would go to the commission. Is that the recourse you would propose is available for customers in the event of cost overruns?
I think you're asking kind of a legal proceeding, and I might not be the best one to answer how other stakeholders actually engage. That's probably a little bit outside of my expertise.
Okay. Are you aware of what actions PNM has taken or will take in its contract provisions to supervise its contractors to make sure that they perform these contracts on time?
I'm aware of contract structures, if that's what you're referring to.
Specifically in this proceeding?
We don't. So I want to be clear about this. Aside from the AMI, which John Hawkins can speak to the specifics of that contract, we don't have any firm contracts in place for the grid modernization activities or investments that are outlined. Those contracts are not in place at this point in time.
Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Okay. We are now, New Mexico area didn't want any questioning for this witness, so Mr. Borman, staff for 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Good morning, Mr. Warner. Really quickly, I think you used the term aging infrastructure in one of your responses earlier. Do you recall that?
I do.
How do you define aging infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we actually go through is we look at the average service life of our assets, and we actually track our infrastructure, our investments, how they're aging, and that's done through a number of different methods. But when assets reach the end of their average service life, that's at the point to when we start preparing to replace those assets so that we don't have premature failures.
And what is the average service life?
They vary. And so I don't want to give one specific, like a distribution pole may have an average service life. A transformer may have a different service life. Generally speaking, though, if we want to generally characterize it, most of our distribution system is going to have an average service life of 40 or 50 years.
Okay, and I guess if we use that 40 or 50 years as a guide, then aging infrastructure would be what? Something in advance of 30 years?
It might be 30 years. I mean, it's really what we're doing is we also do testing and monitoring to see how the assets are aging out. So can you get to 30 years? Can you get to 40 years? It's based on testing and inspection programs as well.
So just so I understand correctly, it's not simply a number based on the service life, but it's also based on testing to just see what the current condition is?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. I don't see either of the commissioners have joined us yet. I know Commissioner Ellison intended to return, so I will go, and then I have some questions. How are you, Mr. Warner?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I want to ask him to really, you can inform me. I'm not a technical person. I don't come from the, electric industry, but, can you just give an overview as to why some of the feeders are at capacity? Is it conductor like that you described yesterday, how certain conductors can carry more Is that the principal explanation, or are there other more dynamic reasons?
That's a pretty deep topic. And so I'll try to be a little bit brief, but we would love to have further discussion and like dive into details. Again, I don't want to go into all those details.
That's fair.
But,
and I'm not asking you to. So yes,
yeah,
please.
So when we design a circuit, now let's remember these distribution circuits, many of them were designed 40 and 50 years ago. They weren't designed with the concept of integrating distributive energy resources in them. Okay, so they're designed as a one-way energy transfer, delivering energy to the customer. And when we talked briefly about that, there were design criteria that we used that really delivered, and they've served us well for many years. Well, now what's happening is we integrate distributive energy resources to the network. They're actually causing voltage excursions because they turn on and off. These smart inverters, they will turn on and off, and that actually causes voltage excursions on the feeder. So one of the limitations on our distribution feeder is maintaining the service voltage to all of our customers within an ANSI standard. And we do that so that people's appliances, their devices in their home will operate within safe standards. Okay, so that's one. A second criteria that we have on our distribution feeders, we call thermal limit. And when we say thermal limit, current flows through a distribution feeder, through the wires, transformers, conductors. That current generates heat. Heat actually degrades insulation or degrades the asset, whether it's the wire, the insulator, or even the transformer. And so we monitor that and we know what the capabilities of the feeder are. We want to maintain it within its thermal limits, and that's another criteria. Many of our distribution feeders that are at limit today, when we say solar saturation, they have more than 10 megawatts of solar generation connected to them. Many of those feeders are designed at 10 megawatts. So if the load goes to zero, there could be scenarios where you're at a thermal limit on the feeder. The other thing we have seen on many of those feeders is we have voltage excursions that are outside of the ANSI limits. And that's the reason why we're asking for the integrated volt VAR and some of the other technologies, is so we can actually bring that feeder back inside of the limits.
And is that partly what occurs with hosting capacity analysis, or is that a different process?
So with hosting capacity, what we do is we look at the feeder as it's designed today and as it's configured. And again, remember, most of our feeders, we don't have this grid modernization technology on them. So we look at them as they stand today. How many distribution energy resources can we install on the feeder without exceeding the limitations?
That's the basic nutshell of what hosting capacity analysis is.
That is
What you
correct.
just described.
That's correct.
And how does one do that? Do you, I mean, like, I've read this in your testimony, and I'm just wanting to make clear for the record for other non-technical people who are involved here, you know, like, what is the base, how does that hosting capacity actually get done?
So it goes through a couple of different ways. So one thing is there are certain sizes below a certain limit. We've actually gone through the study and we say we can interconnect them. They're not going to have a significant impact onto the system. Those applications below a criteria, a size limit, we interconnect them. When we get close to our hosting capacity, we have to do a more detailed study. The detailed study is done in modeling. That's the synergy modeling that we referenced. And so the better data we have from the field informing our modeling, the better results we have in our modeling process.
Okay, so the hosting capacity analysis is effectively kind of a theoretical application of limits and inputs and this kind of thing. Is that right?
It is. It is.
Okay, that's useful. Were you familiar with the document that accompanied Mr. Kenny's testimony from CCAE? Was exhibit number 5. It's entitled "Leveraging Advanced Metering Infrastructure to Save Energy."
I can grab it. I don't know if I've read every detail of it.
That's fine. I'm not gonna grill you on all the things that it says. But I mean, when I was reading this, and I had some discussion with Ms. Sanchez about this, I mean, I thought it was a very, I thought it was really fascinating. It compiles, what other utilities have done to leverage AMI to the fullest extent possible. And so in some ways I kind of saw it as like, well, this is a kind of a best practices attempt. And so I just wanted to ask you a few questions about it. And these are not intended to sort of focus, hyper focus on the words in this document as much as it is to have a discussion about ideas.
Sure.
So the first question I have is going to be, I have to just pull this up 1 second. One of the things that the article makes pretty clear about what's necessary, it's not just implementation of AMI, right? Putting the technology and hardware in place is just the first step. And the next and most significant step, at least according to these authors as I read this document, is having customer buy-in to what that technology can actually do. And that the way AMI is effective for a utility is through changing customer behavior, which is itself done through utilization of the technology to shift load, reduce peaks, and bring costs down. And so I understand you're here today testifying, and your testimony focuses on the technology aspects of this and how it actually functions in the distribution system. But as you were designing this and thinking about how quickly the program rolled out, I was wondering if you could give thoughts about, are your customers prepared, and has P&M prepared the customers for what these technologies can do?
That's a really good question. And let me answer. So I'm gonna default the customer engagement to Julie Rowe, but let me answer a piece of your question that I think is very relevant. And that is that as we deploy these technologies, it's a very technology intense application we've prepared. One of the reasons why you see it's a 6-year plan, and in many cases we're asking for investments, and we can go look specific, but we need O&M money, we need dollars so that we can start on the transformational journey. So not only are customers changing and adapting these technologies, but it's in whole organizational change even within P&M. And so we have to go through a whole change management with our customers through this journey. And I don't want to undervalue how much of an effort that really is for us to change as an organization. It's heavy, technical, intense, but it is a very large organizational change that we will go through to deploy these technologies.
Well, and I would add too, I mean, and I don't know if I can only say to you that I remember it was a couple of years ago now, the CEO of El Paso Electric came to the commission and talked about the role customers will play in the future grid. And I guess, I mean, it's weird. Usually when we hear from customers at the commission, they're complaining about their bills. That's the typical kind of communication we get. And I guess I'm just wondering, maybe it's a question for Ms. Rowe, and I'll leave it at that. I'll see what she has to say, and I appreciate your directing me to her. So here's the other question I think I still don't know that I've heard a sufficient answer to at this juncture, and I'll give you an opportunity to answer it. But why is widespread adoption of AMI needed right now?
Mm-hmm. So let me frame it this way. So the AMI is the first level of the grid modernization. It's the first technology. And this is how part of it ties together. And we'll tie the communication network to it. So when we deploy AMI, we deploy a communication network across our system. And that communication network as well serves AMI, and it serves all the distribution investments that we're going to deploy. We're not deploying all of them on the entire system all at once, right? When we talk about the distribution investments. But that's the interlinkage kind of between the investments that if we're not synchronized, then they're not going to actually realize the full benefits. So I'm not saying that we have to have every bit of the AMI. What I'm saying is we have to have enough of the AMI and the comms to support the distribution. There's a balance, and Miss Rowe or Mario and Eric can speak better to the AMI. Like, what would it mean to P&M if we don't deploy all of it in one period of time? You know, there's organizational changes, there's process of management, but they can speak more intelligently to that.
Well, from the
question.
technical side, but here's the question, right? So we heard yesterday, Mr. DeSalen made the point, and I think rather persuasively, you know, getting back to the sort of the foundational business about, you know, grid modernization is that it's influencing customers to do things to save electricity and save money ultimately. If we don't have time of use rates in place, then what is that AMI and what is that grid mod actually doing? And so one question I have, which I like no answer from a technical perspective, is, you know, if the commission were to approve a pilot program that is, you know, totally parallel to the pilot time of use rates that P&M has proposed, how does that hinder, if at all, P&M's, and I'm not suggesting it doesn't, I want you to answer the question, how would that hinder P&M's ability to achieve things? Is my question clear?
Mm-hmm. It is. And like, I'm not the one in the middle of developing the AMI programs and things like that. So it's probably not totally fair for me to speak to those type of questions.
But as a distribution engineer, I mean, do you legitimately need all of this immediately?
We need the information on our distribution feeders to inform our hosting capacity and actually optimize the distribution automation projects.
And during this proceeding, when you've referred to the abbreviation DA, that's to distribution automation, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I heard that several times yesterday. I was going to chime in, but then I did let it go. You mentioned earlier about sort of the cultural change within P&M that has to occur. Can you describe how many employees are in your department and describe your preparedness for this massive change that you acknowledge is upon us?
Mm-hmm. And let's flip over, if you don't mind. We're going to flip to an exhibit, part of my testimony. And it's exhibit OBW3. It's with my original direct testimony.
Okay, I think it's like the last page, right?
It is. And so I'm going to look at page 2 of exhibit OBW3.
Okay, I'm with you.
And so page 2 is the O&M elements of the plan, right? Mm-hmm. And so if we look at what I wanted to point out is, if you look at the ADMS, FLIZR, Integrated VAR, DERMS, process change management, that's so that we can actually deploy those technologies. And you see that there's 333,000 in year 1, 2, and 3. That's before we even start like the capital deployment. That's people working on organizational change management, right? And then if we go down a little bit, you'll see that there's distribution automation annual employee expenses, and then distribution automation employees. There's additional headcount. I don't have that exact number. I'd have to drive down in, but there's additional headcount we've asked for. And I think Kyle Sanders might even have a headcount exhibit that breaks down the person by person. But there's additional people we will need on our staff. And let me just share it this way too. Our distribution planning team today, we have, I'm trying to run through my head, we have 4 individuals on that team. We have a 5th vacancy that we're in the process of filling. We're going to add another individual to that team. So it's not independent, it's not separated, it's part of our distribution planning team. As part of this modeling, as part of the grid modernization effort, we're adding a complement to our distribution planning team. There's going to be activities like that, and we can go through a breakdown in each organization where, as we deploy the technology, we'll need additional skill sets, craft people to maintain assets, engineers to actually design and plan the system.
And as I understand, you'll be in charge of that department, is that correct?
I'm in charge of the engineering department. The craft people that do the maintenance, don't report directly to me. I work very closely with that organization, but they don't report directly to me.
Okay, and I sort of was asking Ms. Sanchez about this yesterday. I mean, as I read all this technical testimony, it sounds a lot like, you know, your company will become in some ways a telecom / tech company. I mean, is that a fair assessment? I mean, is that correct?
I don't think we become a telecom. What I would do say is we use technology to advance our distribution system, and we need smart people to actually use the technology to advance our distribution system. There's still going to be a need for linemen, journeymen, people to go out and maintain these assets.
Sure.
We're adding intelligence to our system. As we add the intelligence, we hire and bring on those type of skill sets. That's an organizational change we will go through as we adopt some of these technologies.
But it's software development too, isn't it? Or do you anticipate getting these things from other sources, third parties?
Well, we won't, like when we go to the synergy, when we talk specifically like our synergy modeling, we're not developing the synergy models ourselves. We buy that from a vendor that supplies that software modeling to the industry. They're one of the leading modeling companies in the industry. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not, I don't want to make it perceived that we're like home growing these software programs, integrated volt VAR control, the ADMS software like that. Those are being sourced from reputable vendors. Mm-hmm.
Who've probably already implemented these things in other states.
They have. That's part of the RFP process that we will go through. We will actually write our detailed scope. That's the first year in our planning schedule, is to write out all those detailed scopes and then start bidding them. We won't have every RFP at the end of year one. What we will do is RFP the year ahead of our deployment of the project. I say RFP, request for proposal. We will have formal proposals we will bring back at the annual filing to show exactly what the costs are based on proposals. That shows that we're prudent about the costs that we've actually provided as a budget, but now that we're actually able to match against our annual filing.
And just so I'm glad that you brought out what's the chronology, that what's going to happen at what time. If you could go to that figure OBW1 at your direct page 16, I just want to get clear about what that shows. That's all the little chevrons and stuff.
Yep.
Are you there?
I am.
So it looks like, as I can see in year one here, and I know this is probably laid out in Ms. Sanchez's varying tables. It's just difficult to kind of compress that all into one thought. I mean, what actually, I mean, it's basically, it looks like a lot of what's occurring in year one is within that dashed purple line, which says planning, program management, architecture, engineering, and organizational efforts. I mean, that's the bulk of year one. Is that correct?
That is exactly right.
And could you just explain, I mean, is that just what that is, planning? You're just, the P&M is kind of getting its act together to go do some stuff? That's probably overly simplistic, but is that the idea?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about this, the level of effort that is going to be to pull off all these projects. So we'll be writing scopes, we'll be actually organizational changes. What do we need to change or adjust? In some cases, it's standard adoptions. One of my teams is responsible for our distribution standards. In the Burns McDonald report, we clearly outlined what are the areas we're going to have to change within our standard, and then what process will we have to go through. So we've done a little bit of this groundwork, but that first year is really building the integrated plan and the details and specifics to how we deploy the next year.
And the actual deployment, where that green arrow starts, the green chevron, Commissioner Ellison is going to be joining us. That green chevron, advanced metering infrastructure, that seems to sort of take off right in the midpoint of year one. That I guess is, you've gone through the RFP and you've got them. Well, I guess no, you have your meter selected. Mm-hmm. So why is that starting mid-year through year one?
So this is one that John can speak a little bit more intelligently, but I want to be clear too. Year one starts upon approval, and it's not a calendar year, right? It's we're saying July 1 for the case of conversation. And then what we're saying is it's going to take us a little bit of time. John can speak better to this than I can, but to get everything in place, and then we'll physically start installing the meters halfway through.
Okay. My thought was, well, it's just going to be a bit of time to get the equipment. I mean, it's the logistics of it all, right?
It is. It is.
Okay, so that's 6 months out effectively. I mean, just roughly by this
Mhm.
document here.
Yep.
And then it looks like the majority of other programs that actually occur really don't initiate until year 2. Is that a fair understanding of this chart too?
That's the start of the project deployment. Yes.
Deployment.
Hmm.
So the chevrons are really reflecting deployment, and what you've said, and we've said this. Ms. Sanchez said the same thing. Though there isn't deployment occurring in year 1, you're doing the processes necessary to prepare for deployment.
Correct. Correct.
I guess that's the only thing that's not visually demonstrated here is and maybe that's just too difficult to do it, but okay, that answers. And so what is it that you're going to do as soon as this case, some resolution? Imagine, I mean, in an ideal world, let's say you received approval exactly as submitted. You're going to do what in the first 6 months?
Correct. So the first thing we would do, and I'll speak specific to the distribution automation projects, right? So in that first 6 months, that first year, we would be writing our design standard changes. We would actually be mapping out each circuit and the engineering design that we would be deploying the distribution automation technologies on. So there's protective relay settings. We have to procure the devices. So we would start the sourcing process to purchase them, which many of these devices lead times have pushed out longer. So we need that time to order, engineer, design, issue actual quotes for people to install. So in some cases we use P&M resources to install. Other cases we'll actually go out and hire contractors to help us install the technology. We'll get those contracts in place. And then in year 2, we physically start putting the assets on the distribution system.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison, I'm in the middle of my questioning, but would you like to follow up with Mr. Warner from anything from yesterday?
No, thanks. I think I'm okay.
Great. I just had to pull up one document here.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me 1 second. As far as you're concerned with the actual rollout of these projects, I asked Ms. Sanchez if a process that is both forward-looking and backward-looking is a sufficient one to answer the concern PNM has about securing the long-term vision and allowing the rollout to happen smoothly. Do you see any logistical problems with that from the distribution engineering perspective? So in other words, if annually you have a process by which you true up from the past year and you look forward a year and say, here's what we're going to need in the coming year, and here's what we need now, and here's what we spent, and this is how we can true up. I mean, is that going to be a problem for actually implementing?
So we want to have that discussion and we want to go through that process. I want to be clear though, if you're saying that we would receive approval to start, like within 1 year is not reasonable for us to pull off all of the organizational change, the procurement, the design, things like that. Like that's the reason why we have that entire first year of planning. And then we go through it actually in stages. That's the reason that you saw the O&M loaded in there, is so we can do the upfront engineering, the procurement, the organizational changes. So if we're pausing, and I wasn't sure if I totally understood exactly what you're saying, but if we pause and say we don't get approval to proceed, and then we only have 1 year to try to execute, we won't be able to execute on a 1 year delivery time. If that's what your question is.
No, I mean, I'm just imagining, I was thinking about this, like, there's the Janus, who was the Greek god who looked both forward and backward, and he had a variety of meanings to the Greeks. But in any case, your P&M's basic objection is, well, we need everything approved, because if we don't have everything approved, that somehow stymies our ability to make progress. And what I tried to get from Ms. Sanchez was some assessment of whether or not, that's in fact, the commission should credit that claim and then say, well, we can still give you a process that builds in a future-looking inquiry without necessarily approving everything. But if what you're saying is, no, unless you approve everything, we're stuck. That's what I want you to answer.
What I'm telling you is we've built a 6-year plan that's contingent upon us delivering all of those technologies. And many of them are going to take us 2 and 3 years to get to an actual deployment of the technology. So if we're talking about a 1-year look ahead, I don't think that gives us enough time to fully deliver on those projects.
Okay. In terms of how this actually gets rolled out, one of the things that the CCAE document, that Exhibit 5, and I won't ask you to look at it, I can just read this, it provides this is at page VI, which is in the beginning, just for the record, it's the introductory portions. It says, adjusting shareholder compensation for AMI based on performance in delivering customer benefits from AMI investments. That's one of the takeaways from all of this. In other words, it says, utilities and program administrators need to break down traditional internal business and operation silos to manage and use AMI to its fullest capabilities. And what they're saying there is adjust shareholder compensation for AMI based on performance in delivering customer benefits. And I gave an example. There was a Baltimore, Maryland utility cited in this report where, effectively P&M comes in and says, hey, we've gotten our customers to shift this much load. We've reduced peak by this amount. Reward us for that. And it seemed to me like that's a very sensible way to approve grid mod, because it actually then proves it's doing what it's supposed to. Do you have an input about that?
So I'm not the one that designs the rates and goes through that. I would probably be speaking way out over my skis. But what I can speak to is the traditional model of a utility is shifting, and there will continue to be shifts in it. And so is that a potential solution? I think that's what we're interested in, having further discussions with you all to say, how do we build metrics? What are the right metrics? And how do we ensure that we're delivering benefits to customers?
And who's the, because when I was reading the application materials, you and Ms. Sanchez have the sort of broadest kind of brush of all this. Who is the rate design person in this that I should ask rate related questions to?
Yeah, the rate design is Mr. Mike Sedlage.
Sedlage, good.
Mm-hmm.
And this might be a question for Mr. Sedlage, but I'll ask you anyway. Is AMI needed for time of use rates?
You're going to get me over my skis that I don't want to. I don't want to speculate
fine.
too much.
I'll go to Mr. Sedlage. I'll ask him that one.
Yeah.
So there's actually competing information. This document says that no, in fact, AMI does not. You not need time of use for AMI. And then I read the testimony, and I believe your testimony and Ms. Sanchez indicate that it's actually foundational to that. So, but I'll take that up with Mr. Sedlage. This is a Sedlage question then. I have that. Dr. Blank, in his testimony for the city of Albuquerque, expressed uncertainty whether or not the investments of AMI will allow real-time monitoring of load. And I understood from reading this article that there are, in fact, rate structures that exist, unlike time of use, that are fully real-time, which is kind of interesting. And I guess I want to have the answer to the question of, is Dr. Blank, can you answer the question? Is real-time load monitoring going to be possible with this AMI investment?
We will have, and John Hawkins can speak to more detail, but we'll have like 5 and 15-minute interval readings from our meters that will be available so customers could monitor at that level if they desired, or if they were in part of a program that there was a benefit for that.
Are you familiar with the abbreviation AMF for advanced metering function? I think
I'm
that's what
probably,
it is.
yeah, probably not as familiar with that.
Okay. Because this piece talks about like another step in AMI to sort of go beyond what even AMI is, where you have a whole constellation of features that do, you know, a function that's even more than I guess where we're at the present moment. And I suppose what I really am trying to ask you, sir, is where does PNM land in 5 years from a distribution engineering perspective? Where are we?
Mhm. Yeah, so we've built together what we believe is a 6-year roadmap for modernizing our distribution system. And that modernization, it looks like a couple things. And so it's customer engagement is going to be part of it, and AMI is part of the customer engagement. It's distribution feeders that are robust electrical systems. It's grid modernization. So it's the intelligence now to be able to do energy control, voltage management, and fast outage restoration on our distribution feeders. And then I want to complement that, and it's a separate, but it's the ability to have energy storage on the distribution system. So now we can do real-time energy management at the distribution feeder level with solar production matched with customer consumption, and then you use the energy storage to balance that.
And I suppose the answer is, in some ways, it's in bringing all the transportation electrification into the system. I mean, it's all of the different laws that PNM is now navigating. I mean, is it correct to think that that also ultimately comes to bear on the distribution system?
It does. You're exactly right. Yep.
Is there from just an engineering perspective, can you identify why it's beneficial for the legislature to have given PNM a mechanism that allows for immediate recovery of distribution system investments?
Can I'd like to point you to something that's in the DOE report, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I'm going to go to one of my supplementals, and it is, so it's my exhibit OBW-1 supplemental.
Okay.
Okay.
I just got to, just give me
Yeah.
1 second. I got to pull up because I didn't print out the whole, it's a lot of pages. So let me just get to PNM, your supplemental. And okay, I'm open, and then OBW1.
I'm on page 19.
That's okay, the triangle.
It is.
Yeah.
So this is from a DOE, and like you can read it, and you're smart enough to dive into all those details. We use this to kind of assemble our grid modernization plan. And the way that we believe this ties in, if you look at the bottom 4 blue layers, those are traditional utility investments. This is what we've done well for many generations. We build safe and reliable and electric codes. We build resilient and reliable distribution structure designs. We build operational response preparedness facilities, so that'd be like our operations centers. And we address aging infrastructure and replacement and hardening of our distribution system. And that's been the core of our business for many years. And we do that under a BCA calculation. So business case, we do a business case for investments. We show why it's prudent, and we go through the prudency of it. What's really going on is the grid modernization are the technologies that are layered on top of that. And if we look at the first layer right above it, it's the basic distribution automation. What I would offer is we've done a little bit of this already. So we've dabbled in it. It's not a widespread deployment, and that's what you see in our grid mod plan. And as you start stacking them, so advanced sensoring and protection controls, DER, integration and utilization, and ultimately microgrids, that's what the vision of a distribution grid will look like. And those all fit on the rubrics of a grid modernization. The wisdom of what the legislation has done is they've recognized that traditionally utilities build all of their investment around the bottom criteria. And we follow a BCA calculation when we bring those forward in rate cases and other forms. What the DOE and others have recognized is there has to be a better way of justifying and bringing those projects forward. That's the grid modernization efforts. That really is the best fit, most reasonable investment to modernize the distribution grid. So the legislation recognized that. It gave us a vehicle and a mechanism by which we could put those investments in that plan together and then deploy and deliver a modernized grid for New Mexico customers.
Yesterday, Commissioner Ellison made a point that was interesting. He said, this idea that if it's a core investment, then therefore, it's sort of exempted from the sort of BCA rubric that, we've heard a lot about. And he said, well, does that lead to the possibility that you all can just, build in a tremendous amount of investment and say, well, we don't need to quantify any of this because it's core investments? I mean, do you have an answer to that point that he made?
Yeah, we don't have an unlimited ability. That's not at all what we're proposing. I think we've been very mindful of trying to assemble the technologies and the costs. And really what we've brought forward in our case are just the minimum requirements to modernize the grid. And this is why we're here having this discussion. It is ultimately up to you all to make the decision. Are they prudent and should we move forward with them? What we're just offering is going through a BCA calculation is not the best way to analyze those investments. We need to analyze them more under the criteria the DOE has outlined as a best fit, most reasonable cost.
One of the things I also thought was interesting about some of the information I read preparing for this case was, and I don't remember, it was either Enternex or Burns and McDonnell. Hope I said that correctly. In any case, that PNM's customers have integrated enough distributed energy that they're sort of ahead of the utility in its ability, and I guess that leads to the interconnection backlog. Do you have a sense as a distribution engineer how that came to be?
New Mexico is a very interesting state. In some ways, we've been slower. In other ways, we've been very fast. So the adoption of solar in New Mexico has been very fast. We have a lot of solar on our distribution system. I mentioned it yesterday that we have 30% of our feeders that have solar on them. So that's 26% of our total feeders have a high penetration of solar. We've engaged with the customers. We've allowed that. We've welcomed it. We've been part of that journey. What we're really just saying is now it's time for us to invest in the modernizing the grid so we can take it to the next level. We can actually start optimizing our distribution system.
We've talked about the legislature a little bit, and you've referenced the statute and what the legislature did there. And I'm not asking you to draw any legal conclusions, but as a distribution planning engineer, is it PNM's perspective that the grid mod statute was direction from the legislature that PNM was meant to take an aggressive approach?
I don't know if I would define it as aggressive. We think we've taken the first steps, and I think that the legislation kind of paved a way for us to be able to do that.
Well, and I guess the question is, I mean, it seems like there's two ways of thinking about it. Number one, it could be, well, PNM did not act, and then the legislature sort of, but then the language says it may file these things. I won't go further on that. Those are all the questions I have for Mr. Warner. Commissioner Ellison or Commissioner O'Connell, anything?
Commissioner O'Connell, thanks you for the opportunity, but no thanks.
Good.
Well, I might follow with something. I guess I can't leave this least cost best fit issue alone. It makes sense to me that could be applied to grid modernization components that are deemed absolutely necessary but the question is, how do you define what's necessary? And why, in your view, is the AMI system necessary?
So you asked me a couple different questions. I'll attempt to answer the first one first, if that's okay, and then you might have to circle me back.
Sure.
So first thing is the terminology the DOE has moved to is a best fit, most reasonable. They actually moved away from a least cost because they've recognized that didn't serve well. Okay, so that one small little thing. Now, what we've done is we've assembled the plan based on the investments to comply with ANSI standards. So that's the voltage excursions we're having. It complies with the expectations of the interconnection rule making. The plan complies with our ETA, energy transition. So, and when I say that, it's customer engagement to integrate additional distribution energy resources onto our distribution system so that we can get to a carbon-free by 2040. And then when you look at the investments, each one of these investments have multiple benefits that they actually deliver. And now I'll pivot that to the AMI discussion. And so when we talk about AMI specifically, one benefit we've talked extensively about is customer benefits. So how does a customer engage? How does a customer actually impact their bill? What can they do? What kind of programs can we deliver to customers? Again, this is the technology. We'll bring forward the specific programs in separate applications. In addition to that benefit, though, AMI informs distribution planning. It brings another benefit. And we can go to the communication network and we can say the same thing. Our comm network supports AMI. It also supports all of the DA investments. So when you talk about, that's the interdependency upon each one of these technologies.
Thank you. I do understand that there are a stream of benefits from these various technologies. I guess my concern is that it doesn't feel like there's any overarching objective to this plan. It feels like we want to do AMI because everybody knows that that's part of grid mod and everybody's doing it, and look at all this stream of benefits that we get from it. But I guess I don't see a clear way to evaluate whether the AMI is necessary because there weren't any goals sort of set up front. So I guess that's not a question exactly, but I would like some demonstration of why AMI is absolutely necessary.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's a question you can answer right now, but when you do go to that, if you do claim that best fit, most reasonable cost, then I think the burden of proof is on the utility to show that the investment is absolutely necessary, because you can just throw in whatever you want and say it's grid mod, and we don't have to do a cost benefit test. So thank you. Sorry, I didn't do a good job of posing a question there, but
well, Commissioner Ellison, let me ask you this question. I mean, maybe it's perhaps where you're headed, but I mean, I think this is where, and perhaps, this is really a discussion to have with Mr. Settlage, but perhaps the goals, when you say, let's define goals, we say how much of peak load has been shed, how much integration of some technology has occurred, which allows some other customer benefit. I mean, is that where you're headed with that?
Well, I guess where I'm headed is, if we were clear up front that the goal, the overarching goal of this is that we want to integrate more customer PV, then, we would have a lens through which we could evaluate the program that you're proposing. Are your proposed investments getting us to that goal? But, without stating the objectives up front, and instead saying, we want to build these things and look at all the benefits we get from them, it's sort of backwards.
Well, and then put it more concretely. So I guess, Mr. Warner, maybe you can answer. I mean, if you're projecting out that PNM will have this much DER request, the interconnection backlog is so much, and therefore this much investment will solve that amount of backlog, or allow so much more DER integration. I mean, is it reasonable for the commission to expect that PNM could demonstrate that?
Mm-hmm. What I honestly believe, as we start like gaining intelligence from the AMI to inform our distribution modeling, and we can create true hosting capacity maps that then are improved through the integrated VoltVAR capabilities, we will know what the hosting capacity of our distribution feeders are that are today either at limit or approaching limits. We can advertise those numbers. We can share those numbers with you. We would be more than welcome to share those as metrics, and then we can measure improvements. I want to be clear about something too, though, just because I may not have been totally clear. Doing all of those investments, so the grid modernization, rebuilding distribution feeders, and the integration of battery storage, does not mean that we will never need to build another distribution feeder. There's still going to be limitations and capacities that will then cause us to expand our system, and which means that we will have to build additional distribution feeders or substations to serve customers. So, but having metrics that we can actually measure DER adoptions, the time to interconnect, customer programs, like those, I think those are some of the metrics we would like to engage with you all to say, what are the right metrics that are driving New Mexico to a true carbon-free grid?
I'm just reminded of the transportation electrification, area, and I think we've been getting data back now. I mean, there was all kinds of projections offered in those proceedings about how many EVs would come online based on so much investment, and this kind of goes back to the point you said yesterday, where you're reluctant to rely on assumptions because that's all that they are. But on some other level, it is useful to see what happens once one sets out assumptions, because if it doesn't come to pass, well, then we have an ability to refine. So do you think that's a fair response to the idea that, well, PNM's not in a position to answer some of these things because we just have to assume too much? Well, so what? I mean, just assume, and let's see what the data hashes out, and we'll have better projections as a consequence.
Mm-hmm. That is one way to move forward with it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Welliger, do you have redirect for Mr. Warner?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You all have been emailed. You should have been emailed PNM bench request 2. Fortunately, it's not loaded on the screen I have now because I don't have email access on the screen. So if you want me to share my screen, we're going to have to take a short break.
No, that's okay. So I received it from Brian, PNM Exhibit 41, bench request 2.
Yes.
And you would like for me to look at that?
I would like you to look at that. I'm going to walk through that with Mr. Warner right now on redirect per your request, and then we'll introduce it as an exhibit.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Warner, you do recall that the hearing examiner had asked for a simple exhibit identifying distribution projects that might be related to PNM's grid modernization filing. You recall that?
I do.
Okay, and you have in front of you, do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. You have in front of you a PNM bench request 2, and it's been labeled PNM Exhibit 41, which is dated March 21st, 2023.
Correct.
I'm going to share the screen, by the way, just in case anyone isn't able to pull that up, just so everyone is looking at the same thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Warner, can you generally describe this exhibit for us?
So this exhibit represents the grid modernization investments that we have in our 6-year plan. It also represents investments that we have in our current rate case docket.
Can you generally describe the line that's labeled distribution batteries and the cost associated with that?
hmm So the distribution batteries is 2 6-megawatt batteries installations that will be installed on our distribution feeders. The cost is the 22 million that's included on our current rate case. That filing has not been made yet. That filing, we believe, goes through a CCN process.
Well, let's clarify. The rate case has been filed with these costs in it, but the CCN has not been filed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you explain the line that's labeled distribution feeder rebuilds and the cost associated? Can you explain that and what costs are in that 52 million there?
Yep. So distribution feeder rebuilds is the 52 million. This is also in our rate case, and it's sponsored by Wes Gray in his testimony. It includes 23 total distribution feeders or projects that we would be building on our distribution system. So these are projects that are addressing aging infrastructure of our existing distribution system. They are the poles, the wires, the transformer, replacements, or rebuilds on our circuits. Some of these circuits are actually circuits that are identified through our planning process that we need to make improvements to continue service reliability to our customers. So our distribution planning team, through an annual process, goes through peak review, identifies areas of our system that need improvements in order to serve customers reliably. Those projects are embedded in the 23 total feeders as well.
And does the rebuild of the distribution feeders, the addition of the distribution batteries, and the grid modernization projects that are proposed and that are at issue in this case, do they accomplish the same objective or the same benefit, or are they different?
There's different benefits in each one of them. And so if you go to the distribution feeder rebuilds, that's specific to having the base infrastructure, the poles, the wire, the transformers, the assets that have been traditional distribution assets for many years. The batteries, so that was the distribution feeder. When you go to the batteries will be installed on the distribution circuit to allow energy management, so balancing of solar production, customer load, and the ability to store on the feeder so we can maintain the feeder within constraints. That's the purpose of the batteries. When you go to the grid modernization, those are the investments to modernize the distribution system. And when I say that, it's really taking a distribution system and turning it into a two-way energy flow. And it's adding the intelligence, so that's the distribution automation, the planning, and the control to actually manage the voltage on the distribution feeders that have high saturation of solar.
And you've had questions from Ms. Park, I believe Mr. Gecko, and even the hearing examiner related to interconnection issues. You recall that?
I do.
For example, the addition of distribution batteries, can that solve the interconnection issue in of itself without grid modernization?
Not in its whole, not in its entirety, no.
Can you explain why not?
Yeah, so one of the investments necessary that we put in there is the distribution planning. So as we are able to perform real planning analysis that have locational hosting, now we can determine where we can integrate on the distribution feeder. The other part of this is the distribution energy resource management platform. So the ability to actually manage the charging and discharging of our feeders. So there's kind of intersections between those.
And you had a discussion with the hearing examiner about how AMI informs the distribution projects that you have brought forth in this application. And do you recall yesterday you had some discussions, I'm not sure, I can't recall specifically with who, about how the AMI will light up the network such for your distribution planning. Do you recall those conversations?
I recall that phrase, yes.
Okay. Can you explain what you mean in terms of when you say that AMI will light up the distribution system such that from a distribution planning perspective, can you explain why AMI is necessary from a visibility perspective for your role as a distribution planner.
Yep. And I'll speak to it very specific to like feeders that even have high saturation of solar. So as we actually, one of the things that AMI will provide is actually voltage measurements at customer locations. And when I say light up, we will have voltage measurements at each one of those customer locations. That information is one piece to inform our distribution planning. We also use load profiles. And today, what you do is you use a traditional load profile. Load profiles are adjusting as customer uses adjust, and AMI programs will cause adjustments to customer consumption and their load profile. The other piece of that is we'll know like the solar and load. So people that have rooftop solar on their home will be able to determine what their load profile looks like. Those models will be more accurate and inform more accurate distribution modeling program or hosting capacity.
Could the delay in following up on the same question based on your discussion with the hearing examiner, could the delay in AMI rollout then delay benefits that you would capture from distribution automation?
They could, because if we don't have the AMI, then we would be trying to do models without the full data on the distribution feeder.
That's all my redirect, hearing examiner. Thank you for giving me that time.
Sure. We need to take a break. Our court reporter's been at it for an hour and 40 minutes. Mr. Gedko, did you want to move into the GridWorks? Is that what this is about?
That's why I put my hand up. If the witness was going to be dismissed, you would ask me to remind you.
Yeah, I understand. So let's just do that very quickly. What is that exhibit number, Mr. Gedko?
I emailed to all the parties. I used the same email list that Mr. Buffington used for the bench request, and it is labeled as OAG exhibit number 7. My understanding and our review is all that changed was the front picture on that.
Okay, is there any objections to the admission of OAG number 7?
No, hearing examiner.
OAG number 7 will be admitted.
Thank you,
All right,
everyone.
let's take our break. We'll be back in, it's 10:40 now. We'll go for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 10:55. I should have probably said to Ms. Padilla, I assume Mr. Warner is gone. We don't require him. I should
Well,
have thanked.
yes, Mr. Higgs,
should-
we were going to make sure that he was excused or dismissed.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't do that when if anyone wanted to ask any questions, there was no one had indicated as such. So, Mr. Gedko chimed in with the last introduction of the document, and that was all I think we needed Mr. Warner for. So I did want to thank him though for his time. Appreciate him coming and fielding a lot of, good questions. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. So Mr. Warner is dismissed.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Mr. Examiner, I had a quick bookkeeping matter I wanted to ask you about while we're off the
Sure.
record. ABCWA does have an additional exhibit we would like to upload to the Dropbox. It was
Okay.
a discovery response served yesterday evening, so we did not have it until yesterday, but it has already been served by P&M on all the parties, and I could either email it to everyone similar to the way Mr. Gedko provided, or upload it, however you would prefer.
Yeah, I think it's better just to email and of course include Mr. Lee and be clear about, this is, whatever exhibit, because if we put it into Dropbox, as I said earlier, and Mr. Welliger pointed this out, it's really pain to have to download everything, and you can't kind of segregate what's new versus what was already there. So I think it's better to just share that stuff via email.
Okay, and just to clarify, you said include Mr. Lee. Anyone else besides everybody here?
No, just the service, the official service list plus Mr. Lee.
Okay, thank you.
And if you required use of it, I mean, if one of the commissioners wanted to look at something, or if you had, we can share screen, or, there's a lot of ways to get people stuff.
Okay, we've got time to deal with this. It's not going to come up until Mr. Savage is on the stand.
Okay.
Ready when you are, Judge.
Sure, let's go back on the record. It's 10:55 or 10:56 actually. So our break is concluded, and I believe Ms. Padilla, I'm seeing there Ms. Rowe. Terrific.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Rowe, P&M calls its next witness, Julie Rowe.
And Mr. Lee, if you could swear Ms. Rowe in.
Ms. Rowe, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter nothing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Rowe. Could you please state your name for the record?
Julie Rowe.
Okay. And what is your position at P&M?
I'm Vice President and Chief Customer Officer.
And do you have what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 9, P&M Exhibit 8 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that for us, please?
Direct testimony of Julie Rowe.
And was that prepared? Is that dated October 3rd, 2022?
That is correct.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And has it been redacted pursuant to the hearing examiner's March 14th, 2023 order?
Yes, yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to it at this time?
No, I do not.
And is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And P&M moves admission of P&M Exhibit 8.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 8 submitted.
And Ms. Roy, do you have what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 9 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that for us, please?
Supplemental testimony of Julie Rowe dated March 8th, 2023.
All right. And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to it at this time?
No, I do not.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. P&M moves admission of P&M Exhibit 9.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. P&M makes Ms. Rowe available for cross-examination.
Commissioners O'Connell or Ellison, would you care to ask Ms. Rowe any questions?
I don't have any questions.
I do have just a few questions.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Rowe. Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to ask some about, I guess it was the May 2022 customer survey that you did. About how many respondents did you have on that survey?
I will have to pull that up.
That's okay. It's not critical right now. I recall, and well, let me ask a question.
I do have the respondents if you'd still like them. But
Sure. Yes, please.
We had a total of for residential respondents, 741. Of those, 539 completed it. Amongst our business customers, we had 421 who started and 275 who completed it.
Ms. Roy, for the record, could you state where that information you were just reading was?
That is in P&M Exhibit JAR 4, page 4.
Thank you.
And isn't it true that when you asked what people were looking for from grid modernization, that reliability and quality of service and increased ability to protect or prevent and detect cyber attacks were really the top two items?
Those were I believe, the top 3 items, yes.
Oh, okay. So I guess the
Well, I'm separating.
Which
yes,
would be separate then?
Yeah, I'm saying reliability was one, cybersecurity and prevention of cyber attacks and so forth. The other one, yes, you're right, too. Another one was greenhouse gas reduction.
Okay. And when they stated reliability was something important to them for grid mod, did you let them know that would come at a cost, that increased reliability generally comes at some cost?
Yes, we did. It was a separate question.
I see. How was that question phrased?
I would have to find the specific question, but I can paraphrase. Would you be willing to spend a certain amount for this? We did not have actual costs at the time, and this wasn't actually to do a cost analysis or a cost study. Would very much have to be a cost-based study that was just about cost, but we did ask if it did come at a cost.
And did you say that you had some specific numbers in there, like how much extra per month it would cost?
No, we did not, because we did not at that point have the actual costs. We did ask specifically about cost to opt out, should customers choose to opt out of the AMI meter.
wouldn't maybe a more meaningful question be, how much are you willing to pay for additional reliability? Or would you be willing to pay $5 a month extra for outage durations that are 10 minutes less?
Yes, I think that would be meaningful. Again, we did not have the actual costs to be able to determine that. We didn't, I would propose that type of survey be specifically a cost-based survey. This was a very broad survey to determine potential customer perceived benefits and concerns.
I see. And when respondents said they wanted better cybersecurity, was that one of a list of options for them to choose from, or was that something that they just volunteered based on an open-ended question?
It was amongst a list.
So a sort of a multiple choice type of
Correct.
question.
So we could understand the relative importance of each of the features.
I see. And when they said that they were interested in more cybersecurity as an outcome of grid modernization, did you let them know that the reason cybersecurity is required with grid modernization is because you're introducing a new vulnerability, that when you put in advanced meters, you're introducing a vulnerability that wasn't there previously?
We didn't state it exactly in that fashion. We did talk about protecting customer data and information.
Okay. Could you talk a little more about the focus groups? What were they designed to do?
We conducted the focus groups just after the quantitative survey that we've just discussed. And we wanted to delve deeper into the benefits and the concerns with customers to get more verbatim information at a more qualitative level. So just to delve in further to those subjects.
I see. And how many residential customers participated in those focus groups?
We had 4 participants. And, I'm sorry, we had 8 participants.
8 participants. Total. Okay.
And then we had 3 business participants in the business focus groups.
I see. In your view, was that a sufficient sample size to draw conclusions from?
The qualitative research or the focus groups were not meant to be a scientific representative sample. That was the quantitative survey. This was, again, to delve a little bit deeper into information in a more qualitative way.
Okay, great. I understand. Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We would now go to Mr. Gedko and the Mexico Attorney General. You've requested 25 minutes with Ms. Rowe.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Rowe.
Good morning, Mr. Gedko.
Commissioner Ellison has touched on some of the issues that are in my questions, but I'll still start from the top and try to avoid duplication. So starting with your attached PNM exhibit JAR2, which was one of the first surveys that you conducted, in my understanding.
That is correct.
That was specifically on smart meters, correct?
Correct.
And that was prepared I marked it as the week of July 1st, 2019. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm pulling it up now. That is correct. Well, yeah, July 1st, 2019.
On page 4, it states that the response rate was 5% and the completion rate was 60.3%. Just to understand what that means, am I correct that this means that 5% of respondents at least started the survey, and 60.3% of that 5% completed it?
I believe so. That's subject to check. I would have to check with the researcher, but we could have made it clearer we did with the other survey, how many started and how many completed. I'm not quite sure if the completion rate refers to the overall 5% response rate, or if the 5% response rate is the 60.3% completion rate.
Okay, maybe we've over confused it because I don't see how. We don't need to. 5% started it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And of individuals that started the survey, if it's a completion rate, 60.3% of people that started the survey completed the survey.
I think that's fair.
Okay. And then what we see there is it's indicated that enough residential customers responded to make the survey statistically valid, but unfortunately that was not the case for commercial customers, correct?
That is correct.
And then just interpreting on page 10 of that survey, it states customer insights, unaided awareness as the title.
Right.
Does this mean that this part of the survey looked at what customers already knew about smart meters without being prompted?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then you did a section with more targeted questions, the aided awareness, and that's where the customers are prompted. Is that correct? With certain information that you provide to them?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and so then if we turn to page 17, now we're into the greatest attributes that the customers were then asked to rank in this prompted manner. And am I correct? Receiving alerts about outages was ranked number 1 by the greatest number of customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And enrolling in a prepay program was actually ranked last among these attributes. Is that correct?
Yes, but it was still nearly 50% of customers.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had in that survey, but I wanted to move along to JAR 3.
Okay.
Which, for everybody else, they're labeled PNM Exhibit JAR 3, JAR 4, but not to be confused with what was uploaded as official hearing exhibits. They're exhibits that are attached to the direct testimony of Ms. Rowe. And so JAR 3 is the message testing report prepared in October 2021 and presented to the board in November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And looking at page 3, the company tested 4 messages. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I'm just getting to that page, but yes.
Let me slow down.
Yes. 4 messages.
Okay. And then if we turn over to page 5, what we see there are strategic recommendations, and they're separated into pre-regulatory approval messaging and post-regulatory approval messaging. Is that correct? Sorry, just
That is correct.
wanted to avoid a compound question. Can you tell me, why did PNM conclude that it was necessary to use one message prior to approval and a second message after approval?
Well, both of those messages were perceived highly. So in making it as simple and as intuitive to the customer, we felt both messages were important to get out, but didn't want to confuse the customer. So we've determined that perhaps a two-phased approach would be important, to start with the first and then evolve to the second.
Okay, so if both were considered to be highly important and you felt like they should go out to the customers, how did you make the decision to use one message before approval and use the other message after approval?
The message, the pre-regulatory message, and I might add that the messaging that we've done to date, pre-approval, is largely through the stakeholder forums and the stakeholder engagement that we've done. So we haven't conducted a great deal of messaging to this point to the broader customer audience outside of those forums. And that was, at that time, the most important, the message that resonated the highest with the audience. However, the post-regulatory approval messaging was also highly ranked amongst the customer. And we feel that more strongly represents the actuality and the benefit and the promise of the program to the customers.
Okay. And the message for prior to regulatory approval is that initial messaging should focus on what could happen without PNM grid modernization, correct?
It doesn't explicitly state that, but that could be an inference, I suppose. This was timing of this message testing was just after the Texas winter crisis. So that was very top of mind amongst consumers. And that may have influenced response.
Okay, and just for clarity, and it's a little bit of a sidestep, but what I see on page 5, if I can point you there, is at the end of the last bullet, it says initial messaging should focus on what could happen without PNM grid modernization.
Yes, more on the risk.
Okay, thank you. Has PNM tried to maintain that message during this proceeding?
We have not discussed messaging for the proceeding. We've, as I think we've demonstrated, been more fact-based on, the questions and the program itself.
Okay. All right, that was helpful. I want to turn to JAR4 now. And this is where I'll try not to repeat the question of Commissioner Ellison.
Okay.
Just for clarity's sake, this is now a May 2022 2 survey and focus group reporting, correct?
This is correct.
And the title of the survey has been changed from smart meters to PNM grid modernization now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Commissioner Ellison asked about certain numbers, but my questions were more in the percentage base. So the participation rates are shown on page 4 of this survey. And is it correct that 4% of residential customers that received the survey responded and 2% of business customers responded?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then we have the completion rate again, 73% of residential customers completed the survey and 65% of business customers. Correct?
Correct.
When you count certain answers in your results, what percentage completion rate is typically necessary to consider the result of a survey?
The completion rate refers to the number, and that correlates to a statistical confidence level. So, for instance, for the residential response rate, that 4% response rate correlates to a 99% statistical validity, and the 2% response rate corresponds to a 95% statistical validity.
And if an individual customer completes, 1 out of 10 questions, do you count that one answer into the results, or is the entire survey from that individual just not included in the results?
Yeah, if they do not, they are, the way the survey questionnaire works, to count as a complete, they have to respond to each of the questions.
Okay.
That would be counted as an incomplete.
And then no results from an incomplete survey are included in the results. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then if we go to page 11, and Commissioner Ellison already focused on this, but I noticed there was one misstatement. It's really minor, but the top 3 benefits of grid modernization are listed actually as prevent cyber security attacks, minimize outages, and improve reliability. And that doesn't include the greenhouse gases that we referred to earlier, correct?
That is correct.
And then if we go to page 12, we're now talking about concerns.
Yes.
As opposed to on page 11, you were talking about importance of benefits, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So when we look at page 12 and we talk about concerns, the primary concern of residential customers was that grid modernization efforts would increase their bills. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe 67% shared that concern, as some would agree or strongly agree.
Did you ever ask about the importance of costs?
You mean the relative importance versus the concern?
Yeah, because I think about situations where, like, I can understand that it's important that my lights are on, but I'm not concerned that my lights are going to turn off.
Right. I think I understand your meaning. We didn't, I don't believe we specifically asked, and how important is this to you?
So there's a statement on page 3 of your supplemental testimony where you're talking about these results. And you say, this means, this is starting on line 2. You say, this means that the benefits of grid modernization all had relatively higher importance to PNM's customers than did the perceived concerns, including costs. So
well, they were, sorry.
In that sentence, had relatively higher importance than costs. How do we know the importance of costs if you didn't ask about the importance of costs?
We asked about the importance of we asked about the level of concern, and then we asked about, in the same manner, the benefit. The benefits were ranked statistically higher than the concern of cost, and much, much higher than the other concerns.
Okay, but it sounds like questions were asked with respect to what's important, and questions were asked with respect to concern, and they may have been different questions. Is that correct?
Well, the questions were asked of what are the benefits, your perception of the benefits, and what are your perception of, and what concerns do you have?
Okay. And in your experience, are concerns with respect to cost affected by the amount of cost that people face?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for walking through these surveys with me. I appreciate it very much.
Of course.
We'll go to Mr. Bruno. You've requested 5 minutes with Ms. Rowe.
Thank you. Ms. Rowe, so what fraction of consumers you think understand what AMI is?
Well, we asked that in the surveys, and unaided, I'd have to look at the numbers, but it's relatively low without being it described to them.
And customers received a notice last year about these hearings, is that correct?
Subject to check, I believe so. I don't have that information in front of me. I believe that I understand that to be a requirement, so.
PNM used to have information on its website about what smart meters and AMI were. Are you aware of that?
I started in 2018, so I am not specifically aware of what we had prior to that on the website.
I think I'd like to share a screen if I can find the right window. Got too many windows, I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. What? It's gone.
Dr. Bruno, is this one of your exhibits?
I did not put this as an exhibit, no.
Okay, well, we can certainly look at it and see if
Okay,
see what we see.
here it is. This is just P&M's website as it was archived by the Internet Archive. And there was a site called pnm.com/AMI. What is smart meter infrastructure? And it gives some information about costs.
Okay.
And
Mr.
then if we
Bruno,
go to the,
yes,
Go ahead, Ms. Padilla. Wait,
would
stop, Mr. Bruno. Yeah, Ms. Padilla.
I would object at this point. Ms. Rowe just stated that she was not aware of anything on P&M's website previously about smart meters. So
Okay.
there's no foundation for this. Any questions on this website to Ms. Rowe?
Mr. Bruno?
well, she doesn't know it, so I thought she might be interested.
Well, I mean, the way one would establish that is by admitting the evidence and then saying something to the effect in briefing that Ms. Rowe is unfamiliar with these things and that has legal significance because of, X, Y, or Z, right? So the witness doesn't have to be instructed at this time. That's not our purpose here.
Well, I'm just wondering why this information was removed from the website. I guess she doesn't know.
No, she can't. That's what she said. She doesn't.
All right, I want to turn to Bruno exhibit number no. Oh, exhibit 32.
Mr. Bruno, can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, sorry about that.
This is Bruno exhibit 32?
Correct.
Yes.
This was a filing in a case in California where they analyzed a pilot study of time of use rates and found that people, basically everybody's rate went up.
Mr.
Well,
Dr. Bruno,
90% of people's rates went up.
Yeah,
I need
Ms.
to
Padilla.
object at this point. Lack of foundation.
So,
All right. Go
Ms.
ahead, Mr.
Rowe,
Bruno.
you agree that one of the top priorities of customers was that their rate not go up, right? Their monthly
Sorry,
bill.
Mr. Bruno, stop. So Ms. Padilla objected to the foundation you've laid. Why don't you start by telling us what this document is?
That's what she objected to.
Well, still, you can make an offer of proof to tell us what are we looking at. I've never seen this exhibit before. So tell us, what is this?
All right, this was a filing. It's an analysis done by a group in California of, it includes an analysis of a pilot program of time of use rates that was done in California.
Okay, and then where did this document come from? It feels like it's USAID. I'm just looking at the bottom right.
Bottom right.
On page 2. So do you not know where this document came from, Mr. Bruno?
I'm not sure where I got it anymore. Page 2.
Is this the document entitled "Opening Brief of the Utility Reform Network Concerning
Yes.
Compliance with Section"?
Okay, I might be looking at the wrong one. That was P&M
32.
32.
Bruno 32.
Okay.
So I'm assuming it's authentic document that was filed in California, and I don't know if I got it off the California website. I should have made a note of that.
Okay, and what is the, right, and so what is the purpose of this document?
Well, it just shows that time of use rates don't necessarily allow customers to lower their bills. Often, and more often, people's bills go up when you try
Okay.
to.
Yeah, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I mean, I recognize that perhaps Dr. Bruno is trying to lay foundation, but he's also testifying, so that's improper. I would, if he wants to ask Ms. Rowe if she, has seen this document and can testify about it, I'd be happy to allow that.
Yeah, that's fine. So, Mr. Bruno, what do you want to ask? It's a question you're asking Ms. Rowe. Are you aware that there are documents out there that show that AMI does not decrease rates, it increases them?
Okay. Ms. Rowe, are you aware that it's controversial as to whether time of use rates could actually lower people's bills?
Yes, it is completely dependent on customers' behavior. AMI itself does not introduce time of use rates. Time of use rates are enabled by the AMI technology.
But do people actually change their behavior when they're confronted with time of use rates?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I don't. This wasn't part of my testimony, so I don't have specific data that I can point to here in the record, but I am familiar with research that does strongly indicate that customers do change their behavior with price signals.
So, Mr. Bruno, was it your intention to admit this document as proof that, in fact, time of use rates do not cause price reductions in rates?
They don't cause a big enough change in behavior to allow rates to not go up.
And
Mr. Hearing
yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner, again, Dr. Bruno is testifying, and we do object to the admission of this exhibit. Ms. Rowe, Dr. Bruno did not lay adequate foundation for any questioning of Ms. Rowe on this document.
Well, I mean, Mr. Bruno and company are. I'll admit this document. What significance it has is, who knows? Frankly, I mean, I think Mr. Bruno is alleged that there are statements in here. If in briefing he wants to point to them and show that, in fact, there's no basis for P&M to do AMI because they're not going to result in time of use rates. I mean, there's abundant evidence to the opposite that's already admitted into the record. So here's his opportunity to establish the opposite.
May I say something else on this though?
Sure.
His question to Ms. Rowe was not specifically about this document. It was a general question, so I allowed it and did not object. But as to this document itself, Ms. Rowe, well, he hasn't even asked whether she is familiar with this or not.
Okay. So did you want to ask Ms. Rowe if she's familiar with the document, Mr. Bruno?
Are you familiar with this document, Ms. Rowe?
No, I'm not.
All right, so he's offering it as evidence now to basically establish the time of use rates don't cause reduction in utility costs. So, I mean, we're just going to admit this document and move on. Mr. Bruno, you're out of time.
Is this Exhibit 32?
Bruno, Exhibit 32.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Borman, you requested 10 minutes with Ms. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Staff has no questions for Ms. Rowe.
Ms. Rowe, Mr. Warner directed me to ask you the question. He acknowledged in our discussion that P&M's model as a utility is fundamentally changing given technological developments and legal requirements associated with renewable energy, RPS requirements. And the question I asked him is, how has P&M prepared its customers to understand that they will play an active role in zero emissions grid? And I guess I'd like for you to answer that question. How is P&M preparing its customers to understand that they are going to be participants in reaching zero emissions power generation?
I outline in one of my exhibits our customer education and communication plan. And I will briefly summarize what that is. But the plan is to have a robust education and communication plan prior, during, and after the AMI deployment that can provide direct roadmap and information to customers about how they can best engage with the information that is provided by the technology, how they can benefit in terms of lowering their electric bill, managing their energy usage, and so forth. So that is, the plan is probably 3 months prior to rolling out or deploying the AMI meters, we will start this communication and education effort.
How long do you think it will take to get consumers onto that sort of wavelength, for lack of a better word?
That is the reason the communication plan is very robust. It does take time and repetition because, as we saw in the surveys, customers aren't overly familiar with the technology. So it really is incumbent upon us to help to educate them and provide them strong guidance about what is available to them. Also, information about if they choose to opt out, how they can opt out, when they can opt out, the cost of opting out. And then once the programs are available to them, that Mr. Cervantes will talk about the energy management platform, how they can enroll in that and what kind of information they will receive on that. And then we will continue to engage customers in these programs.
Is there any, I mean, are you aware of any studies or other evidence that indicates that consumers understand what the future of renewable energy, and I'll limit that to New Mexico and perhaps your customers specifically, so to not ask you to address something that's like a giant question. But what evidence do you have, if any, about, I mean, how customers are going to participate? I guess I'm asking the same question again. I just don't know that I have an answer in this case that PNM has laid the groundwork with its customers to sufficiently apprise them that they are in fact active participants in our renewable energy future. I mean, how do you dispel my doubts about that?
Well, that is the stated objective of our education and communication plan, to make it clear to customers that they are active participants and how they can participate and the tools that will be available to them. And one of the metrics we deem as for success is the degree to which consumers actually engage in those tools that we will be providing to them. They haven't, up until now, they have not had these tools.
Yes, I agree. I mean, in some ways, it's a fundamental rethinking of what a customer is. I mean, is that a fair assertion?
I think that is absolutely fair. That is an accurate statement.
And so do you think, I mean, based on the documents that you've supplied and your work in this case, do PNM's customers understand that if distributed resources are sort of part of the renewable energy future, that this all comes at a cost, and then the variety of legislation passed, in fact, put a cost on them? Do you think customers understand that, or where do you think their mind is on those subjects?
I can't speak to that directly because the question that you're asking, I think, talks about cost, and do they understand the cost burden or the cost aspect of what these programs and the transition will mean. And We didn't ask specifically about the cost, other than, are you concerned about cost, which we've discussed.
Yeah, we get lots and lots of complaints in here about costs. And we've been in varying division director meetings at the commission about, the number of calls that are received by the consumer relation divisions about the increasing costs. And I guess I just want to, it's on some ways it feels unfair to say to PNM, well, there's costs and we're trying to mitigate consumer costs. And I understand that. And you've had discussions here about how customers receive this evidence, all these proposals and what is their concern about costs. But the legislation sort of set into motion a series of steps that you have to take. And so I wonder, as you're communicating with customers, are they fully aware of the obligations PNM labors under, and how that is in fact there are going to be costs?
That will be an element of our communication and education plan. We haven't had anything approved to this point, but that is exactly what is our responsibility as part of our communication and education plan post approval.
But okay, well, the Renewable Energy Act and the RPS standards have existed for some time now, and we're in 2025 we go to a large jump. I've presided over several Renewable Energy Act cases where PNM is, actively demonstrating how it's complying and what the cost will be with compliance. And I guess I'm just wondering, why hasn't PNM already been telling its customers, look, there are costs coming for the company to comply with the varying legal requirements that exist?
I cannot speak to that. I know, I think the question you're asking is more about generation and our generation mix. And that is not a part of this case.
Well, distributed energy, we've just heard from, I'm not going to I won't bicker on the point, but I guess my question is, do you feel that it's really, should PNM be doing more to explain to its customers what's coming? Do you feel like PNM is doing an adequate amount? You're the person representing this stuff. Has enough been done?
Yes, I believe so, especially to your point on the ETA and the transition of our portfolio. We have communicated a great deal about that and the cost ramifications. We have not yet communicated about the cost ramifications, which I might add are somewhat minimal as a result of the grid modernization technology, which is of course different than the generation transition of our generation resources.
Is it your conclusion that PNM's customers, as far as you're aware and the evidence you're presenting today, are just willing to accept these costs?
No, that is not my conclusion.
Okay, so what are your conclusions about PNM's customers and their perspective about costs and those needed for grid mod, and then more broadly, grid mod's integration with the renewable energy future?
Well, as the surveys demonstrate, customers are highly interested in the benefits that grid modernization will bring, and they're highly supportive of that.
Just to recap those benefits, as far as you're aware, what are the top benefits? Just to name the top three.
Reliability is number one, I believe. Cybersecurity, I don't want to misspeak because cybersecurity, reliability, and to your point, distributed generation enablement.
Yeah. But I just had to ask the question though. Isn't it true? You can disagree with me. It's absolutely fine if you wish. Customers care most about costs.
Yes, they do. They're very cost sensitive.
I mean, I can tell you as a utility customer myself. I mean, that's the first thing I think about when I see my bill. How much do I have to pay? Right? It's not an unreasonable assumption.
That is correct.
So I mean, why? I mean, because as I read the literature, I mean, about grid mod and its benefits, it's about load shifting and peak generation reductions, and that then saves costs, and then customers can, adjust their behavior to reduce their bills. I mean, I think this is Ms. Crane's point, and I guess I want to have a response from you. I mean, it's just like, this is like the Bill Clinton. It's the economy, stupid, right? It's costs. It's all costs. Is that wrong?
That is not. No, I don't believe that is wrong. I think what needs to be noted is the ability to actually achieve cost savings on the household, on the consumer level, is significant with this technology, because of the information that it's providing to customers that they did not have before. In today's environment, with our technology, is a customer gets a bill 30 days after they've actually used the commodity, the product, and they have no ability to have an influence over what they've already incurred. With this technology, they will be able to see how they're using it on a daily, hourly, and sub-hourly basis. They will get cost alerts.
Good.
Saying
That's
you're,
good. Let me just interject. I understand where you're going with that. Do you have evidence which indicates to PNM how many of its, so I can tell you how many of it, and I'll just say it, how many of its customers are likely to take those actions? I mean, my wife and I are an example of people, we're sort of cost crazy. We're over the top. But I know there's also customers who probably don't really care all that much. And, $5 or $10 is whatever. So do you have evidence which indicates how much customer behavior is likely to change as a consequence? I mean, do you know how many customers are going to actually act once this information is available to them?
I would have to look at the industry research on that. These programs have been available, so I'm quite sure that information is available. That is part of our communication and education plan to ensure that customers are aware of these programs and that we increase adoption and awareness and adoption of the programs. And in the plan, we will be surveying customers throughout the course of the program to optimize customers' ability to save as a result of the new programs.
In this case, did you supply any evidence talking about sort of averages and how PNM can anticipate that, that PNM will fall within averages in terms of responsive customer behavior?
We did not do predictive analysis.
Okay. Do you agree that that's an important, from the customer reaction side of things, which really is ultimately kind of everything with grid mod in some ways, and I don't want to overstate that, but it's a significant component is what behavior it induces. Do you agree that that's important information?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Okay, so and why wasn't it submitted then?
We have no baseline. Our methodology is to get a baseline of customer behavior. What was submitted is a very robust communication effort, an education effort, and programs to enable that. And then we will study the behavior and the shifts and engagement based on actual customer behavior, not predictive.
And is there evidence that talking about in this case anywhere in the record comparable utilities of size and scale who've rolled this stuff out and how those customers have reacted?
We did not submit that evidence. I'm quite sure it exists.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate it. Any redirect or Ms. Padilla?
Yes, Mr. Herring.
Well, before that, I'm sorry, Ms. Padilla, the Commissioner O'Connell or Ellison, any questions for Ms. Rowe?
Questions from me, thank you.
Good, and I'll take Commissioner Ellison's silence as no questions too. He's probably multitasking. So go ahead, Ms. Padilla with redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. Rowe, I wanted to ask you some questions following up on Commissioner Ellison's questions about cybersecurity. Just kind of to clarify the survey information that you received about cybersecurity. If you could look on page, it's your PNM Exhibit JAR2, page 15.
Yes, I have that.
And Commissioner Ellison's question about cybersecurity, I believe, was more oriented towards the perceptions of individual customers' security with AMI. Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes.
But when you actually surveyed customers, I think the angle that you were going for in your questioning of customers was about cybersecurity of PNM's grid, correct?
Of its system, yes, correct.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you broke up. I'm sorry, ma'am, you broke up. Or security of?
Security of PNM's grid.
Your answer, ma'am?
Yes, it was security of the grid or the system, yes.
And on page 15 of JAR4, 82% of customers surveyed told you that withstanding weather and cyber attacks was important, correct?
Correct.
And then if you could go to PNM Exhibit JAR4, which was the more recent customer survey. And I would go to page 11 of that.
Yes.
There, that reflects that 92% of your residential customers and 89% of business customers felt that preventing cybersecurity attacks was important benefit.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you broke up again.
I apologize.
Felt that preventing cybersecurity
was extremely, either very or extremely important.
Yes, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me do that again. So on page 11 of JAR4, the importance, preventing cybersecurity attacks was ranked as either very or extremely important by 89% of business customers and 92% of residential customers, correct?
That is correct.
And again, that question was about cybersecurity attacks on PNM's grid generally, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I also wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the hearing examiner's questions about perceptions of customers, understanding their role in helping achieve state policy goals. Do you remember the hearing examiner asking you about that?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the PNM's Renewable Portfolio Standard Plan?
Yes, I am.
That is based on the state law, the Renewable Energy Act, correct, that requires utilities to meet ever increasing levels of renewable generation, correct?
Correct.
And the PNM residential customer bill includes a rider to recover renewable costs, correct?
Correct.
The energy efficiency, are you familiar with the state's Efficient Use of Energy Act?
Yes, I am.
And PNM has had for a long time a set of customer programs designed to achieve the state's energy efficiency and demand response goals, correct?
Correct.
And customer bills also contain a separate rider to collect cost of meeting energy efficiency requirements, correct?
This is correct.
Do you think that those messages on customer bills and the riders convey information to customers about?
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on, but you're breaking up again. Can you ask the question again?
Certainly. Do you think the inclusion of those riders on customer bills, the RPS rider and the energy efficiency rider, convey useful information to customers about their role in helping achieve state policy goals?
They contain cost information and factual information. I don't know that you mean they being the riders themselves or the customers?
The riders themselves, the riders and the amounts of those
Yes.
costs.
When you said they, I thought you were referring to the customers. No, yes, the riders, the information is informative about what the riders consist of.
And PNM is proposing a grid modernization rider in this case, correct?
Correct. So they will get.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Rowe.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm so they will get a similarly worded statement on their bill with the grid modernization rider.
That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Very good. I'm inclined to just move on because we have much to achieve. So, Ms. Rowe, thank you very much for appearing today. You're excused. Yeah.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do have one housekeeping matter. When my colleague, Ms. Terwilliger, was on earlier with Mr. Warner, she discussed PNM Exhibit 41 with him. That's our response to your second bench request yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And she did not seek to admit that exhibit, so I would like to do that now.
Yes, please, let's do that.
Okay.
So-
PNM moves, yes.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit 41.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 41 is admitted. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rowe, for attending today. Have a
Thank
good
you, Mr.
afternoon.
Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon
welcome.
to you.
All right, so why don't we break for our lunch? We'll come back, and I believe our next witness is, who did we have? We switched the two. Is it Hawkins next, Ms. Padilla?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Mr. Hawkins will be on next for PNM.
Perfect, thank you. We'll see everybody at 1.
Again, that question was about
Judge,
Yeah, David.
what is Commissioner Ellison's first name?
James.
Thank you.
I gotta hand it to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't know how you can handle this kind of screen time every day, all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Once you've done, like, this is like, they make these movies about like lawyers or whatever, and it's really dramatic, you know, and there's like action. And the reality is it's just sitting at a chair in front of a computer for 14 hours a day.
We're happy to try to spice things up this afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You know, I'll do jumping jacks. No, I don't mind it. I mean, you know, there's a certain, like, people got lost in books back in the day and whatever. Now it's just an electronic thing.
I wish we had the outside of the courtroom interaction though, because of the adversarial nature of the process. And I recall you, Mr. Ryan, speaking about a Berkeley professor that you were reading, and with respect to the energies that are exchanged between individuals and how that alters the dynamic. And it's both inside and outside for us to ask, you know, I don't get a chance to ask Leslie how her family's doing because the screen just shuts off.
Right. But it's true. It impersonalizes everything.
You know, and since people really don't call each other anymore in general, that's another that kind of contributes to it. Or I'll give you a call.
Well, I'll say that some of us still get lost in books.
When you're ready, Judge.
Yeah, great. So it's 1 o'clock or 12:59. I believe we have all the necessary parties here. There was one matter, so we'll go back on the record, Mr. Lee. Okay, you know, Ms. Padilla, as I was reflecting further over the break, you know, Mr. Warner and I had a discussion during his questioning or my examination of him about OBW Exhibit 3 to his direct testimony. And the question I asked him was, you know, how fast are you all gearing up to have more employees and to be prepared to roll out this, you know, this enormous change in the utility function? And he pointed me to the numbers relating to employees at the back, which is of page 2 of OBW 3 attached to his direct testimony. And I was thinking about it over the break, and I just thought, like, how many employees does that mean that they're going to have? And actually, I don't think that's in there. And I couldn't find it anywhere. And I went through Mr. Sanders' stuff, and I went through a bunch of different. So he tells us a number, but he doesn't say, as far as distribution planning, how many new employees P&M is going to bring in. So that's what I'd like to know.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could we interpret that as a bench request then to you?
Please.
Or is that
yeah,
something
exactly.
that, okay.
No, that's it. And if he can just give, you know, just basic supplemental testimony, you know, I pointed to this in the hearing, and here's how many people we have, and, you know, that kind of thing. It should be pretty straightforward.
Okay. And as to the scope of Mr. Warner's role here at PNM, specifically distribution planning?
Yeah, I mean, he pointed me, I asked him, you know, in your group, for instance, how many folks are you going to have? And he said, well, here, come look at OBW3, and here's some numbers about our employees. And then I just went back and reread his testimony, and it says, in addition to the capital clearings, PNM anticipates spending approximately $3.7 million for O&M.
All right, in addition to the capital clear.
In addition to the capital clearings, PNM anticipates spending approximately 3.7 million for operations and maintenance costs for distribution, planning, and engineering of the 6-year plan. Those costs include software licenses and new employee expenses. And that's all the detail we get there. So all I'm really asking is they're going to have new employee expenses, how many new employees, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Certainly, we will get that for you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Okay, that said, it's 1:02. We now have Mr. Jonathan Hawkins. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hawkins, how are you?
Yes.
How's it going?
Good. Mr. Lee, if you could swear our witness in.
Mr. Hawkins, if you'd please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not hitting to be the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Jonathan Hawkins.
And could you tell us what your position is at PNM?
Yes, I'm the Associate Director of Innovation and Communications.
Okay. And do you have your direct testimony? It's been marked as PNM Exhibit 10.
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that for us?
Yeah, it's the direct testimony of Jonathan C. Hawkins given on October 3rd, 2022.
All right. And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And has that been redacted pursuant to the hearing examiner's March 14th, 2023 order?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to it at this time?
No, I do not.
And is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
All right. PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit number 10.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 10 is admitted.
Okay, let's move to your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Hawkins. Can you identify that for us, please? It's been marked as PNM Exhibit 11.
Yeah, so I have the rebuttal testimony of Jonathan C. Hawkins given on February 8th, 2023.
Okay, and was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to your rebuttal at this time?
No, I do not.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit 11.
Any objections? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 11 is admitted.
Okay. Let's move to your supplemental testimony, Mr. Hawkins. Can you identify that for us? That has been marked as PNM Exhibit 12.
Yes, I have a document supplemental testimony of Jonathan C. Hawkins, public version, March 8th, 2023.
And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to your supplemental testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit number 12. And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would also note for the record that we did provide a confidential version of this testimony for the people who have signed protective orders in this case.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. So I'm taping it. So is that supplemental testimony not being admitted into the record, the confidential version?
I would propose that we don't move that into the record right now unless there are particular questions on the confidential version. Then we'd have to actually discuss how to manage that in the course of this hearing, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I understand. No, I've read that rule. We'll just stick with Exhibit 12 for the moment. And are there any objections to PNM Exhibit 12? Okay, PNM Exhibit 12 is admitted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. With that, I make the witness available for cross-examination.
Commissioner Ellison or O'Connell?
No questions, thank you.
Hi, I would like to ask a few questions, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Hawkins. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
These meters that were selected from Itron, I believe, are new. Is that correct?
Yes, that's their 5th generation product, the Gen 5 Riva meter.
Has that particular model been deployed elsewhere?
Yes. I know that it has been deployed at Texas New Mexico Power, and I believe that's also the meter that El Paso Electric has selected as well. But I do not know the status of their deployment.
I see. And how long ago did that Generation 5 model come out?
I would be speculating at a date. I don't know exactly when that came out.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at is there a risk that, with technology that's, relatively untested in the field or has little time in the field, that, we could see a problem with defective meters?
I don't believe so, for a couple reasons. First of all, Itron's a pretty established vendor for meters in the industry and has been for quite a long time. And so this is really just building upon their previous revisions of this. So I think that really they're only getting better as opposed to backsliding or doing anything crazy like that. And then well, so I think that's the primary piece of that. And then secondly, I believe the meters do meet all the ANSI standards, and so it's a pretty rigorous test, and they've passed all those tests. It's an industry standard for any of these meters, and so I believe that there wouldn't be any safety concerns there because they have been tested and they have passed all those tests.
Okay. Does the company offer any guarantees against, if the meters were simply to malfunction or not function as designed? Would they replace faulty meters if a meter were to fail right away?
Yes. I mean, it's a tool that the utility uses, obviously for billing customers. These are actually, as we talk about, are going to provide a lot more other services and functionalities.
I'm sorry. I meant
replacing meters.
No, I meant Itron. I'm sorry. I meant if
the
meter
Itron
manufacturer were to, if the meters were to fail out of the box, essentially, or after a very short time, would Itron guarantee them and replace them?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. So the meters are going to have a 3-year warranty right out of the box. And so we would be able to monitor for the bathtub curve, the early failures.
Okay. Would it not be logical to start out with some sort of a pilot project, say, to take a neighborhood and to install these advanced meters in the neighborhood and, gather some data about how they're performing and what the benefits of them turn out to be?
I don't believe so. I believe it would be much more prudent to move along with the full deployment, and there's a few reasons for that as well. First of all, even on a small pilot, we would be buying the software systems and the communication systems, and so to kind of do a small area, I think would be putting a lot of cost out there in some of those support systems that need to go in no matter what. Second, then the question becomes what neighborhood, right? Because, one neighborhood in one part of town might have very different characteristics than a neighborhood in another part of town. who benefits the most from it from a customer perspective, because we want to flow those customer benefits to our customers. And so it just seems like there wouldn't be, and plus in the United States, there's over 120 million, AMI meters that are already installed. And I don't think what we would learn in a pilot program would be anything that we haven't learned with 120 million meters in the industry.
I see. With the meters that you've selected and the communication network that you've proposed, is there a certain number of meters, say on a feeder, that are required in order for the communications network to function? In other words, is there some maximum distance between the meters that would be allowed?
Pending a check on exactly what the range is. But what you do bring up though is that in a mesh networks, the individual nodes do provide each other with communications capabilities. So it'll jump from, say, a meter to a meter, or a meter to a collector, or whatever. And so the strength of the mesh network is the strength of it is a function of how many devices are within that area.
So you could not just put, say, randomly meters along a feeder and expect that communications network to function.
You may be able to, but it would really take an RF study to be able to really look and understand what propagation is there and various other factors within the communication network to understand whether the meter would get back home, for lack of a better term.
Okay, so there's no specific sort of maximum distance, but you just have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
You'd kind of have to do an engineering design or a communication system design to look at the RF propagation.
If the plan were to change, as one of the witnesses suggest, to an opt-in program for the advanced meters, could the communications network that you're planning on handle that?
Again, we would have to go back and redesign it and redesign it, maybe even with different equipment. So it would be very dependent upon what that looks like. However, an opt-in program also really wouldn't give you very much certainty as to, who's actually going to opt in. So it makes that initial design very, very difficult as well.
And would that be the case if the plan were to simply, for meters that needed to be retired because of age or because of operating condition, and replace those with advanced meters, you'd have the same issue, correct? With the
we could have this. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in on you there. Yes, we could have the same issue, and this is why I think in the TOU pilot or TOD pilot, time of day pilot, and the whole home EV project that we went with cellular meters is because we have no certainty of
time of day pilot and the home.
The whole home EV or the home EV rate, whole home EV rate. In those programs, we had to go with a cellular meter because we didn't have any certainty of who would be opting into those programs. And so we literally had to go with a different communication technology.
And so it's possible if, you had some different rollout of the advanced meters where, you didn't know exactly where they would be placed. It's possible to come up with a communications design for that, but it would just be different than what you're proposing now.
It would be different from a technical perspective. Maybe it would be cellular. Cellular meters typically come at a higher cost. and also because we wouldn't understand who would be opting into the programs or opting into the meters. It would also change the economics of the number of meters that we would be purchasing. So obviously, just economies of scale will get you a lower price. We went in on this at 580,000 meters, is what the quote said. And so if we were to be looking at a different number of meters, it could change the economics even on the per meter costs.
Could you please describe the communications options that were evaluated?
So we were looking we were looking at a mesh technology, and it's based on an IEEE standard 802.15 4G. And so we wanted to make sure that it was standards based. So that way, as we were looking into the future, as long as we were buying meters that met that standard, that we could continue to use those meters long term. Yeah.
And that mesh, does that operate? I think I read a 900 megahertz frequency. Is that the frequency that you folks have bandwidth in?
Well, it's actually within the ISM band, so it's basically public spectrum, right? So we didn't have to go buy spectrum to go deploy this. We could just utilize public spectrum. It's just the ISM band.
I see. And the mesh network, as well as the communications back to your operations, are all on that same frequency?
You mean our legacy?
No, I was thinking about, I guess you described there's this final leg of the data transfer that transfers the data from the mesh network back to P&M.
Yes. Okay. So in this, I could point to my testimony on page 3. There's kind of a diagram of how that's set up. Really, what's going to happen is the meter is going to talk to what they call the neighborhood area network. So this is really fairly localized to the individual neighborhood. And from there, we kind of split off. If I have existing P&M legacy communications in the area via fiber optic or something to that effect, I would absolutely utilize that to bring that back to P&M. If not, then what we would do is inside the router that's localized to the neighborhood, we would basically put an access card that is cellular, and then that cellular would then bring a card that is cellular, and then that cellular would then bring it back to P&M's offices.
And that's the LTE access point in your diagram?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that's great. Was power line communications one of the technologies that was considered?
It was not. Traditionally, it's very, very slow. Years ago, I don't even know if they're still in existence down there, but we had some meters in southern New Mexico we used to call turtle meters because it was power line carrier and it would go very slow. It also tends to suffer from things like connections on the poles, and everything has to be really pristine just to make sure you're getting good signal communications across power line carriers. Then you also tend to have issues with jumping over transformers where, it's going from one voltage level to another. And so power line carrier, while it's been out there in theory, has not been really looked at in practice.
Okay, I understand in Europe it's fairly widely deployed, and I guess I just am not certain why it's so popular there and tends not to be used here.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a difference in meter technology, or maybe you have some thoughts about that.
I don't know enough about how they design the systems in Europe necessarily, so I don't know if I could really comment.
Sure. These new meters will have home Wi-Fi capability, correct? They'll be able to access home Wi-Fi.
Yes, they will.
And this is a relatively new feature, correct, of smart meters?
In the past, they had used a protocol called Zigbee. Zigbee has been around for a long time. It was built on Zigbee. And that technology had been around since some of the very early deployments. It was based on a standard called Smart Energy Profile 1.0. What has been ratified by IEEE is Smart Energy Profile 2.0. And the Zigbee protocol has now turned into the IEEE 2030.5 standard. And so that is really what is the new portion of this is the new standard and much improved standard. It went through a long development process.
And the end goal of this, is it not to enable a consumer's appliances to be able to receive information from the advanced meter and to take action according to some price or other signals?
Yes, potentially that's one use case. Other use cases could be in-home displays or other appliances. Yes.
Would new appliances be required to take advantage of that capability?
Potentially, yes. I'm not an appliance expert, so I'm not certain of what appliances are out there today that use the 2030.5 standard or that connect to Wi-Fi. I do know there are some out there that do connect to Wi-Fi for sure.
Is there the risk that, I guess, appliances in the future may operate on different protocols or may not be able to communicate with this particular meter that's been chosen?
So really what the appliance is communicating with is Wi-Fi, right? So it's communicating to the router, right? And so if it's not enabled by 2030.5 or maybe other standards like OpenADR or some of these other industry standards, there would be potentially some ability with the distributed applications to basically create a translator, for lack of a better term, that could help us to ensure that that you can keep using this functionality with the meters that are going to be installed.
I see. Let's see. Would you agree that the deployment of AMI introduces some vulnerabilities to cyber attacks?
I think anytime you're introducing any type of new technology that is that has communications, obviously the increase in cyber, I guess the surface area of the cyber attack is not zero, right? However, without basically saying that the spare key is hidden under the rock by the front door, we have done a review of the cybersecurity practices that are built in, not bolted on, but built into the AMI system. I think that they have very, very robust controls, and I think the risk of that is is much smaller. And also, it will be part of PNM cybersecurity programs. And so things like patching would stay up to date and all of the things that we need to do to keep a nice, healthy cybersecurity posture, whether it be on a meter or whether it be on any of our cyber systems that we use to operate the grid today.
I understand that you'll be taking countermeasures and you're well aware of the cyber risks. My question, though, is if you transition from a standard analog meter to an advanced meter, isn't it true that the vulnerabilities to cyber attacks inherently are going to be greater?
Yeah, they certainly, we introduce a non-zero. Yes, it would be greater than it is today. But you always weigh that against the benefits of what that information can provide you in the total operation of the grid. And so as long as we are building in good cybersecurity controls up front, and we are maintaining those cybersecurity controls with known risks. And as you know, PNM is a critical infrastructure provider, so we get a lot of very detailed information across this industry on vulnerabilities and things like that. So I believe that it is certainly a risk that could be well managed to provide the multitude of benefits that we're proposing in this case.
I understand. Isn't the same statement true of greater distribution automation, that as you automate more elements of the distribution system, you introduce potential vulnerabilities to cyber attacks?
It would be the same, non-zero, but controlled risk that you would see with the AMI system, and actually the devices will be utilizing the same communication infrastructure. So it would all be managed, monitored, updated, patched, all of those things together as kind of a fleet and within a program.
Great, thank you. And in terms of the time of use rates, again, how would you see that developing? In other words, how would you see customers mainly being able to take advantage of time of use rates? Would it be through smart appliances? Would it be through them simply being aware of which hours are on peak or off peak? Or how do you see customers taking advantage of a future time of use rates program?
Yeah, I think kind of all of the above, right? So it could be automated, right? Obviously, if you automate, it takes a little bit of pressure off of sitting there and trying to remember, right? So it makes it maybe more repeatable or things like that. But we're already seeing that in some of the programs that we're developing, like the whole home EV. Right. So that really is just a time of use rate that says, hey, could you please charge your vehicle at times that are much that are off peak? That could help us out a lot. Right. So we're already starting to introduce some of those rates, and we're seeing interest in those programs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Great. We'll go to Mr. Albright in Bernalillo County. 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins. Jeff Albright with Bernalillo County, representing Bernalillo County. Some of my questions parallel those that were asked by Commissioner Ellison. Specifically, I wanted to ask a question on page 4 of your direct testimony, where you there's a question and answer there where selected a 5th generation smart meter with capabilities that have advanced significantly from the 1st generation AMI meters deployed in California starting around 2008. Do you see that? And did
Yes.
I correctly state that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so in 15 years, it appears that on average, there's been a change every 3 years. And with regard to the technology of the specific fifth generation smart meter. So the question I have is, with that kind of frequency, what would happen to both the software programs and to the meters, and with regard to any stranded costs, if suddenly there's a sixth generation meter that comes in place in 3 years while PNM's in the middle of the rollout?
Okay, so I'm not following exactly that it's every 3 years, kind of like clockwork, but I do understand the general question, and really when we sent out the request for proposals, there was a technical questionnaire. You'll see that in my testimony. It's JCH. It's in JCH2. And we specifically asked the meter manufacturer those questions, right? How are you going to help us with the obsolescence, right? So that the technology advances. And so there's a few ways that we've done that. There's a few ways that we've done that. Obviously, we'll be getting frequent software updates. That'll help. We built it based on standards. Whereas, say, a cellular meter, when it goes from 3G to 4G and 4G to 5G and the other ones deprecate, this doesn't do that, right? Because we are working on a standard. So if we could buy a meter with the IEEE standard, it will be able to continue to communicate on the system out into the future. And we've also had the ability to add distributed applications, and those distributed applications can provide us additional functionality as those needs develop over time. So we've made it a very flexible system.
But what about the new meters? I mean, if you have to replace, you have people who are paying for these meters for a number of years, over a number of years. If it's done with regard to a rate rider, it automatically shows up on the bill regardless of how people use it. What happens to those stranded costs? Are the customers going to be expected to pay for the remaining cost of the meter? Is PNM going to replace those for free with a new meter or new software upgrades? How's that envisioned?
I think it would happen the same way it does today, right? So we have meter failures from time to time, or somebody damages a meter base and we have to replace the meter. And so we would go out and we would replace the meter as we do a meter today. I'm certainly not the expert on how that gets put back into the, to the costs necessarily on the bill. That could be maybe a better question for Mr. Sanders, but just from a pure practical perspective, we could put in a meter in somebody's home today, and in 2 years, somehow or another it fails, or the kid hits it with a football, or who knows, and we've got to replace that meter, and we would go about replacing them as we would replace meters today.
Okay, and just referring to your rebuttal testimony as well, and it may be a repetition of what Commissioner Ellison had asked. Well, two things. If we do this via rate rider, it seems to me that it's, would you agree or disagree that it seems to be very regressive for low, almost like a regressive tax for low income people? If they're going to be bound into this at the same cost that I would pay for one of these meters. I mean, the cost of the meter is the cost of the meter. And so with regard to implementation, once these go into effect, do you need a certain number of meters to be compatible with the software, or this goes to the NAN, I think, with regard to the area network, or how would this be phased in over time, and how would that be reflected to the customer?
So as I said, all the meters would be required to meet the standard for the communication protocol, right? Which is the 802.15.4G, and so the new meters that we would buy that would also meet that standard, and so you would plug them in, and they would continue to work with the system that's in place.
And Mr. Albright, unfortunately, the 5 minutes has run. I'd love to give you more time, but we're getting crunched.
Understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. I appreciate your comments and insight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Albright.
Ms. Park, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan. Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Good afternoon.
If you could turn to page 4 of your rebuttal. At the bottom, question is asking about the city of Albuquerque witness, Dr. Blank's recommendation to start with the opt-in program. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then starting with the second sentence of your answer, you say that implementing an opt-in program would still require all the back office software costs, as well as construction of all the communication systems across PNM's service area to support the customers that choose to opt into the program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So are you referring to the meter head end, meter data management system, and the neighborhood area network?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, anything else?
I think that's at a summary level, that's everything here.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you if it's PNM's proposal to deploy meters first to low-income customers, how would PNM deploy the meters and incorporate all the software that is necessary to support the meters? Because you understand that it's PNM's plan to deploy to low-income customers first, right?
That's correct, yes.
And so that low-income customers can receive benefits sooner than the other customers? Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, and so could you explain how the deployment would work?
Correct, yeah. So, and I was looking to see if I had the diagram in my testimony, and I didn't find it. I know it was in Ms. Sanchez's testimony, the chevron-looking diagram. So the first thing that would happen really is we would build the software systems in the office to basically collect all the data once the meters are deployed. So that will take about the first 11 months. We would also then, in that first 11 months, start to deploy the neighborhood area network in the areas that we've identified as our first deployments. So first 11 months is really all about software systems and all about communications. And then we would start deploying some meters in those initial areas. To start gathering the data, making sure, testing out the systems, making sure everything works. And then we would then kick off all the AMI deployments in earnest, starting with those low income areas, the areas that we identify through the EJ screening tool, and then out further into time to the rest of the system over the next 3.5 years.
And what if the low-income customers are not all residing in the same area? What if they're all spread out? Because PNM is going to deploy to low-income customers in its entire service territory, correct? Questions there, sorry about that. Did you understand the question?
No, I think I got where you're going with that.
Thank you.
So what we would be doing is we are going to deploy by meter reading routes. And the reason why is because we want to be able to take advantage of the efficiencies, right? So what we don't want to do is go to, my home to get a manual read and go to my next door neighbor, and not have to go to my next door neighbor because because they have an AMI meter, right? So it would be done by meter routes, but those routes would be selected based on the EJ screening tool on some of our some of the areas that would need that most.
I guess I'm just not clear yet how PNM will ensure that low-income customers will get the meters first in order to receive the benefits before other customers.
Right. And so I think Ms. Sanchez, and maybe this is a better question for Ms. Sanchez, but Ms. Sanchez described the use of our EJ screening tool. It's an environmental justice screening tool. And that tool takes into account socioeconomic levels and multitudes of things to basically identify the areas that we would target first for our first deployments to get to the people that would most benefit earlier on.
So do you think it's possible to deploy meters to most or all or most low-income or disadvantaged customers first before other customers?
That's the plan. That's the plan is to use the EJ screening tool as a guide to our deployment. And also Mr. Morgan might even be able to help out a little bit with that I believe he talks about our deployment process.
Sure, and maybe I'll follow up with him on this, but I guess what I'm getting at is, what if those low-income customers are not all on the same meter reading route, right? So how would the software installation impact PNM's ability to get the deployment out to them first, to the low-income customers?
It would be by areas of town, right? It would be by areas. I mean, it would be by areas.
Okay. So if you could turn to page 7 of your rebuttal. Let me see here. On line number 13, you state, Dr. Blank also discusses the city's interest in having real-time load control. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then you ask, do PNM's proposed AMI meters have the technical capability to allow the customer?
I'm sorry, do AMI's proposed?
I'm sorry, do PNM's proposed AMI meters have the technical capability to allow the customer to continuously monitor load in real time? You see that question?
Yes, I do.
And so would it be a fair characterization of your answer? Is it a fair characterization that you are saying it has the capability, but you don't address whether that will be offered? Is that correct? Let me rephrase. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, it has that capability, and let me read my response here again real quick. It does have that capability, and I think it's a capability that we would certainly love to offer. I don't have a meter in hand. I have not built the technology yet, but it is certainly something that we would absolutely consider offering, just like we would for home area networking, right? We've talked about being able to use in-home in-home displays and things like that. So yeah, I certainly didn't mean by the response to that to say we wouldn't offer it.
So you mentioned home area network. Is home area network necessary for this capability, the real-time load control on the customer end?
So this is the way that the meter manufacturers have kind of gone. They used to have what they called the KYZ outputs. They've kind of gone away from those because this is more efficient to actually build. But I think we provide KYZ outputs today for some of our commercial and industrial customers that allow the meter readings to go directly into some of their load management software devices in the buildings.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the home area network isn't necessarily required? Is that...
That would be more on a residential perspective, but you could use it at a business as well. Yeah.
And that's what I was going to ask you. If, you know, as the name suggests, is the home area network specific for the residential customer class?
No, you could certainly use it at a business.
Okay. And I know that the home area network connects all the customers' appliances. Is that correct?
The home area net, so it would connect, the customer would connect their equipment to their Wi-Fi routers, which may already be done if they have that capability. And so, yes, in that sense, it would connect all those devices.
And PNM hasn't developed a program for the home area network yet. Is that correct?
No, we have not. We don't have our hands on a meter yet, and so we haven't kind of kicked the tires on them, for lack of a better term. So we would have to design and understand what the technical capabilities are. But that is part of the process of what we want to deploy.
So going back to the real-time load control for customers, other than maybe for other customer classes, like the bigger business customer classes, when do you think that capability will be available?
I think it'll depend on when they actually get a meter. But this is kind of that first 11 months where we're going to be designing the architecture of the software systems and how is everything going to work together. So it'll take at least that first 11 months. And then as we deploy meters, probably would roll out with some capabilities in that regard, based on what we developed in that first year.
Will it coincide with like a rate offering, like a rate design offering? Or can it be done separately?
I think that's to be determined as we build the programs and understand what the capabilities are.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit, or if you can?
So I don't know what would require a rate, what would be what programs would be enhanced by a rate, because I don't know what the programs look like exactly right now. I think that could be a better question for maybe a Mr. Cervantes. As we kind of look at what kinds of programs we might offer our customers. Technically, I think that we would be able to consider the ability technically to provide that offering, but I don't know how we would, I'm certainly not the expert on how to build a customer program.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with some of the other witnesses. Thank you for your time, Hawkins.
Thank you very much.
Great. Mr. Gedko, 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start by going to your rebuttal testimony, PNM Exhibit 11.
Okay.
Starting right at the bottom of page 1, you address Ms. Crane's recommendation regarding PNM's request for a regulatory asset for costs incurred between approval of the proposed grid modernization program and the proposed implementation of the grid mod rider on September 1st, 2023, correct?
Correct.
Am I correct that the company is estimating deferred costs of about $3.2 million for this period of time?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Would this proposed regulatory asset include both operating expenses and capital costs? Or do you anticipate that only operating expenses would be deferred?
It's both capital and operating expenses.
Okay. Are you familiar with Ms. Crane's recommendation in her testimony that all operating expenses be excluded from the grid mod rider and recovered through the traditional base rate case process?
I don't believe that was something that I was directly following. That might be a better question for Mr. Sanders.
Okay. Let me see then. Okay. Let me try this then. And Ms. Crane also recommends that the grid mod rider include the revenue requirement associated with capital projects completed and placed into service by December 31st of the prior year. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. Sorry about that.
Okay. Would those be most appropriate for Mr. Sanders as well? A line of questioning of that as well?
Yes, I think that Mr. Sanders would be the appropriate witness for that.
Let me just make a note. Okay. Do you know, has PNM incurred any grid modernization costs, either operating expenses or capital costs, up to now, up to today?
No, we have not.
Okay. And do you know whether PNM plans to defer any costs that are incurred prior to approval of the grid mod program by the commission?
I do not believe that we're planning on putting any costs prior to approval into the subsequent rider.
What about into a regulatory asset?
Oh, and not into a regulatory asset either.
Okay, thank you. Under PNM's proposal, the grid modernization program would be approved in July 2023, and the rider would be implemented in September 2023, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So there's really just a 2-month, maybe if we squish it, 3-month period between approval and implementation of the rider. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So then if we turn to page 3 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
Starting down there around line 11, and well, first, let me take you back to page 2. And this question, if the company were prevented from establishing a regulatory asset until the grid mod rider becomes effective, would that affect AMI implementation? And your answer is in response to NMAG witness Andrea Crane's recommendation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now I'm going to go over to page 3 just so we have some reference. So on page 3, you state that deployment of certain head end and MDMS components will take up to 11 months.
I'm sorry, deployment of certain head, HEAD?
Yeah, head end. And
Can you start that statement again, please?
Yeah, so on page 3, Mr. Hawkins, you state that deployment of certain head end and MDMS components will take up to 11 months, and detailed technical planning will be conducted approximately 6 months prior to the head end and MDMS deployment. Is that correct, Mr. Hawkins?
That's correct.
So we just reviewed that PNM's proposal for a regulatory asset, there would only be about a 2-month period during which costs would be deferred. So why do you make a reference there to 11-month and 6-month deployment schedules?
So that's the period of time that it's going to take to deploy those. And so really what we're wanting to do is, upon regulatory approval, is to get started with the project, right? And so that gives you a duration of how long the planning and software pieces are going to take to deploy. And so any delays in starting that process basically pushes those two timeframes out in time.
So if PNM doesn't get the exact structure that it wants for a regulatory asset, it's going to defer this planning process?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, objection, misstates Mr. Hawkins' testimony.
Mr. Gecko, just before rephrase in the form of a question.
If PNM doesn't get approval for the exact form of the regulatory asset for the time period between approval and implementation of the rider, will PNM delay the planning process for the head end and MDMS deployment?
So if we don't have a project, I guess, to be able to charge those efforts to, we would have to wait until that mechanism's in place. So it seems like we would have to delay that until we could, effectively. Have that in place. And maybe this is a better discussion for Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Gecko, can I ask a point of clarification real quickly? These are questions I had too, and can I just ask you, Mr. Hawkins, what are the costs we're talking about? Like, how much money is this? Do you have an estimate, or can you?
Yeah, I would have to find it in my testimony. It's about 3.2 million, I want to say, in that neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Gutko.
Just going back to my last question, my question assumed an assumption that you received approval from the commission, but it also contained the assumption that the question of if your proposal for the regulatory asset weren't granted in the form that you proposed it, whether you would delay the projects. And your response was, well, if we don't have approval of a project, but in my question, I assumed that you had received approval. So could you restate an answer with that understanding?
And so this, again, would probably be a better question for Mr. Sanders on how kind of the economics of it works. I'm more the technical guy, and so I would start the project at the point at which I could start the project, I guess. So that delay, I think, is not something I probably have the best information on.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt Mr. Gedko's time, but Brian Buffington, our regulatory case analyst, has informed me that the folks who are watching on YouTube can only see the person who is speaking. So they're limited now. I think we can still, they can still see the YouTube, but just the person who's speaking. All of the other windows have disappeared.
Yeah, that's just the it's a speaker versus gallery view. It's interesting. I guess that flows through to YouTube. I just ended up I put it back to gallery view. I don't know. I think it's not terribly useful to have all of the people view at the same time, but if there's a preference for people to see everybody, then so be it.
Thank you.
I paused your time, Mr. Gedko, so go ahead. Oh, it was 9:17.
Nice. It's back to 20 minutes.
I know. It was 9:17, but I'll give you 10 since I interjected for a moment.
Okay. On a different line, you got into a discussion, and I might not have followed everything, but about real-time loads and real-time information. And I pulled up your direct testimony and I went to page 5. And there at the bottom, starting on line 21, it says meter data information will be transmitted to PNM every 4 hours to ensure meter reads are properly received and verified daily. The transmitted meter data will also be uploaded to the customer energy management platform to provide customers with the previous day's usage information and related monthly billing estimates and alerts, as discussed by PNM witness Cervantes. I'm going to finish the answer. Additionally, individual meters can be read anytime on request. For example, a real-time read can be made while a PNM contact center representative assists a customer. Does this mean that a customer can't see information in real time without calling a customer service representative at PNM?
In real time? So unless they have a device in their home that would be reading from the meter in real time, they would not. A customer service representative can get a real-time read. If somebody were to call and say, hey, what's my usage this minute? They could go and pull the meter and get that information back. The meter's going to read the usage, and it's going to store that usage in the meter. And then about every 4 hours is the plan at this point. Our system's going to say, hey, give me all the meter reads you've had for the last 4 hours. And then it'll bring it back. And those will be available as it stands now in the customer portal the next day. So people that are following their energy usage. But however, if they have a device within their home that's on their Wi-Fi that we talked about, that I was talking to the commissioner about, they would be able to understand those meter reads in real time.
Is there a reason that, we hear about this two-way communication, and communication in this world's really fast. Like you and I are talking on Zoom right now. Why wouldn't PNM, even if it's not real time, provide that data back at 4 hours and 1 second back to the customer, given that two-way communication is available, and that would provide more real-time information for the customer?
So this is the plan as it stands. Really, once the data comes from the meter back, gets into the head end system, it's transferred into the meter data management system. It goes through a process called VEE, which is validation. I forget the acronym, I apologize. But basically, it's a quality check of the meter data. So it's looking for things like, do I have a big gap here? Does it make sense with the last reading that I saw? So it goes through a quality check process. Sitting here today, I don't know how fast that goes. And we're also doing that for effectively 500,000 plus meters. So if I can provide that data quicker, we certainly would love to do that. But as it stands right now, we're proposing what we believe is enough time to go through the quality checks that our customers would expect of the data that we would be providing them.
Okay, and maybe I missed this already, but the devices that the customer would need for the real time, does some of that have to be paid for by customers? Not to P&M, but to the device or to functionalize the device?
To purchase a device? Yes, I believe so.
So a low-income customer that received a AMI meter early in the process and wanted real-time information to understand their energy would need to make a purchase of an additional device in addition to what they're being charged by P&M in any rate rider or regulatory asset. Is that correct?
Again, we have not designed any of the customer programs at this point, so I don't know what the mechanics of that are going to look like right now. But it would take an additional device. How that works, I don't have any details on.
Has P&M considered providing those devices for free for low-income customers?
That would be a better question for either Ms. Rowe or Mr. Cervantes.
And given your familiarity with these devices and the testimony that we've heard about how behind P&M is and all the other states are ahead of us, can you tell me what kind of costs customers run into in order to access their real-time energy data?
I don't have that information.
Who would have that information?
Potentially Miss Rowe or Mr. Cervantes, potentially.
Okay. On the meter data management system, which is presented as a repository of all the data that's collected from the meters, is P&M going to be constructing their own storage unit or using what we've come to commonly understood as a cloud service by a company such as Amazon or Google?
The meter data management system would actually be hosted by Itron. It'll be P&M owned and licensed, but it would be hosted in their environment.
And have you done research into whether their storage fees for data information are competitive with the data storage systems pricing that is available in the open market?
The service that Itron would be providing is more than just storage, right? It would also be assisting with upgrades of the software and things like that. So it's more than just it's more than just hard drives in the service that's being provided.
Are you aware of whether you had the ability to negotiate those costs?
So we've had it quoted, and we're still working on the contract negotiation pieces of it right now. And so that would I would have to talk to our procurement department on if we are looking at negotiating those costs.
And so this reminds me of PPAs, which function as pass-throughs of costs for energy sources, and a lack of incentive for utilities to negotiate because they don't carry risk. Is
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah, hold on, wait, there's an objection coming.
I object. I mean, the council is testifying.
Yeah, sustained, but Mr. Gedko just asked the question I think that's coming next.
By what means can you assure the commission that you conduct adequate negotiations to minimize the costs to ratepayers, given that you have already selected Itron, and therefore there is not an RFP process that would competitively provide you comparisons for these data storage costs?
There was an RFP process. We've already gone through that RFP process. We've evaluated multiple vendors, and so that's already happened.
And that's it. And so that storage is part of that overall response to the RFP by vendors, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Gecko, that's time, sir. I'm going to have to keep moving along.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, 15.
You're on mute, Mr. Baker. You're on mute, Mr. Baker.
All right, I apologize. Mr. Hawkins, referring to your response to Baker's interrogatory 1-01, which is contained in Baker Exhibit 1 and found on page 3 of 13, and your responses to Commissioner Ellison earlier in this hearing, am I correct in understanding that a foundational requirement of both the ADMS and DERMS projects require a functional neighborhood access network to obtain and communicate the information from the distribution automation equipment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Baker, could you just tell me which exhibit you're referring to again?
Baker Exhibit 1.
And which particular interrogatory?
1-01.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if I understand the question, you're wondering if the advanced the automated distribution management system and the DERMS require the neighborhood area network to be able to gather data?
Correct. Gather it and pass it along the line.
That's correct. Yeah, we would need to have the telemetry or the information from the neighborhood that would come across the neighborhood area network for those software systems to be able to have the data for which it would be doing its calculations and its analysis.
Great, thank you. And I had my next several questions were actually answered in your response to Commissioner Ellison, for which I thank him. I would like to move on to clarify that repeaters may be used in lieu of AMI meters to complete a mesh within the NAN, the neighborhood network, if needed to form a backbone to pass that information to the nearest access point. Is that correct?
I think it would be hard to say without understanding what the design looks like. So we would need to do an RF propagation study and an RF design to understand if a repeater would get us to the same level of bandwidth and latency and all of the different pieces that we might need when we're designing a communication system to be sufficient to pass the data that's needed to these systems.
I understand.
So, yeah.
And so basically you could just put them close enough together to pass the information to complete the network.
Potentially you could do that, but I don't know. What I can't say is if we could do that at the same cost.
I see. Okay, moving on to the benefits of AMI metered data. I had asked in the same exhibit, interrogatory 1-07, what additional information may be available from AMI for customers that already have energy monitoring systems installed as part of a PV system, for example. Do you recall that your response was, and I quote, DG and PV customers with recently installed systems.
Can you slow down and start again? DG and?
I apologize. That DG and PV customers with recently installed systems may not get additional usage information from AMI, given that newer PV systems have a device that shows granular information.
That is what it says, yes.
Great. And are you aware that there are third-party real-time load monitoring devices that may be purchased and installed for about $200 that are capable of giving granular data to the second, actually?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that as an alternative solution for people that already have the data available. Moving on to reference Baker interrogatory 1-03 in Exhibit 1, in Baker Exhibit 1. That's on page 4. Well, it begins on page 4 and then follows into page 5. I asked a somewhat complex and compound question that I would like to restate and clarify a little bit. And what I was attempting to discover was a subtotal of what portion of your revenue request was directly related to AMI meters, meter head hardware, software, and recovery of undepreciated functional meters. So my question, Mr. Hawkins, is, are you aware of any chart or table that shows a subtotal of costs, only those directly related to AMI meters and AMI data?
Let me look real quick.
And while he's doing that, let me ask Mr. Baker, just so I understand your question. You're asking him, has anybody in PNM's case shown just that information? Is that what you're saying?
A subtotal of the costs related only to ADMI meters and meter data.
Okay.
Yes. So if you look at my direct testimony on, I think it's page 34, it's PNM table JCH1. The first line shows the advanced metering sum total for year 1, and then year 2, etc. Is that the data you're looking for?
I'm looking for a subtotal for the entire plan period over 6 years, and not just the meters themselves, but the meters and the meter head, software, O&M, etc.
Okay, so JCH1 will show the cost for advanced metering for year 1, 2, 3, 4 out to year 5, and then the O&M piece of that would be in PNM table JCH2, which is on page 35, and it has the advanced metering O&M costs associated with that as well.
Okay, so what I was looking for, and I had a hard time finding, was a roll-up with a grand total. And so I looked all over PNM's documents, I looked in responses, I looked everywhere. And the best I could do, pulled from numerous sources, was a grand total of just under $78 million in the first 6 years. Does that sound in a correct ballpark?
In a correct ballpark.
Thank you very much. That was my question. I was trying to find out what portion of the total revenue request of $344 million over the first 6 years was directly related to AMI meters and meter data versus other functionality that's required for other projects. So I do thank you for your time. That concludes my questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
Mr. Bruno. I'm pretty sure that's who we have, Sarah Hawkins. Yes, and if I recall correctly, you moved some time over from Mr. Warner. Is that correct?
That's correct. 5.5 minutes.
5.5 minutes. That gives you 22 minutes and 30 seconds. So just get started and I'll put that in.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Gotta scroll up. Here we go. My questions are aimed at clearing up some ambiguities in the responses to my interrogatories. So if you go to Bruno Exhibit 13, that's where my second set of interrogatories is.
Okay.
So Mr. Hawkins, are you a licensed professional engineer?
No, I'm not.
Your response to question number 6 in that interrogatory lists you and Mr. Warner as the engineers, as the respondents of that question. Is that correct, that the two of you responded to question 6?
That's correct.
The response says engineers employed by P&M who have contributed to P&M's grid modernization application. I'm speaking too fast, sorry. Are Jonathan Hawkins and Omni Warner PE. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
To your knowledge, is a professional engineer required on this project?
I think as Mr. Warner already testified, that there has not been any work yet done on the project, any design work that would require a stamp of a professional engineer.
Will there be a stamp required later in this project?
And I believe, per Mr. Warner's testimony as well, P&M has not had to stamp and does not stamp its designs today. So there would be no requirement for a stamp for the grid modernization project.
All right, I'm going to move on. So if you look at the first question in the interrogatory, 2-01, page 3. So the question mentions the allegation that 700,000 smart meters were removed in North America due to safety concerns. Did you investigate that allegation?
No, I did not.
You look at the first paragraph on question 2, page 4. Did you investigate the allegation that smart meters were blown out of their sockets due to an overvoltage condition in Stockton, California?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you prepare any written evaluation of the documents provided by Itron in this case?
Let me ask for a little bit of clarification on that question. What do you mean by prepare any documents on Itron's?
So Itron provided documents. Did you do a written evaluation related to those documents?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate whether existing customer meter sockets were tested to withstand the forces of torques of a service change operation?
State that question one more time, please. I apologize.
did you investigate whether the customer sockets can withstand the forces and torques that happen when you change out the meter?
No, I did not.
Do any of the meters that you're going to be deploying in this project have a remote disconnect switch?
Yes, they do.
Do all of them have a remote disconnect switch?
No, they do not. Only the 200 amp meters.
So that would be approximately more than 500,000 meters. Is that right?
Subject to check. Approximately.
Okay, most of the meters.
Hold on one sec. I can get a better idea quickly here. Yes, that's correct.
So you have an exhibit JCH2. And if you look at page 66 of 94,
yes.
Oops, I lost my place. Right. So you see there it says metering. So a little ways down the page, metering specification, ANSI specification, other regulatory requirements. It's question 2.1, part D, perhaps. So you're asking the companies responding to your bids to state whether they meet the ANSI standards. And one of the standards you list, do you see the standard C12.10 listed there?
Yes, I do.
So you asked whether the meter meets that spec. Do you believe that a meter meets the spec?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and we also, there's an interrogatory where we asked about that spec. So that would be in Bruno 2-07, part A.
Okay. Oh.
We asked well, the PNM ERC, I guess you don't have an ERC, but we're asking if in this project, we're relying on the ANSI C12.10 standard to ensure that the meters will be compatible and safe when installed in the customer ANSI compliant meter socket boxes. And you replied to that question. You want to read your response? Part A.
Part A? Yeah. So my response was yes. PNM relies on those standards for the meters it purchases today to ensure that they fit into customer meter sockets that meet ANSI C12.7 standard and will rely on those standards for the Gen 5 Riva meters as well.
Thank you. So I'd like to pull up into evidence exhibit Bruno 18, which is the spec sheet that I got from PNM in that discovery.
I haven't made that one yet. I'm trying to find out what that exhibit looks like.
Bruno 18.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to quickly download it in Dropbox either. One moment. I'll get it in hard copy. Or I'll
That's
look
what it
at
looks
on-
like.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bruno, what exhibit was that again?
I think I said 18. Is that what I said?
It is. You're looking
yes.
at Bruno Exhibit 18. I've shared that on the screen. It appears to be the tech or spec sheet, specification sheet for the Gen 5 Riva meter.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
Everyone has it.
I've got it. Yes, thanks.
So page 2, on the right-hand column, technical data meets applicable standards, ANSI C12.1. Well, I should let you read the ANSI standards that it meets, Mr. Hawkins.
Okay, so it says it meets ANSI C12.1, ANSI C12.20, ANSI/IEEE C62.45, ANSI MH10.8.
ANSI/IEEE, which one?
C as in cat, 62.45.
And let's just do this. I think I understand where Mr. Bruno's going. So rather than read it all and then make our court reporter record it down, that's very challenging for him. I mean, not for any specific, but it's all a bunch of it's too much. So Mr. Bruno, ask your question.
Do you see ANSI C12.10 listed here?
ANSI C12.10 is by reference incorporated into ANSI C12.20. ANSI C12.10 is the electromechanical meter specification for ANSI. This is a digital meter, and so it must meet ANSI C12.20.
Well, that's your position. We could, actually, I don't have the text of ANSI. Do you have available to you C12.10, the actual written version?
Not in the room. No, I'm sorry, I don't.
It's a safety standard for electrical meters. You asked the customer if it met that. I mean, the supplier apparently doesn't have it listed. And then we also, in that same, you also sent us in Discovery, Bruno Exhibit 6. Let's switch to that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to go ahead and object to this line of questioning because it's asked and answered. Mr. Hawkins has stated his answer that ANSI C12.10 is incorporated in ANSI C12.20, and he gave an explanation of that.
He didn't give any evidence.
Well, so wait, stop before you answer, Mr. Bruno. I'm gonna assume that whatever the standard is not subject to subjective belief. Right, engineering standards, medical standards, blah, blah, blah. You may point that standard out in legal briefing, and this tribunal may take administrative notice of such things that are rules that are not amenable to subjective judgment. So to the extent to which you wish to have an argument with Mr. Hawkins about what that standard means, that is more appropriately done in the context of briefing.
I don't wish to have an argument.
No, it's fine. This is court. This is what we do here. That's all we do. But my point to you, sir, is you can't expect Mr. Hawkins gave you an answer. You disagree. If your position is you're wrong, sir, it's on you to prove that to me. And the way you prove it is not by keep asking him fact questions. You go to the standard, you submit it, and then we have a good fight there.
So can I admit that spec sheet into evidence?
Yes. PNM, do you have any objections?
No, we don't object.
And to reiterate, that was Bruno 18, was it, Mr. Bruno?
I'll have to double check.
I'm pretty sure it is. That.
For purposes of clarity of the record, and Mr. Bruno did state this was something that we included as an exhibit to one of our discovery responses.
Okay, I actually was going to ask that question preliminarily. I mean, it can't hurt. It's just a few pieces of paper. So we'll just admit Bruno 18 as well. It's the Gen 5 Riva meter spec sheet. So that Bruno 18 is admitted.
Okay. And then I wanted to pull up a different discovery document. This would be Bruno Exhibit 6, also from P&M. And so this is the ANSI test report that was relayed in discovery.
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. I was actually just explaining this was provided in response. I was going to ask you, but I have it right here. It was provided in response to Bruno 1-04.
So Mr. Hawkins, you, so earlier in your test, so in your, you replied to one of the interrogatories. Actually, in your direct testimony, you stated that the meters would be compatible with FCC and ANSI standards validated by third-party testing. And here we have the ANSI test report that you sent us. Can you identify what company prepared this report?
Yeah, so Itron did provide this report.
So that's, would you consider Itron a third party when they're selling you the meter?
No, but it is turned in. My understanding is it is turned into to an ANSI accredited entity for validation.
Do we have any? Does the report show that anywhere?
I have not gone through the 600 pages of this report to see what happened with that.
As you can see on page 2 of the report, again, there's a long list of ANSI standards listed. Goes on to page 3. Do you see ANSI C12.10 on this list?
I don't see ANSI C12 on the or ANSI C1210 on the list. No.
So have you reviewed this report at all, actually?
Briefly.
Have you reviewed other test reports, just in general, as part of your work as an engineer?
Yes.
Do you expect to see a photograph of the device under test in the report?
Depends on the test, I believe. Yes.
Are there any photos of the meter that's being tested in this report?
Yes.
Can you direct me to those photos?
Figure 1 has a meter of the, or a picture of the meter in the test bench.
Sorry, where is that?
That's the right meter?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Bruno, stop. Where you directed, Mr. Bruno asked you a question and you directed him to a location in the record, and I wasn't clear where that was.
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, it's on page 16, figure 1, ANSI
what?
no load test equipment.
Is this page 16 of Bruno 6? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're able to identify that that's the correct meter in that photograph?
That would be the meter under test as they took a photograph of it under the testing conditions.
Right, but is that a Riva Gen 5 HW 4.2 meter?
That is the meter under test. So that would be the meter, yes.
You're sure that's not a 4.1 meter?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner, asked and answered twice.
Sustained.
Do you see any high voltage testing in this report, Mr. Hawkins? Lower voltage testing?
Over voltage testing. Well, hold on a second. Let me go back. It would be easier from here. That would be at a minimum with just a quick review of the table of contents is test number 17 is the effect of high voltage line surges. Test number 20 would be effect of temporary overloads.
I was going to ask you you don't happen to know the voltage that those tests are done at, do you?
It depends on the test, but if you look at, I'm just going to point to an example without going into each and every test in the 600-page document. But say if you look at test and results for on page 11 of that exhibit, you'll see the test voltage at 240 volts or 120 volts, depending on the test.
Yeah, that's not high voltage. Right, anyway, that's the normal voltage. But I'm going to move on to a different topic because we're almost out of time. I want to bring you to exhibit. So question 2 in my questions. So that's exhibit 13. My interrogatory question 2-08. Question C, I ask about accuracy. And then I also want to call your attention to exhibit 15. Bruno, exhibit 15.
So, Mr. Bruno, you've run out of time, but ask whatever question you were going to ask. Instead of directing him to exhibits, just ask a question.
So you say that the meters passed the ANSI accuracy test. Exhibit 15 shows a test done by actual third parties on a variety of smart meters that found they overbilled by 500%. Can you explain that?
Sorry, that found them over?
They overbilled by more than 500%.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think I have to object. I'm just really confused. Are we looking at so I just don't know what the question is. Are we looking at interrogatory 208 or exhibit 15?
Well, they're both, 208 actually refers to exhibit 15, although it wasn't called exhibit 15 at the time. It gives a link.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you.
And then restate the question and try to just ask the question.
Why is it? How do you explain that a meter could pass ANSI test standards and still overbill by 500% in the presence of interference from a solar panel inverter?
So I have not read the exhibit 15, so I can't speak to what the test conditions were, what the premise of the test even was, without going through and reading the IEEE paper here.
You had 15 days to read it, right?
Okay, so we've run out of time, Mr. Bruno. I see where that's going. So
Can I admit my questions and that exhibit 15 into evidence? My interrogatory.
So what is exhibit 15? Conducted interference on smart meters.
Yes.
Where does this come from?
It's an IEEE conference.
Okay.
And then my interrogatory, exhibit 13.
Well, let's just stop. So first with exhibit 15, P&M, do you have any objection to the admission of this?
Yes, I do object. I haven't had an opportunity to look at it, and Mr. Bruno didn't establish any foundation with the witness.
You've had 15 days. It was in my discovery. There was a link to it.
Mr. Bruno, just because you named it, you identified it in an interrogatory, doesn't mean that you've laid proper foundation for it in order to get it admitted into evidence.
I asked him a question about it.
Mr. Hearing, our P&M still objects. The questioning on this was not sufficient with Mr. Hawkins to establish foundation.
So let me understand, Mr. Bruno. This document is entitled "Conducted Interference in Smart Meters." It was a paper generated by what periodical, or what? Where does this come from?
It was submitted to a conference in Washington, D.C., sponsored by the IEEE.
IEEE, for the record, means what?
It's the Institute for Electrical Engineering in North America. It's the main place where electrical engineers, their main society in North America.
Mr. Kyer and Mr. LaFerink are who are these people? There's footnotes. I assume I can go find it out. Are they professors or?
They're professors over in Europe.
Okay, and this document is relevant to your claims. How?
Well, it's smart meters in the presence of solar panel inverters. And they actually tested the accuracy under those conditions, which are different from the ANSI conditions.
Okay, I'll admit this document into the record. It's fine.
Thank you. And my interrogatories?
Number, Judge, what number are you admitting?
That's Bruno Exhibit 15. The interrogatories, what is that, 8?
It was 13, I believe.
Yeah, I think Dr. Bruno has claimed that he included a link to it in one of his discovery questions. He did that with a lot of his questions, and I know you've already admitted it, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We do object. I have no idea. It seems like he could put in anything in the record.
Sorry, yeah, so
that's the standard.
Yeah, no, I understand. So wait, Mr. Bruno, you're asking me to admit your interrogatories or your something that's in your interrogatories?
Well, I think you just admitted that one document, and then I just want to admit the interrogatories.
Okay, is there any objection to the admission of the interrogatories?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we have no objection to the interrogatories that Mr. Bruno discussed with Mr. Hawkins now, but not the entire set, only the ones that were actually discussed today. There's no reason for the others to come in.
Well, I didn't have time to do them all, did I? And I lost 40 minutes, you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Ms. Padilla, but I'll admit his document. This is, yeah, it's your own witnesses' responses. They should be aware of what they said there, so. Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Is that all?
That's all then.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we have Mr. Herman. You requested 5 minutes with Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I do not have any questions for Mr. Hawkins at this moment.
And Mr. Borman, you asked for 10.
Thank you. I'm just checking, and it looks like my questions have been answered. So thank you.
Good. I'm going to just go very quickly, and then we'll take our break to give Mr. Lee. And then if there's any redirect, I think we'll. Ms. Padilla, do you anticipate redirect?
I will have some limited redirect, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Some limited redirect. Mr. Lee, do you require a break now?
No, sir.
Well, let's just get through those two things, then we'll take a break. Mr. Hawkins, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Mr. Baker asked you an interesting question about sort of redundancy in systems. And we discovered in the transportation electrification context, for instance, one of the questions was, how do you ensure load shifting occurs with charging? And what we discovered is, the level 2 chargers oftentimes have timing mechanisms, but then your cars also have timing mechanisms. And at some point, I think the ratepayer could rightly ask, are we paying for needless redundancy? And I think that was kind of where Mr. Baker's questions were going on one subject. And I can't remember the exact details, but I noted it mentally. And I wanted to ask you, has PNM thought through the possibility for redundancies in these systems and tried to eliminate them as much as possible?
Yes, I mean, I believe that we're asking for, for what we need to be able to execute the programs that we're wanting to propose. So while in your example, the EV, even though we know we can program the car to come on at 10 o'clock at night, the existing meters today, they're only read once every 30 days. They're only read when a guy in tennis shoes walks by and reads the meter. So that's an aggregate of 30 full days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? So if we wanted to provide an incentive or a rate to incentivize that behavior for them to actually turn on that timer so it comes on at 10 o'clock, in a 30-day bucket of, a 30-day amount of energy, I won't know when he turned on that charger or when he didn't. What we need is really the interval data to be able to ascertain and to be able to apply the program that they're entering into, right? So and so we do need that information to be able to apply the program.
Well, I think I understand that, but I think, to be more specific, and perhaps my question wasn't phrased well, I believe Mr. Baker was pointing out that there's ways of acquiring this data through, perhaps the PV, the solar provider, or something. I don't know. I only followed a little bit, but he seemed to be suggesting that data can be supplied through that mechanism, thus rendering a smart meter not necessary. I suppose the answer to that, and you can tell me if this is the case, is, well, that's really only a limited number of people who may have that alternative form of data available to them.
Well, first of all, it's a limited number of people. And second, while it does provide the customer that data, it certainly doesn't provide it doesn't provide PNM that data. And so that doesn't allow us to bring in the information for multiple reasons, right? The metering infrastructure is really foundational to all of this, right? Because the metering data is going to bring in customer engagement. So if PNM doesn't know that, we can't provide programs or options or any optionality into while they might know what their usage is at a granular level, we're not able to provide programs around it because we don't have that information. Second, it brings in the information for planning purposes. As Mr. Warner talked about already, we want to be able to use that data in understanding hosting capacities and lots of things that we're doing for planning the system. And we wouldn't have that data for that purpose either. And then third, as operated, we would want to be able to bring that data in to say, I've got meters that are showing low voltage at the end of the line. Let me instigate some sort of a volt VAR optimization or something to that effect in a real-time system like the ADMS or the DERMS. So really, the information that is coming from these meters is foundational to multiple pieces of the application.
What is the meter capable of doing? I've read your testimony. I'm familiar with what you're asking for here. I mean, so what I want to know is just on some level, we're designing for things that we don't yet know we're going to need, right? Like that's kind of the interesting thing about living in the technological age we do. People design and build stuff not knowing entirely what it is it's going to do. And so if like maybe just looking out 10 years and perhaps getting back to Mr. Albright's question about stranded assets, I mean, what are these specific meters going to be able to do for the customers in that period of time?
Well, and like I said, as I just kind of explained, it's going to be able to allow us to design programs, to design new rate structures, to design, like I said, programs. I'm being redundant with myself here. That could help them either better use energy, better understand how they're using energy in that regard. But then also it will allow PNM to be able to plan our system. As Mr. Warner said, really, we do need it today. We have feeders that are already closed, and we're basing it off of engineering assumptions because we don't know what the end use voltage is. And so that information could, I don't know if it will help us open it up or if we would be able to use automation in that third bucket, kind of in an as operated state, to be able to optimize that, or for energy storage, as Mr. Warner had talked about, is so I've got distributed generation. When do I need to store it, or when do I not need to store it? So I think we already need that information. We are already in situations where we're looking at integration of PV and hosting capacity, where we really wish we had more information that was much more granular than what we have on the system today.
And so, am I to understand correctly, based on what you're saying? I mean, if you imagine myself, I put solar panels on my roof and I put a battery in my garage. Does this meter? I mean, I just so the customers understand, and perhaps so I understand. I mean, that meter has no function within my own household energy usage, right? That's totally a separate question.
I don't believe that's true, right? Because if your energy storage is maybe your electric vehicle, then maybe you are taking advantage of a whole home EV rate, right? I wouldn't be able to provide that information without having a meter that I can bring back that information and bill off of that, right? Or to apply the program to your individual electric bill. And that's just one example. There could be lots of programs that we may develop over time, but if all you have is the information that's coming from your inverter, we don't have that information to be able to apply programs that may benefit you.
Okay, and then is this Riva Gen 5 a bidirectional meter?
It is.
And so for a person who's doing net metering, this meter, does it participate in that process?
It can measure it for net metering, yes.
It can. So if I understand correctly, is it the case with the analog meters as they presently are, you need like another meter for measuring the bidirectional part of it?
No, today, if the meter spins backwards, the meter spins backwards. Okay. The second meter was traditionally for the renewable energy credits. So it was basically a production meter just to be able to apply those credits.
Okay, I see. But you're saying this meter can do that as well, to the extent to which that continues to be a consideration. If the RECs continue to be something that, I mean, I assume they will be, actually. That's kind of an interesting. So yeah, that it will have an integral part in that process, the REC creation process. Is that what you're saying?
That's, I mean, to the extent that there's 2 meters today, we would replace both meters with an AMI meter. If there is a way in the future to be able to utilize a single meter, we would certainly explore that and be able to understand what the generation is through like disaggregation techniques or things like that. But to the extent that there's 2 meters today, there would be 2 meters. We would just literally replace both meters.
And then the question that Commissioner Ellison was asking about appliances, and you know, if I understand correctly, who would design the software so to allow my dishwasher to only run in the middle of the night? I mean, what role does P&M play in that?
It literally, it's the devices, right? So it's the device manufacturer. I don't know who the refrigerator manufacturers are these days, Samsung or whatever. They would be able to understand that there is a high price signal or things like that. P&M is not becoming a software company.
Okay.
We are literally relying on software that's been developed either for the industry at large, right, or by the device manufacturers, right?
So your meter needs to be able to communicate. I mean, is that correct to say that your meter would have to communicate with my dishwasher?
Yeah, it would have to be able to provide the information your dishwasher wants to understand to be able to execute whatever functions you would like it to do.
Okay, and I suppose that's really a software and design challenge for the folks at Itron. Is that correct?
Or Samsung or Whirlpool or Chevy, who makes the vehicle that has a timing mechanism that can take advantage of lower rates in the evening.
But the meter is interacting with those devices through some sort of communication protocol.
Yes, through the Wi-Fi network, it's providing information that those devices would be able to use through the IEEE 2030.5 protocol.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you. Ms. Padilla?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I just have 3 areas. One is actually the questions you were just asking Mr. Hawkins about the home area network. And I just want to understand, Mr. Hawkins, what you and the hearing examiner were discussing, say having your AMI interact with your home appliances to allow you to take advantage of lower price signals. Now, that's something that each customer would have control over, correct, in terms of being able to connect their meter to their home area network through Wi-Fi?
Absolutely. It would be all on the customer to be able to do that.
Okay. So I think Mr. Gedko had asked about this earlier too. And again, I guess I'm just repeating myself, but the home area network is something that customers will be able to use should they want to, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I also wanted to ask just a couple of questions about your conversation with Ms. Park about how P&M will identify low-income areas for installation of AMI. And you mentioned the environmental justice screening tool and said that we would use that to be able to identify a low income, correct?
That's correct.
But you also talked about meter reading routes. So I want to make sure, am I understanding it correctly, that basically you will use the EJ screening tool to identify predominantly low income meter reading routes?
That is correct. And I think Mr. Morgan could also expand on that further. We want to get both the efficiencies of being able to eliminate the work needed for routes, as well as be able to deploy to the areas that would most benefit from the technology first.
So, for example, if you had an area that was actually, fairly prosperous, but had a very significant population of low income, but a small, significantly low income, that would, your EJ screening tool would probably not select that. And sorry, by area, I mean meter reading route. So for a particular meter reading route was predominantly high income, but with a concentrated area of low income, that meter reading route might not be selected for early deployment of AMI, correct?
So I'm going to object. These are all leading questions, Hearing Examiner Ryan.
Sadia?
Well, I'm just trying to do efficient redirect. I think leading questions are appropriate at this point.
Yeah, I understand. So overruled.
Go ahead, Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah, and so I think that might be a better question for Mr. Morgan, as he would understand the construction of meter routes and how the and how that would work with the EJ screening tool potentially better than I would.
Okay, thank you. The last question was about cellular meters, and do you recall that Commissioner Ellison asked you a little bit about cellular meters as a possible alternative to AMI meters?
Yes.
And you mentioned, I believe that cellular meters are more expensive than AMI. Did you not say that?
Yes, they are.
Do cellular meters also use unlicensed spectrum?
No, they do not. They use licensed spectrum that's licensed by the carrier, whether it's Verizon or AT&T or whomever the carrier is.
So would there be a risk to a utility in using cellular spectrum in terms of like that spectrum being reallocated or becoming defunct?
Typically not to be reallocated given the size of the carriers. However, if it is cellular meters under glass, right? So the actual cellular communication is inside the meter itself. The risk that the utility runs is that they would, you would go from 4G to 5G or 5G to 6G, and they would deprecate the previous one, and those meters would no longer talk.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you so much, Mr. Hawkins.
Very good. So I think we can excuse Mr. Hawkins. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then we will, let's just take a 12-minute break. Let's come back at 3:20.
Sir, I apologize. What's our order now? I know we got out of order a little bit.
Cervantes. We just made it a change, was intended for Mr. DeSalen, but we're now at the Cervantes.
Okay, Cervantes, Morgan, Johnson. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Lee,
Yes, sir.
can I confirm your email? I just sent some ABCWA exhibits to cumbrecourt@comcast.net.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I will await it eagerly.
It went out about 11 o'clock this morning.
Okay, dokes. Thank you.
Okay.
When you're ready, Judge.
Sure. Do we have all the necessary parties here? I see the witness, I see Ms. Padilla, I see Mr. Lee, and I am here. So we'll just get started. And
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes.
I forgot to ask that.
Who is speaking?
Sorry, let's wait. Mr. Lee, Mr. Bruno, before you go on the record, Mr. Lee, Mr. Bruno, do you want this off the record, or what's the inquiry?
I wanted to ask about admitting one of the documents I raised. I forgot to ask to put that into evidence.
All right, so this would be on the record. So, Mr. Let's go on the record. Okay, and so now, Mr. Bruno, what's the question?
So Exhibit 6 was the that 500-page test report that we were looking at, and I'd like to admit that into evidence too.
This is the ANSI qualification report, Gen 5 Riva single phase electricity meter. Ms. Padilla, do you have any objection?
No, PNM does not object.
Bruno, Exhibit 6 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Ms. Padilla, call your witness.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. PNM calls Mario Cervantes.
Mr. Lee, please swear in the witness.
Respondents, would you raise your hand, please? Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not kidding. You give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Cervantes. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Mario Cervantes.
And could you tell us your position at PNM?
Yeah, I am the Director of Customer Experience for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
And do you have what's identified as your direct testimony? It's been marked as PNM Exhibit number 13.
I do.
And could you identify that for us fully, please?
Yep. Yes, it is my direct testimony of Mario Cervantes filed October 3rd, 2022.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And Mr. Cervantes, does this include a correction that was made in errata that PNM filed on January 23rd, 2023?
It does include the errata. Yes.
Do you have any additional corrections or changes to make to it at this time?
I don't.
And with that correction made in the errata, is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
All right, PNM moves admission of PNM exhibit number 13.
Objections? PNM Exhibit 13 is admitted.
And Mr. Cervantes, do you have your supplemental testimony that's identified as PNM exhibit number 14?
I do.
And could you please identify that for us?
Yes, it is my supplemental testimony of Mario Cervantes filed March 8th, 2023.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to it at this time?
I don't.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And it's true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
All right. PNM moves admission of PNM exhibit number 14.
Any objections? PNM 14 is admitted.
Okay, PNM makes Mr. Cervantes available for cross-examination.
Commissioners O'Connell or Ellison, any questions for this witness?
Thank you. No questions.
Okay, then we go first to Mr. DeSalen. You've requested 25 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Cervantes.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me, good afternoon, Mr. Cervantes. My name is Charles DeSalen, and I am an attorney representing the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy. Now, I want to ask you about the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Program and how it interconnects with the Customer Energy Management Platform. Okay, so just want to let you know what we're going to be talking about today. It shouldn't take me very long. Now, the Advanced Meter Infrastructure is sometimes called AMI. Is that right?
Correct.
So we'll just use the term advanced meters today, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now the advanced meters are, as I understand it, meters that record and transmit data on a customer's electricity usage, and that's in real time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the Customer Energy Management Platform, as I understand it, is basically a private website. Is that right? Is that accurate?
It's a platform that's available to customers via a logged in environment. Yes.
Okay. And that will display information on a customer's electricity usage. Is that correct?
It will. It will display granular and detailed energy usage.
Okay. And as I understand it from a couple of the PNM witnesses, that platform is still under development by PNM. Is that correct?
So we're actually in the process of issuing an RFP to eventually select a vendor that would provide the solution. So we're not yet in the development phases of the platform.
Okay. Thank you. And then as I understand how this is supposed to work, and recognizing that it's not even at the development stage yet, but as I understand it, the information that would be displayed on this platform would be received and uploaded from the advanced meter. Is that correct?
The advanced meter would collect the interval data, then that data would be transferred to the management meter data management system that would then store and then validate the data to then share that data with multiple systems, including the customer energy management platform that you just discussed.
Okay, so actually, as I understand it, there's a couple of ways that information could be communicated to the customer. The first way is the way that you just described. The information goes through the neighborhood network, goes to PNM, and then PNM sends it back to the customer. But it also can be transmitted directly to the customer if the customer has the appropriate device to receive the information from the advanced meter. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. And I would defer that question to John for the specifics of how that process works, but yes.
Okay, so the information that the customer could receive either directly or through PNM, that would show the customer's energy usage or electricity usage in increments, intervals, like 15 minutes or perhaps even 5-minute increments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I presume that information could then be displayed on a graph, correct?
There's different ways that it can be displayed, but yeah, graphical visuals would be available to customers.
Okay.
And one thing that I want to also mention is that this platform would be accessible from a mobile app as well as part of it. So customers would be able to use their mobile devices to access the information.
Okay. And so then that graph might be able to show electricity usage on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, on an annual basis. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, what about customers that opt out of the advanced meter program? Will they have access to sort of a more rudimentary customer energy management platform that displays their billing information?
They would have access to the existing My Account portal that we offer, because they would not have the interval data available to them, since they wouldn't have an advanced meter and the infrastructure available to them.
Okay, and that's so what you're saying is they would get pretty much what they have now, which is you called it the My Account platform.
Correct, and they actually so I want to clarify, they would be able to access the portal or the platform. However, they would still only get the one read data point that they get now from the their meters. So I want to make that clarification.
Okay, so the one data point, that would be their monthly usage?
Their monthly usage information, yes.
Okay, but that can still be plotted on a graph, which, for example, on the bills that I've seen, there'll be a lot of times a graph that shows the monthly electricity usage over the past year.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Cervantes, are you familiar with a non-communicating interval meter?
I am not.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all my questions then. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ms. Beatles, you requested 10 minutes. Is she with us? Here she is, yes.
Yes, I am. My issue is, for some reason, I can attend the Zoom hearing on my phone, but not on my laptop or the computer sitting at my desk. And I'm trying to work with IT to get that figured out. But can you hear me okay? Can I go ahead and ask a question?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Cervantes, are you familiar with PNM's existing time of use rate?
I have some familiar, so I am familiar with it. So yes.
And so can you tell me what type of meter is used with that rate?
My understanding of the program is that it relies on a register meter that's pre-programmed to collect the data that's needed to be able to
bill customers on that time of use rate. So that's my understanding. And it only has, it's the registers is what captures that data.
Okay, so you are referring to this as a register meter. Do you know the brand, make, or model? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a meter that has the capability of the registers being adjusted. So, yes.
Do you know the brand, make, or model or vintage of that meter?
I don't. That would be a question for Eric Morgan.
Okay. And do you know if it records do you know if it records interval data?
It does not record interval data.
Okay. And so how does it substantiate that the customer's usage is during the peak or off-peak periods that are organized under that time of use rate?
So for that answer, I'm going to defer the response to witness Sutledge. He oversees customer rate structures and pricing and so that subject. So
okay, so you don't know how the register meter monitors or records the time of day during which a customer's usage is during which a customer uses electricity.
I don't know the specifics, so I would be assuming in my response if I provide those.
Okay, so I'll ask my questions on this topic of Mr. Morgan and Sutledge. That's who you're referring me to, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much, Mr. Cervantes.
You're welcome.
Mr. Albright, you've asked for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Cervantes.
Good afternoon.
Jeff Albright with J. Albright Law LLC representing the county. Just have a few questions and of course only have a few minutes as well, but for those with the opt-out option, does that mean that PNM is going to have to maintain two systems indefinitely for opt-out customers as well as those that sign up for the advanced meter?
So this is another question I'm going to defer to Eric Morgan, who is the expert witness on the opt-out process of the plan.
Okay. Also, as a rate rider, if the cost of the AMIs are imposed on included as an advice notice, will all customers pay the same rate for the AMI meter?
That is a question for witness Sutledge as well, that I'll defer to him.
Okay. On page 13 of your direct testimony, you make reference in the longer term to a customer energy management platform. Will include decision support analytics. And this is in the question, it's beyond the 6-year implementation plan period. And what do you mean by that will include decision support analytics?
Yes, so that is actually an additional capability that the customer energy platform will offer. And it will require some historical data in order to be able to offer that capability. And it will basically inform customers about solutions and programs that they may benefit from to potentially save money. So that, that could include potential rates, potential DER solutions, and as I mentioned, customer programs that may be beneficial to them. So that's really what that means, and that is planned for the second part of the 11-year grid mod plan. So in years 7 through 11 is when that capability would become available to customers.
Okay, well, I was a little bit confused then. So for decision support analytics, is this the same as, we're trying to change the behavior by the use of the AMI. We're trying to change the behavior so people can optimize their use of electricity when it makes the most sense, so we don't have the large peaks and valleys and so forth. So is that not going to be available until after the 6th year? That's kind of how I read this. So I'm just trying to get some clarity there.
No, in the years 1 through 6, the customers will have access to their individual energy usage data at the interval level, more granular level. It'll provide the previous day's data if they're looking at it, by day or on a historical type of view. So that information will be available as soon as the customer energy management platform is launched, which is planned for end of year 3 in the grid mod plan. So that is available. What this really talks about is proactive decision analytics to recommend programs to customers based on their usage behaviors and usage patterns. So it'll actually look at, that the historical data and how they're kind of interacting with their energy, and the capability will recommend certain programs without the customer actually having to do the analysis.
Mr. Albright, that's all your time, but if you want to ask one more question, that's fine.
No, I'm fine with where I'm at, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you very much, Mr. Cervantes. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Park, you requested 15.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Cervantes.
Good afternoon.
If you could turn to your direct testimony on page 5.
Okay.
So, near the bottom of the page, you ask how will low-income customers benefit from programs and services enabled by AMI? Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go to the next page, beginning on the bottom, you mentioned usage alerts, and that's one of the benefits, right?
Yes.
And on the next page, you identify 2 others, prepay and pick your own due date, correct?
Correct.
So you've specifically identified 3 benefits, correct?
I did in my testimony, yes.
Okay. And then just to understand, so after the MDMS and the meters are installed, the customer information system and the customer energy management platform need to be implemented in order for these benefits to be realized. Would you agree with that?
Yes, in part. So you mentioned the advanced meters themselves, and the communication and information technology that is needed to support advanced meters. Yes, that would need to be deployed, as well as the customer energy management platform for the prepaid program. Now, I think your question about the customer information system may have to do with the pick your own due date response, but just maybe you can clarify.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's go to the prepaid program then. The prepaid program falls outside of the functionality offered by Customer Energy Management Platform. Is that correct?
It does. It's a separate solution that is not included in the Customer Energy Management Platform.
Okay, and then so PNM will have to find another vendor, and this will require significant development efforts. Would you agree with that statement?
Correct.
So can you explain what the significant development efforts will entail?
What would be the design of the program itself? There's specific technical requirements that are needed in order to offer the program, that again are offered. They're only available and offered by the advanced metering and the AMI technology. One of those is the ability for customers to pay ahead on their bill, and prepay for the amount of usage that they believe they're gonna consume, or energy, I should say, in a given month, and then the ability for them to be able to monitor the usage that they're consuming in a given month or day or whatever it is that they're looking at. And so there has to be integration with the solution and the vendor to the customer energy management solution, and the AMI data that's coming in, to be able to offer that type of program.
Will it require additional software investment by PNM?
Yes.
And so is that why, in order for this program to be offered, PNM will have to address this in a separate application or future rate case? Is that correct?
Correct.
When does PNM expect to address this or have this or include this? When do you expect to have an application before the commission addressing this program?
So PNM anticipates that the technical capabilities, as I mentioned, for the prepaid program will be available after year 3 of the grid mod implementation plan.
Okay.
And again, it's after the MDMS is integrated with the customer information system and the customer energy management platform is implemented. So it's after year 3 when we would be able to start the process for evaluating what's vendors and the different solutions that are available, to then bring that to the customers in the future filing or future case.
So there will be, if I understood you correctly, did you say there will be an evaluation in year 3?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then with the Pick Your Own Due Date program, that will also be addressed in a future rate case or application, correct?
The program itself, yes, if investments to offer the program are needed. The
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, the technical capabilities again are not available currently, which is obviously why we don't offer it. So those will not be available until the full deployment of the grid mod of the AMI meters and AMI technology. So I believe that is in year 4 when we have that in our roadmap.
And are additional software investments necessary for this program to be offered?
Potentially, we don't know exactly, but potentially there may be.
And then what about the usage alert? That was the third benefit you mentioned. When will that be available to customers?
Usage alerts are part of the customer energy management platform solution. So those would be available at the latest end of year 3 of the grid mod plan.
So these 3 benefits I've identified, PNM is saying that these benefits will be available to low-income customers before other customers, correct?
The benefits in this case, I think the most immediate benefit would be the customer energy management platform. Okay. And given the deployment plan of the advanced meters and the enabling technology is to focus on deployment to our low-income customers first. Then yes, if you look at it that way, low-income customers may be able to access the customer energy management platform in this case sooner than other customers would.
I guess your testimony identifies those 3 benefits I listed: the usage alert prepaid program and the pick your own due date as benefits that PNM will offer to low-income customers first. And so I'm just trying to understand how that will work. Could you explain that?
So maybe you can rephrase the question, because I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sure. How will PNM ensure that low-income customers receive those 3 benefits I've identified, that they get those benefits first?
Well, I think there's really not a way to roll out for it, and I'm talking more specifically about the prepaid program and the pick your own due date. There's really no way from what I can think of where we could roll out just that one program or multiple programs to one group of customers first, because it is technology that once we launch would be available to all customers. But for the purposes of benefits to low-income customers that are made available from the AMI technology, those are the benefits that we believe those customers would be the most most benefit from.
And which benefits are you talking about specifically?
Benefits in terms of being able to have the information and the tools to manage their energy usage more effectively. Again, the usage alerts is one way of doing that, because that basically notifies the customers of when they're reaching a certain limit or a predetermined threshold on their energy usage, so that they can make the necessary decisions for potential savings. Same thing with prepay, right? Prepay allows customers to budget their energy use based on their available funds and pay ahead. So those are benefits that I think come from some of these solutions.
Sure. So the usage alert will be available to low-income customers first. Is that correct?
According to the deployment schedule for advanced meters, yes.
Okay. And if I'm understanding you correctly, that the prepay program and the pick your own due date will be offered to all the customers sort of at the same time? Is that
right?
Funny? Okay, thank you. I have one other question. So in your supplemental, there was a question. If you go to page 2. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay, so the second part of that question on top, it asks, why aren't upgrades to or the replacement of the billing system already under consideration now? Do you see that?
I do.
And I may be misunderstanding your testimony, but isn't it true that PNM knows now, if you go maybe to line 9, based on this sentence, the current billing system must be modified to accommodate the 3-period pricing for non-residential customers. Do you see that?
I do.
So PNM knows that it needs to modify its system, correct?
The time of day pilot that's being proposed in the rate case does require that the customer be billed on a 3-period rate. And that's specific to non-residential customers. The existing CIS, our existing CIS system, customer information system, has the flexibility to bill to bill rates that offer up to 3 time periods, but it does require additional programming to be able to enable that functionality. For more complex rates, and we're talking about like critical pricing and rates that are more complex in nature, there will be a need for a more modern billing solution at that point. We're not there yet, and I'm not the subject matter expert to discuss the roadmap for upcoming rates and rate structures. That would be Mike Sutledge. But from what we know now, the billing system, our existing billing system, can handle up to the 3 periods that are needed to support the time of day rate. But anything more complex than that, which again, critical peak pricing could have multiple periods, and there may be a need to quickly shift the periods from time to time. That's not something that our current system has flexibility to do, and at that point we would need to consider additional solutions.
Ms. Park, unfortunately, time is run. I have to move us along.
Okay.
Is okay?
Sure.
I apologize. Mr. Gedko, you've requested 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cervantes.
Good afternoon.
I had a question. I asked it to Mr. Hawkins and he deferred to you. I'm going to try to summarize it with a simple question. how would a customer, what would a customer need to do, a residential customer need to do to have real-time, immediate energy usage data on their smartphone?
And you said John Hawkins defer that question to me.
I asked him a question about customer devices and the ability to see real-time energy usage, and that was punted to you. I'm sorry.
I don't have the answer. My expertise is not necessarily on the technical capabilities or the technical side. I can speak to the solutions that we are considering that would enable certain tools for customers, but not necessarily in terms of the technology itself that could do that. So I think we may have to.
Are you familiar with devices that are called energy monitors?
Somewhat.
Are energy monitors used to provide this information real time to customers?
I believe so. Again, I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't be able to really contribute to.
And I'll understand if you don't know, but I don't know where else to ask. But do you know whether energy monitors require a customer to plug something into their circuit breaker?
I don't know.
And do you know if, do you have an idea? I asked Mr. Hawkins as well as to the price range for an energy monitor for a residential customer to buy to have real-time energy usage. Do you have an understanding of the cost of energy monitors?
I don't. No.
And it's your understanding that customers won't be able to see their energy usage data until the next day, correct?
Correct.
And
under
when
the existing plan, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just saying under the existing plan, yes, the next day.
And I heard you use the term usage behaviors and usage patterns. That isn't device specific usage behavior, is it? Such as like a customer won't know a refrigerator usage the prior day versus washing machine usage?
That is actually one of the features of the customer energy management solution. It's disaggregation. So it would have the ability to break down the energy usage at the device level or appliance level and provide that information to customers to offer more targeted feedback on steps that they can take to save energy, save money potentially. So yes, it is one of the features that's available, that would be available through the customer energy management platform.
Okay. And that's done through like, this might be the wrong term, but like footprinting, the system's smart enough to understand a footprint of a device. Is that correct?
It is my understanding that it would use patented algorithms.
I'm sorry, the term again, it would use?
Patented algorithms.
Thank you.
To determine or break down the usage and to those kind of levels. So,
okay. And then one last question is just I came to understand that by calling a P&M customer service representative, a customer could get some real-time energy usage data. Do you understand what that P&M customer service representative does to have that real-time data as opposed to having to wait on the phone with the customer for 4 hours until the meter automatically sends them new data?
Maybe you can rephrase the question. I'm sorry.
Well, what we've come to understand, or I've come to understand, is that the meter sends the data to the MDMS every
Right.
4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But if I pick up the phone and call a PNM representative, that representative can tell me my immediate usage right at that moment.
Yes, they could ping the meter to obtain a reading. And right.
They ping the meter?
Yes. I don't have the specifics in terms of the technical aspects of how that would take place, but it's a capability that would be available through the technology that we're evaluating.
And unfortunately, we're going to have to move on, Mr. Gedko.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes.
You're welcome.
Mr. Baker, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and hello to Mr. Cervantes.
Hello.
I'd like to just confirm my understanding with the first question and ask you, do you agree that your responses so far outline the primary benefits of AMI metering data as being to supply data for future site-specific hosting capacity studies and possible future billing and rate design option?
I believe so.
Great. And would you agree that both the levels of peak load and energy requirements of EV charging are very likely to grow and change over the next 5 to 10 years with continued transition of transportation to EVs?
I believe so.
Great. And do you agree that the peak power and energy available from customer PV or DER, distributed resources, will also increase significantly with continued interconnections over the next few years?
In my opinion, yes.
Great. Would you agree that using granular data that may be available from AMI meters to design new time of use or time of day rate classes will be a very challenging moving target and may or may not result in customer savings if the times of peak supply and demand change over the next few years?
So I'm going to defer that response to Mr. Setledge. He is the expert witness on time of day and time of use rates. So that is my response.
Okay. I'm not looking for an exact savings. I'm just looking for that it's a moving target.
Again, I want to defer that response to Mr. Setledge.
Okay. So I will move on to a separate question referring to Baker Interrogatory 1-05, which can be found on page 6 of 13 in Baker Exhibit 1. Do you recall that I asked, of what use is granular time of use data from AMI meters to customers currently in 1A and 2A rate classes?
Excuse me, Mr. Baker, I'm sorry. Could you just repeat where you're looking so I can get there too?
Sure. Baker Exhibit 1, page 6 of 13.
Yes, give me one moment while I look that up. Yes.
Great. And so my understanding is that neither rate class 1A or small business 2A are currently time of use rate classes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. Thank you. would you agree with me that knowing the precise time a load occurs from AMI data, for instance, would really have very little benefit and no cost savings unless a customer was already subscribed to a time of use rate class?
Repeat that question, please.
Sorry. Would you agree that knowing a precise time of a load, as is available with AMI data, would not result in savings for customers that are not on time of use rate classes? In other words, the existing 1A and 2A rate classes, it doesn't make any difference to me what time of day I use my power currently.
I don't agree with that. Well, currently, you're talking about currently in the...
I'm talking about currently. A customer that's currently on a 1A or a 2A rate class, which is a tiered rate class, totally dependent on consumption and not time of use.
And you're talking about the customer to that customer.
Correct.
In terms of savings for them individually.
Right. The benefit to the customer.
I would agree, yes.
Thank you. That's really all the questions I have for you today. I thank you for your time.
Okay. And then we have Mr. Borman, staff. You asked for 5 minutes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner Keith Herman with the...
Oh, did I skip you?
You did, but it was harmless. I have no cross-examination for Mr.
Thank you. Sorry, I even have my paper lined up to get my column correct, and I missed it. Sorry, Keith, Mr. Herman.
No problem. Thank you.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I also have no questions.
Okay, I have just a few questions, Mr. Cervantes. I want to bring up, and I'll just do this for our benefit collectively. This is LES 2. This Sanchez's. It's the chart we've all talked about at some length.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry. What?
Yeah, it's Miss Sanchez's direct testimony. I'm gonna actually share it on screen, so I'll have it up for you in just a second. You're looking at it now. So it's LES2, page 10 of 40. And my basic question is this. I'm looking at the different time frames at which all this happens. So customer energy management platform is deployed at year 2. Is that correct?
Customer energy management platform, the technical, the planning and the initial implementation efforts began in year 2 and they extend through year 3. So
wait, so when does the customer have the ability to look at the platform at what year?
And year 3 is when they would have access to the platform.
Okay, so what's going to happen? I mean, assuming, just hypothetically, if P&M's application was approved as it is, what would be happening between now or July, we'll call it, and then that time till a customer? What are you doing before the customer finally has it? I mean, I assume there are RFPs, there are other things. Can you describe that?
Yes. So right now we're in the process of issuing an RFP to vendors that we have determined align or are able to meet the requirements and features that we've determined are key to providing the benefits to and the tools to customers. We expect to have a vendor selected by I believe is Q3 of this year, and the contract, the actual selection in the contract of contracting of that vendor would depend on approval of the plan. If the plan is approved, then we would begin the procurement process as soon as the plan is approved, and that's, that is estimated to take the better part of the second half of this year, again, if we follow the schedule that we have.
Okay, so in effect, there's the RFP, the vendor comes out, then I'm guessing after you select the vendor, and what happens after you select the vendor?
Then we begin the technical planning of the implementation.
Okay.
And there's integration with systems that need to happen. So we need to work with a system integrator to facilitate that process. I think Mr. Hawkins talked about the multiple systems that we need to be integrated in order to enable the customer energy management platform, MDMS, advanced meters, the NAN, head end, all of those would be systems that would need to be in place
Developed.
and integrated,
Okay.
right?
And then only at the end of all of that do you roll the website out or the platform out for customer use.
Correct.
Okay. And that, again, for clarity, you saying that's at some point between year 2 and the end of year 3? Is that what you said earlier?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
I just want to
I mean,
make sure.
our goal would be to have that solution up and running sooner, but it really depends on the implementation of that enabling technology that we've been talking about.
I understand. I mean, I'm asking you for clarity about those matters because it seems like, as Mr. Baker was indicating, well, not Mr. He was indicating, but I mean, we've all said more or less the only way customers can respond and change behavior is if they have knowledge about their behavior. So do you agree that the management platform is an integral part of this program?
It is. Yes. We believe that is the one of the main tools that will be able to offer customers the benefits that they expect. Again, I talked about some of those tools and features, but the ability of just being able to have the information at their fingertips, right, to be able to make the necessary adjustments or decisions that they need to make in order to achieve savings, or if their interest is in in other in DR solutions, for example, that is something that this platform could eventually inform the customer, and so yes, it is a very important part of the plan and key technology that's needed.
Is there a certain degree of standardization at this point among utilities about what these platforms look like?
There is, and it's not new technology or new solution, and not a new solution. So the features and capabilities that we asked about have already, they're proven. They're being used by other utilities and have demonstrated to offer, the benefits that the customers have expressed.
Okay.
Wanting.
Sure. And then just one final question. I've thought long and hard about this prepay program, and I'm not sure that I understand it. And I understand the actual mechanics of it, but I don't understand why anyone would prepay for their energy. in some ways, my understanding is in rate cases, there's always some component of bad debt from a utility that gets rolled over as just an operating expense that the rest of the customers pick up. But it seems like with the prepaid program, you're effectively pushing risk on to the customers who prepay to have to shoulder a discontinuation of service. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you?
Well, I basically, there's bad debts that utilities have, right? Because people can't pay. There are people who can't afford their utilities. And those bad debts are usually incorporated into the revenue requirement in some way. In effect, we socialize the cost of bad debt.
Right.
But with a prepaid program where your capacity to pay ahead is in fact, contingent upon, well, your service is contingent upon you paying ahead. It just seems like the individual is setting themselves up, if they're economically vulnerable, for the possibility of a discontinuation of service, when in the other circumstance, when we were socializing costs because of bad debt, they wouldn't.
Well, I think, there's cases that basically demonstrate that this type of program actually helps those customers better manage their finances, and they're able to actually avoid disconnection, because they actually have a pretty I think pretty clear budget of what they can spend, they cannot spend. And some of the benefits of the program for, you mentioned vulnerable customers, is that they
Right, you mentioned what kind of customers?
Vulnerable or low income customers. Some of the benefits that are that are available to them as part of a program like this one is that they would not have to pay the deposit fees, for example, or reconnection fees or disconnection fees, late fees. All those fees go away with the prepaid program. So it actually benefits, because they're in the kind of at the end of the day, they're actually saving money by avoiding those fees that sometimes can be pretty substantial.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Anything further from Mr. Cervantes? Ms. Padilla, do you have any redirect?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Anything, Commissioner O'Connell? I see you there. Nope, shaking his head.
No, thank you.
Good. Okay, Mr. Cervantes, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And we got 4:20. We're cruising along. All right, Mr. Morgan, is that correct, Ms. Padilla?
Yes, he will be our next witness. We do need to make a little swap out for attorneys, though. So if you could just give us a 5-minute break, and I
that's
will
fine.
be gone, and Mr. Verhule will be here.
4:27. I'll be back. Okay. See Mr. Lee. Let's just wait till Ms. Padilla's back as she is sponsoring the witness.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, my name's John Verheul. I'm an attorney with PNM. I will be sponsoring Mr. Morgan.
Terrific. Mr. Lee, can we go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
Let's do that. And PNM has Eric Morgan here. Mr. Lee, could you swear Mr. Morgan in?
Mr. Morgan, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony about giving the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Morgan, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Eric C. Morgan.
What is your job title?
I am the Associate Director for Customer Operations.
Mr. Morgan, do you have with you what has been labeled as PNM Exhibit 15, your direct testimony?
Yes, I do.
And that was filed on October 3, 2022?
Yes.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and correct account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions, corrections, subtractions to it at this time?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they will.
Hearing Examiner, I move for admission of PNM Exhibit 15.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 15 is admitted.
Mr. Morgan, do you have with you PNM Exhibit 16? This is your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I do.
And when was this filed?
I believe it was March 2nd. I may be wrong. Yeah, just
Do you have it with you?
one moment. February 8th. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And this was prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
It is a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Any additions, corrections?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move for admission of PNM Exhibit 16.
Any objections? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 16 will be admitted.
And finally, Mr. Morgan, do you have with you PNM Exhibit 17, your supplemental testimony?
Yes, I do.
And was this filed on March 8th, 2023?
Yes, it was.
Was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit 17.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 17 is admitted.
I offer the witness for cross-examination.
Any commissioner questions? Connell says no. I don't see Commissioner Ellison, so we'll proceed to the order scheduled. Mr. DeSalen, you requested 25 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan, and good afternoon, Mr. Verheul. My name is Charles DeSalen, and I am representing the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy. And I have a few questions for you today. It should not take 25 minutes. Now I'm going to ask you mostly questions about the installation of advanced meters and advanced meter infrastructure is often called AMI. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I for purposes of today's question, I will just use the term advanced meters or advanced metering. Now, PNM is planning to install advanced meters for its customers on their premises. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there will be a procedure for PNM's customers to opt out of the advanced metering program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the customers who opt out of the program would not have new advanced meters installed on their premises?
Well, I should step back and make sure we understand, because there's two different options for a customer to opt out.
Okay.
The first option would be prior to PNM starting the meter deployment. And if they choose to opt out prior to the start of the meter deployment, that is one cost. If we have started our meter deployment and a customer requests to opt out after a smart meter has been installed, then there's a cost for us to dispatch a vehicle or company vehicle to that premise or to that customer's property to remove that smart meter that was installed.
Okay. So just to be clear, I'm not going to be asking you about the costs of the smart meter or the advanced meter program, but the customers who opt out of the program, they would not have new meters installed. Is that correct?
I think it depends on when they opt out. So if they opt out before we start, they will not have a different meter.
Right.
The meter
Okay.
that's there will remain.
Okay. And so those folks would not have a new meter installed. They would retain their old existing meters. Is that correct?
That is our plan. They will keep the meter that is on the property today or at that
Okay.
time, if approved.
Okay. And those old meters, those are analog meters?
There's a combination of types of meter. Analog, if you're referring to the 5 register dial type meters. We have a mix of those as well as non-transmitting digital display meters in the field as well.
Okay. So could you tell me what is the useful life of those meters? And if you could give me a separate answer for both the analog meters and the non-transmitting digital meters.
I would be speculating because I'm not a meter expert. So I don't know the life expectancy of our existing meters that we have in the field, whether that's an analog meter or one of our digital display meters.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how often those meters are replaced?
In my experience, there are meters that have been out in the field for more than 25 years.
Okay. But nevertheless, some from time to time, those meters are going to wear out or break down, and PNM will replace them.
I would think over time, yes, we would eventually replace those meters, our existing meters.
Okay. Now, for a customer that is in that has opted out from the advanced metering program, what type of meter would PNM replace the broken down meter with?
I would like to say it would be the same type of meter that was on the property prior to that meter failing, but it also would depend on what meter is available. So it could be something different, but would be a as you stated earlier, it would be a non-advanced meter.
Okay. So it would be another analog meter or another non-communicating digital meter.
Correct, for an opt-out customer.
Okay. Now, right, and that's what I meant for an opt-out customer. Now, Mr. Morgan, is it your understanding that the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy has proposed an alternative replacement meter for opt-out customers?
It does not. I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you familiar with the written testimony of Mr. Kenny that was submitted in this proceeding, Mr. Michael Kenny?
I would have to take a look. Unfortunately, it's just not coming to me at this very moment.
Okay. Let me ask you then,
Sure.
Are you familiar with the non-communicating interval meter?
Yes, I am familiar with a non-communicating interval meter.
Okay, and could you explain to me what a non-communicating interval meter does?
A non-communicating interval meter still provides interval data. I don't know, I'm not exactly sure what the frequency of that is, maybe 15 minutes. But that interval data is not readily or is not available to a customer until a meter reader has physically read that meter. And then I believe the information that we capture in the field from the meter goes back to the last time that the meter may have been read.
Okay, so a non-communicating interval meter will store the customer's energy usage data internally. I guess it's some type of a hard drive.
I don't know the technical background, but the meter data is stored at the meter. Correct.
Okay, and then the meter reader then can come and access that information when he comes by once a month or whatever and obtain that information.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you agree, don't you, that it would be technically feasible for PNM to offer a non-communicating interval meter as a replacement meter for those opt-out customers whose meters break down or wear out? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I got stuck when you said I agree. Should you repeat the question for me, please?
Sure. We're talking about the opt-out customers here, and my question for you is: would you agree that it is technically feasible for PNM to offer a non-communicating interval meter to replace worn-out meters for those opt-out customers?
I believe it's one of the options that is available for a customer if that is what they choose. But I would also say that those customers would not necessarily achieve the benefits of real-time interval data. But if they chose that they would rather wait for a monthly reading, that would be an option for a customer. I don't know if I would agree that it's feasible.
Okay. Well, let's look at your supplemental testimony. Excuse me, your rebuttal testimony. And let's look at page 10. Now, I believe that you are in that document responding to Michael Kenny's proposal for use of a non-communicating interval meter to replace meters for customers who are in the opt-out program. Is that correct?
Yes, my response is we could offer that type of non-communicating meter.
Okay, but you mentioned several drawbacks to offering that type of meter. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe I mentioned that one of the drawbacks is the information is only available once a month whenever that meter is read.
Right.
Not having real time. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you.
I was going to add that it doesn't provide the real time information to customers.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, we would still have to manually read the meters on a monthly basis.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, but with the non-communicating interval meter, the meter would still be recording the electricity usage every 15 minutes, and that would be stored in the meter, right?
That is correct.
And so that information, if it's collected by the meter reader, could then be provided to the customer at the end of the month.
Well, yes, but there is a process. We have to bring that information back to our office. We have a system that collects and aggregates the information. Okay. And then that information is then pushed to our CIS system for billing purposes. And then once that has occurred, I believe that's when that information would be available to a customer.
Okay. And that information would be available on the customer's platform. Is that correct? Either my account or another platform that PNM has set up?
I don't believe we've discussed utilization of the interval data for the non-communicating meters. So whether or not that 15-minute interval will be available on Energy Platform, I'm not 100% certain, but we would have reading history, but that would just be registers, not the interval data information. That's how our system works today.
Okay, but nevertheless, it would be technically feasible for PNM to make that information available to its opt-out customers on their customer platform.
I would say yes, that would be something that could be feasibly made available to those customers.
Okay, so the customer could then look at that data and immediately tell what time of day its electricity usage is typically highest, and what time of day its electricity usage is typically lowest, right?
I don't know how much information, even though it's stored at the meter, again, would provide to the customer. I'm just not familiar with it.
Okay, well, and you said you weren't sure how it was going to be set up, but you also said you thought that it was feasible for PNM to make all of this information available. So let's assume that PNM decides to make all of the information available to the customer on the platform. So the customer then could look at this data and determine when its electricity usage is highest and when it's lowest on a daily basis. Would you agree with that?
I don't have the subject matter expertise to be able to say that information. I think your question is it feasible? I don't believe I can answer whether or not that is feasible, that all of this information, as you explained, would be available to the customer.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with time of use rates?
I am not familiar. I think that would be a question for Mr. Setlich with regard to time of use rates.
Okay. Okay, let me try this a little differently. Let's assume that that information that we were just talking about, the 15-minute interval electricity usage for a given customer. And let's say that PNM makes that information available on the customer platform. Okay. Would you agree with me that that information would be useful to the customer in deciding or determining when it's using a large amount of electricity or a lower amount of electricity?
If I understand the question, I think the response to that is not knowing what information will be available to a customer for them to make the informed decision as to when they are using the information, they're using electricity. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
okay. Okay. Mr. Morgan, I was trying to get you to assume that the information is available. And then based on that assumption, I would like your view on whether that information would be useful to the customer in deciding how to use its electricity, how to shift electricity from peak usage to non-peak usage.
So if we're basing this on an assumption, if the information is available as with an advanced meter, would that information be useful to a customer? I just want to make sure I understand the question.
That is my question. Yes, Mr. Morgan.
I would say with that assumption, yes.
Okay. Now let's move on to the second drawback that you mentioned. You said that the meters would need to be read manually, and here we're talking about again a non-communicating interval meter that's used to replace a worn out meter on somebody who's on the opt-out program. I believe in your testimony you said that the drawback, a second drawback, is that gee, this meter would need to be read manually. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But earlier, I think you testified that for anyone on the opt-out program, PNM's intention is to replace the old meter with a non-communicating meter. So in that circumstance, the meter would have to be read manually anyway. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think I maybe misunderstood your question. You said if we had to go exchange the meter. I think my testimony was if the existing meter was at the property and a customer chose to opt out before we started deployment, that the prior meter at the premise would remain. And that would require us to manually read that meter as well. Is that my understanding of your question?
Okay, yeah. I was referring to the situation where the meter is replaced.
Okay.
But I think in this context, it probably doesn't matter much. But let's look at the situation where it is replaced.
Okay.
So I think you testified before that if the meter had to be replaced, it would be replaced with a non-communicating meter if somebody's on the opt-out program, correct?
Yes, and I would like to say that because you're referencing now meters that have interval data, so that would be a different meter than what may have been at the property. But if we did have an interval data meter at the property, then yes, we would exchange it for that similar type of meter.
Okay, and that meter would need to be read manually, correct?
That is correct. Yes, both.
Okay, so there's not really a drawback here in replacing the meter with a non-communicating interval meter as opposed to an old style meter. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Whether that's a interval data meter or a single register meter, we would have to read the meter.
Okay.
On a monthly basis.
Okay, and then I think the third drawback that you noted with offering non-communicating interval meters is that it would create an incentive for customers to opt out. Is that your testimony?
I'm just reconfirming in my testimony that it was an incentive. Right.
Sure. Take your time, Mr. Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
No problem.
That is correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, has PNM done any kind of analysis or projection as to the percentage of its customers that will elect to opt out from the program as it is currently proposed?
To our PNM customers, I just want to.
Yes.
No, we have not.
Okay. Does PNM have, to your knowledge, any empirical data on the percentage of customers that have chosen to opt out of similar programs in other states?
Yes, we use our consultant Internex to provide us information for utilities and opt-out percentages, and we use that as a baseline for what we were estimating our opt-out customer rate to be.
Okay, and could you tell me what that data indicates?
The actual percentage that we projected, I'm sorry?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 0.3% of our customer, and which is about 1,700 customers, give or take.
Okay. And does PNM have any projections on how that number would change if PNM offered non-communicating interval meters to opt-out customers?
We have not.
Okay. And is it my understanding, Mr. Morgan, that those three drawbacks that we just covered were the only drawbacks that you referenced in your rebuttal testimony?
At that time, yes, that was the three drawbacks. Correct.
Okay.
We may learn more.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Morgan. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatles, you requested 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you. Is the audio okay for coming from my end?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Good afternoon.
When you say a meter must be read manually, how exactly is that done? Is an individual walking by, or are they driving by, pointing a device towards the meter and picking up the data that way?
Our current meter population involves all three scenarios where we are walking and physically entering a customer's property, depending upon location, to physically read the registers that are on a meter. We have a drive-by, and I would even say it's not even a drive-by, it's a walk-by functionality, which is low frequency RF. We're a non-TOU meter will communicate back to our device what a reading is on a meter. And then we have our other meters that require, similar to the meters that we have to pull data off registers that we have to physically touch each and every single month.
Interesting. Okay, so there are different methods of meter reading that are done depending on the characteristics of the location and also on the particular type of meter at that location. Did I describe that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, what do you know about the types of meters that are used for your current residential time of use customers?
I do not know the type of meter. And you said it was for commercial customers?
I'm sorry, residential. If I said commercial, I apologize for
Okay.
residential. So I'm looking at P&M's residential service time of use rate number 1B. And I'm asking you what type of meter is installed at those customers' locations.
I'm not a meter expert, but if it's a residential time of use, then I would categorize it as a meter that has the ability to provide registers of information that would require the meter reader to pull off on a monthly basis and then download back into our field collection system.
And what kind of information would be provided to the customer in that scenario and when?
I'm not 100% certain on what information would be provided to a customer on a residential TOU with regard to when a customer would receive the information would be after we have read the meter and it has billed. But what information is provided, I think it's just bill charges is what's provided to a customer on a monthly basis.
Would the customer be, would your current time of use customers have the ability to look at their usage data and determine how many kilowatt hours were used during the off-peak period versus the on-peak period?
Again, I am not a meter expert, but if that type of meter was installed that provided on-peak or off-peak data, I believe it would be available to a customer on their statement.
Okay, because that's how their bill is calculated, correct?
Based on those registers, correct.
Okay, and by register, are you referring to a type of meter or the way that P&M retrieves the data from the meter?
It's the data that's on the meter, and I think you had referenced on-peak and off-peak. It is my understanding that that would be a register or two registers, on-peak, off-peak, two different registers.
Oops. Okay, so the registers are a functionality of a particular meter whereby usage may be registered during one part of the day, or one part usage may be registered as being that electricity is consumed is consumed during one part of the day versus another, and that information is broken down and registered differently on the meter. Is that what you mean by register?
Objection.
What's the basis?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, all of these time of use rate questions are beyond the scope of Mr. Morgan's testimony. He has not testified as to any rate formulation or any time of use rates.
Ms. Beatles?
Mr. Cervantes answered some of my questions about the types of meters for P&M's current time of use customers. he deferred those questions to Mr. Morgan and Settlage.
Okay, so I'll overrule it, but if he doesn't know the answers to the question, the witness is free to say that. Go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
Yes, I would like to understand what Mr. Morgan means when he refers to the register by or of a meter. Do you mean it is a particular type of information that is registered by the meter?
Like I had mentioned, I'm not a meter expert with regard to those detailed questions regarding the types of meters and what exactly a register. I'll have to defer to Mr. Sedlich.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, Mr. John Hawkins, as it relates to the meters. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, Mr. Hawkins has already appeared and been excused. So I'm just asking about, let me see if I have any more questions about the company's current residential time of use accounts. What kind of information is provided to the company by the meters for those types of accounts?
Objection. Again, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry, these questions, she's asking the meter person about the type of information that goes into rates and billing and the customer experience. And really, this is outside the scope of Mr. Morgan's testimony.
Okay, actually, that's not my question. I would like to know, with respect to the types of meters that your current time of use customers have, what information is provided by those meters to the company? So first I asked to the customer, and now I'm asking to the company. And if he doesn't know, that's fine.
Yeah. I do not know the answer, Ms. Beatles. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no further questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Great. It's 5 after. I'd like to just get the she's 2 more out of the way. Mr. Lee, are you okay going 20 more minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Bernalillo County, you've requested 5.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, just a couple of questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Jeff Albright with representing Bernalillo County in the proceeding. Mr. Cervantes also referred another question to you, so I'll apologize in advance if it's out of your wheelhouse, but let me pose it to you. So I looked at the numbers in your testimony and saw the 0.3% with regard to the opt-out. It was determined from other states' use. And so I believe you just mentioned that corresponds to about 1,500 to 1,700 customers.
I believe it's just north of 1,700 customers.
Okay. And with that, the question I had posed was, with that opt-out, would PNM have to continue to operate 2 accounting systems and billing systems to handle those opt-out customers, since essentially nothing would have changed for them?
Objection. Accounting and billing are certainly far outside the scope of Mr. Morgan's testimony.
And I would just respond that it was referred by Mr. Cervantes with regard to, I'm not asking about the mechanics of it, just whether or not they would need to have 2 operating systems.
Yeah, I overrule that objection. You can answer the question.
Mr. Albright, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
With the opt-out, assuming we have 1,700 customers or thereabouts, whatever the number is, would PNM have to continue to operate 2 systems in order to take care of the opt-out customers?
And when you refer to systems, are we talking, because I thought I heard something about billing system versus
Well,
system to
accounting
read.
systems, measuring, the reporting, all of those types of things.
Our equipment would require us to have, because we're using obviously the telecommunications, the MDMS and so forth. But with regard to customers who opt out, yes, we do have to have a system in order for those folks to be read on a monthly basis and the information to be brought back to our CIS system.
And that would include meter readers and everyone else who has to go out and read these 1,700 spread throughout the territory of PNM service territory, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Another question I had was in your direct testimony on pages 14 and 15, just a clarification.
Mm-hmm.
And you referred before, there's looking at page 14 first of your direct testimony. You have proposing a one-time opt-out fee of $18.60. You see that?
Yes.
Prior to the installation of AMI.
Okay.
And then you mentioned earlier as well, if the customer opts out after installation, same page, line 17, there's a $49.17 opt-out fee.
I'm sorry, the number again. Could you get the number
I'm sorry.
again? There is a 45.
49.17 if the customer opts out after installation of the AMI meter. Okay, and then on the next page on 15, it states that as down around lines 10 through 17 or so, it says when PNM has more updated data closer to AMI implementation, it will file an advice notice with the commission to formally propose one-time opt-out fees. And subsequently, next sentence, subsequently after AMI meter installation, year's completion, PNM will file an advice notice for the monthly opt-out fee. So are those fees that are being discussed there different than the ones listed on the previous page in your testimony?
So there's three different fees that I want to make sure that we can separate out.
Okay.
There's a one-time opt-out, and I think it's later in my testimony, I think it's Exhibit 3, ECM 3. I may be incorrect, where customers will be notified prior to the deployment plan their choice to opt out. And if that is the case before we start the deployment or before we start to move into an area of deploying meters, that fee would be $18.60 for a customer. That's that one-time opt-out prior to deployment of a meter. The second fee is if a customer were to opt out, meaning we've already exchanged the meter and put a smart advanced meter on the property, and now someone wants to have a non-communicating meter. For that fee, that's the $49.17 for us to roll a truck to change the meter to a non-communicating meter. The monthly fee is the cost for continue to have a meter read operation in order for customers to receive a bill, which would be our cost, labor, vehicle, things of that nature as part of continuing to run the meter read operation. That is the monthly cost of $28.61. I want to make sure I quote the right amount. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
It does, but a follow-on question, and I'm looking at your supplemental testimony at page 2, and it says, and it refers back to your direct testimony. It says, subsequently after AMI meter installation nears completion, PNM will file an advice notice for the monthly opt-out fee. At that time, PNM will have more updated information, particularly as to the total number of customers who opt out. And so my follow-on question is, are the fees that you're proposing here or that you've listed, and I understand the distinction, are those dependent upon the number of customers who not opt out? Or is it based upon other factors?
It is based on the number of customers and other factors, meaning for those customers, what it would require P&M to read their meter on a monthly basis. So the advice notice is we will have a better understanding of the number of customers that have opted out once we are getting closer to deployment.
And
Okay.
Mr. Albright, that's the time. Unfortunately, I have to move on. We're all over time anyway.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Appreciate your answers.
Mr. Lesky, you've requested 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan. My name is Justin Lesky. I represent the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 611. And the only questions that I want to ask you about relate to your rebuttal testimony, which is P&M Exhibit 16. So I assume you have that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the only pages you really need to look at for my questions are pages 3 and 4.
I have it in front of me.
Okay, good. And what I'm looking at on page 3 are lines 9 through 11 in your testimony, where you state, as stated on page 9 of my direct testimony, P&M is committed to full redeployment of its meter reading staff and does not intend to lay off or let go any meter readers. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I mean, you know the old saying about good intentions, right?
Yes.
And my question to you is, does P&M agree that it will not involuntarily lay off or let go any meter readers as a result of AMI implementation?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood, or perhaps I want to make clear. Did you say involuntarily?
Correct.
Could you restate the question just for me?
Sure. Does P&M agree that it will not involuntarily lay off or let go any meter readers as a result of AMI implementation?
Mr. Lesky, I will respond to that question that P&M will not lay off any employees, or I'm sorry, meter readers as a result of AMI.
Okay.
That is our plan.
Okay, thank you. And it's the same kind of issue if you look on page 4 of your testimony. The question related to subcontracting, and I'm looking at lines 11 to 12 there, you state that P&M does not intend to ignore or bypass the
I'm sorry, Mr. Lesky, you're breaking up. P&M does not intend.
P&M does not intend to ignore or bypass the CBA, and by CBA, that's collective bargaining agreement, in pursuing such a potential solution. Do you see that in your testimony there?
Yes, I do, Mr. Lesky.
And it's the same question. Does P&M agree that it will not ignore or bypass the CBA in pursuing the use of subcontractors or temporary employees in relation to AMI implementation?
Correct.
Now, the third area I wanted to ask you about in your testimony relates to page 3, lines 7 and 2, where you talk about the apprenticeship programs at P&M, okay? Now, you mentioned in your testimony that in the past 5 years, there have been 4 meter apprentices and 4 substation apprentices, right?
That is correct.
Where have those apprenticeship those apprentices been located?
I believe most, if not all, have taken place in Albuquerque.
Okay. Now, am I correct in saying that meter readers don't just operate in Albuquerque, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Meter readers also operate in Alamogordo, is that correct?
That is correct.
They also operate in Las Vegas. Is that correct?
There is a reader in Las Vegas. Yes.
They also operate in Santa Fe. Is that correct?
Yes.
They also operate in Silver City.
Yes.
They also operate in Deming, right?
Yes.
And they also operate in Ruidoso. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know of any apprenticeship opportunities that have taken place in those locations for the past 5 years?
I cannot confirm if there's been any apprenticeships outside of Albuquerque. 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
You also mentioned the fact that 16 employees are in the process of apprenticeship or helpers in lines 21 through 22 of your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Where are those employees in the apprenticeship program located?
I'm not 100% sure, Ms. Leslie, where exactly. I asked for current information with regard to apprenticeships and helpers, and those were the numbers that were provided. I did not expand on where those were exactly at.
Do you know if they would be located primarily in Albuquerque, for example?
It could be in Albuquerque, could be Santa Fe. I don't know exactly where they are at.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Welcome.
The last questions I have relate to your testimony on page 4, lines 14 through 21, where you talk about the RFP, request for proposal, relating to a meter deployment contractor. Do you see that?
Yes.
You mentioned that the RFP had not been finalized as of the time that you had done this testimony in February. Do you know currently whether that RFP, that request for proposal, has been finalized?
Yes, the RFP is finalized and was made available on March the 3rd.
March the 3rd? Okay.
Yes.
Now, as a part of that RFP, does it require the employees be licensed to perform electrical work in New Mexico?
The RFP does require that. Yes.
Okay. And then I've got a few minutes here. Is this work something that can be done in-house potentially by P&M using its own employees?
Mr. I believe based on our rate of installation and our plan to deploy, I don't think it would be possible to be completed in-house. All meters. If we're looking at it from all meters.
Right. And maybe another option, has P&M looked at performing some of that work in-house and some using an outside contractor, or is the plan for an outside contractor to perform all that work?
The plan is for a contractor to perform all of that work with regard to exchanging all of the meters, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. That is all I have. Thank you for your testimony.
Welcome.
Ms. Park, do you have a full 15 minutes or do you have less than that?
I do not have any questions.
Okay, I'll just see if we can go till, Mr. Gedko, did you want a full 15 minutes or do you have less?
I hope that I could finish in 10, but
There we go. So that was my hope. If you could tell me if we're done by 5:30, that would be great.
All right, let's get rolling. Good afternoon, Mr. Morgan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Getco.
In your rebuttal testimony, on pages 5 to 6, and I say 5 to 6 because we start at line 22 on page 5, and you say the monthly opt-out fee that PNM has estimated is directly connected to the actual costs PNM will incur in continuing to read those customers' meters. What did you mean there by directly connected?
Actual cost, Mr. Getko, based on what it is costing us today to read meters.
So cost was the only factor then in developing the estimated opt-out rates?
As well as a percentage of customers that choose to opt out.
That's a good clarification. Thank you. So does PNM, do you plan to switch over your meter reading system from legacy to AMI meters in phases along with the rollout of the actual meter, or the meter, or instead would the meters be installed in phases and then when all meters have been installed, you make the switch?
Mr. Getko, I'm going to have to repeat that again because I want to make sure I answer your question.
Yeah. I'll ask it differently. Since you're going to be rolling out AMI meters in phases, when you've finished phase 1, for example, will you start to use the AMI functionality to do billing in a way that is different than you had previously done? And therefore you would only be doing that for those phase 1 meters, and there'd still be all these meters that are in future phases that you don't do that change at that time.
With regard to that question, that clarifying question, Mr. Getko, thank you. When we start billing, I cannot speak to the timing, but if I understand your correct question, if we roll out phase 1 of meters, will we start billing customers with the AMI for customer that have opted into an advanced meter? Is that your question? I'm sorry.
All right, I'm going to change it because I think I can get to where I need to go, which is, let's say you finished phase 1 and there's a customer in that phase 1 that opted out of that meter. You're still working on phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. While you're working on phase 2, 3, and 4, will the customer that was in phase 1 and opted out, will that customer be paying opt-out charges?
No. I was quick to answer that, but no. The plan is to wait until we have fully deployed our AMI meters before we'll start charging customers.
Okay, thank you.
At my fingertips, I can't recall, but it is in one of my responses when we would start.
Yeah, it was there and just wanted to clarify. Okay, and now Mr. Albright asked you some questions about how your opt-out fees will be updated based on actual costs, which I understood to mean you will understand the actual quantity of customers that opt out, and that will allow you to calculate an opt-out fee based on actual costs. Is that a correct understanding of that discussion?
That is correct.
So what is PNM requesting be approved in this case relating to the opt-out fee? This general methodology that will lead to actual costs, or an actual charge itself?
I think it's both, Mr. Getko. I think we're letting the commission know what we are estimating, what the cost of an opt-out will be, but then we will follow that with an advice notice once we have the true cost. So it is giving an estimate of what our opt-out cost will be.
Could the commission wait to address issues regarding the opt-out fee until a later date, closer to when deployment will be complete?
I'm not a pricing person. And that would be a Mike Settlers question, but I'll do my best. The intent is we're going to ask for advice notice prior to charging it to customers, pending approval of this application.
Do you think PNM would need to get final approval, come to the commission to get approval of the final charge based on actual costs?
I think it's just, I mean, I'm not a pricing expert again. We're advice notice, and I don't know if that entails final approval.
God, I'm watching this clock. Could the amount of the opt-out fee influence whether a customer chooses to opt out?
I don't know. I don't know if it would influence or not.
Do you think a customer faced with a $10 opt-out fee versus a $1,000 opt-out fee would make a decision in a different manner? Possibly.
Possibly.
And so what will PNM say to a customer that saw the estimate of $18.60 to choose to opt out of a meter ahead of installation? What if that customer ends up with an actual opt-out fee of $30? And so now they're faced with having made a decision off a previous dollar amount estimate, and now they have to live with a possibly higher both fee to have you come back and put in a regular meter, and possibly a higher fee on a monthly basis for the use of a non-AMI meter. How would PNM advise that customer to make a decision without knowing the costs?
How would we advise them to make a decision? I'm sorry, because
if they don't know what the ultimate price is going to be,
right,
on the date that they have to actually make the choice, how does PNM advise them to make that decision?
well, I believe in my testimony, once we have a firm number of the opt-out costs is when we will start to communicate with our customers what that cost will be. And it will be based on the actual cost, not necessarily on the estimated cost. For the purpose of this filing, we are providing an estimated cost.
But the actual cost is based on the number of customers that opt out, correct?
Number of customers that opt out and the cost of service for PNM.
Okay. And we just said that I think you confirmed that a customer could be influenced as to whether they opt out based on the cost. So I'm seeing a chicken and an egg problem here. Do you see that problem?
I am not, Mr. Getko.
Okay.
Why don't we do this, Mr. Getko? I'll give you 5 more minutes tomorrow morning. You can stop now. I want to mostly for the benefit of our court reporter. So is there anything to discuss before we go off the record? No. So Mr. Lee, you can stop typing. So Mr. Getko, we'll just come back tomorrow. You'll have your last 5 minutes because you went for 10. And then we'll give you you had 15 requested, so I'll give you 5 tomorrow, and then we'll just proceed from there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that, and thank you until the morning again, Mr. Morgan. I think I'll have very little for you. Thank you.
Great. Okay, everyone, see you tomorrow.